the gravy, please.
Welcome in. What's up? Good Time Gang live here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for being with us. As always, we have a full show, packed show today, and we are just excited to be here with you. We have one Dan Moultrie going to be in studio today to talk about the great outdoors, and that gives you the opportunity to match Moultrie, which really has its benefits. It's just frustrating to get through because it's match Moultrie, but in a fun way. But the reward is some really cool prizes. And so he doesn't disappoint in that area, and he'll bring that to the table today. Will Amit could spin. We have a RBU that's going to be recorded today with Will Mason of Mason Music, so that's going to be something to look forward to today. Plus, I'm actually going to be at Publix grocery store in Mountain Brook, Alabama, 4 to 6 p.m. If any of you are in that area today, come on by and see us. We'll have a good time together, and that's with our flagship station, 104.7 WZZK. Well, without further ado, let's bring him in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? Let me do this instead. What's happening?
Hey.
Gentlemen.
Y'all doing well today?
Doing well.
Yeah, busy show today, so before you know it, we'll look up. And we'll be wrapping it up. It's going to be kind of one of those days, but we look forward to Moultrie coming on back in studio. I was talking to my youngest yesterday, old Reese Wilburn.
Oh, Reese.
He was talking about, hunting season coming up, and they all grew up, the great outdoors, all my boys, but he seems to be staying with it. At some point they get too cool to do it. They got, hey, I'm just too busy. I got to do. Now, some of you that live in the areas that we go hunting in, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's my life. But some of these city boys, they come back and get involved with sports and school and work, and they just get too cool to go with Dad,
sure.
or go to the farm and hunt. But he stayed with it. He loves it. I mean,
so
loves it.
Ready.
So he's fired up about it. I mean, ready to go. So we'll talk to Moultrie today. No, it's about that time. You start kind of getting prepared for the fall, and so we'll catch up with Dan Moultrie today.
Oh, Dan!
I was sitting here looking at some of the things that we got going on, and so he's going to bring a lot of new information to the table. All right, so I guess you said you watched a little bit of the Manti Teo yesterday on Netflix.
I fell asleep. It's nothing to do with the show. It's
the
fact that if I get stillness between 7 and 8, I'll fall asleep normally.
Yeah, it's part of the Untold
Greg, you get up
series.
at 2:30.
Yeah,
it hurts.
It does. Speaking of that, I woke up at 2:20 and couldn't go back to sleep.
That was my night before.
I slept sound. Didn't wake up one time. Woke up at 2:20, and I was just like, well.
What time did you go to sleep?
About 9:30, about normal.
It's about normal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's just, I don't know what it was. I have an idea what it is. It's something we did prior to the show, Greg. I think that was just on my mind, just busy stuff, just getting prepared for the day.
Gotta do that.
And so my mind just started just thinking about the day, and I just couldn't go back to sleep.
I'll do that.
I had hit my snooze. At that point, I was in the middle of my first snooze.
Were you really?
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I get that.
I did finish the Manti Teo Untold series that's out right now. I had finished the first episode. Helmsy, you watched both. We finished the second one, and I feel even worse. Look. You can over here. I think it's two different things. I think being naive and all that's something that we can be critical of him on because he was. Sure. But at the time, it was just different. But what doesn't what I guess what you can't argue about is the media that covered it.
Yeah.
And really even us.
Yeah.
We really didn't know what we were talking about.
Yeah, we didn't.
And I think even like when Deadspin, when the reporters that broke the story, he said really our main focus was really to prove that the ESPNs, the New York Times, all these big media outlets, they really promoted something they didn't investigate.
Right.
And he said that was really our focus.
That was the main goal.
It turned into is he gay and all this kind of stuff. And he said he goes, I gotta be honest with you, we weren't expecting that because we were trying to expose all these huge media outlets about, and they just didn't do any investigating at all. They just sent out the story. Yep. He said that's really what we were trying to do.
Yep.
But I may be selective memory here. When we covered the story, I remember initially our reaction or mine was that he made it up to have this story,
Yes.
Right.
so he could be spotlight. Well, then by the end of the information come out, I think we had realized he had been tricked, but I still kind of hang here. Yeah, but how do you let that happen?
Yeah.
That's kind of. But at first, I did. I thought because they kind of portrayed it that way that he made it up just to get attention.
Yeah.
But then that's obviously not the case. But I just can't grasp. And like me and him was talking earlier, it may be because of the generation I grew up in. See, I wouldn't even consider a person a friend if only interaction I had with them was on the internet or even on the phone every now and then. If I've never seen this person, I wouldn't consider them a close friend, much less a girlfriend that I'm mourning.
Well, you and I are just a couple of years apart. We didn't have the internet.
Yeah, so I'm trying to relate to that because I keep going, how do you fall for this?
Yeah,
you know, to the point that you call her your girlfriend who died.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's almost, if you want to say I had a pen pal.
Wait till the second episode.
That was our version of it. Of course, I never participated in that either.
I didn't participate in that.
Hey, there were some things I missed,
I can't grasp how in the world it got to that. And I'm saying even I'm still looking at him going, buddy, come on, really?
Just wait, though, till the second episode because this is something I missed. The whole Dr. Phil thing where they brought Renaya in there who was
at the time
who played
looked like
Lene. And made him get behind the curtain and throw the voice. And I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that at all. Anyway, so sorry about that.
Looking sharp now.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Let me tell you.
Goodness gracious.
Anyway.
It's all about him, if you notice. Terry was screaming at the TV.
Yeah.
I just got to think about me. You've been thinking about you the whole time.
This entire thing's been about you.
Yeah. This whole fake person was about you.
The transition is about you. Everything that's going on in your little world that is so bizarre is about you.
Yeah, so let's not act like, well, I just have to start thinking about me. You were doing that when you started this.
Yes.
Good night. All right, so we're done with that. I'm sorry. It's not going to be every day. We're just getting through it. And, again, it's on Netflix. It's Untold, the Manti Teo story. It's a 2-episode series with them. Both are around an hour long and just kind of really
turn.
It does interviews and stuff like that. And kind of sheds a little bit more light, and it also it talks about the Deadspin reporters who broke the story. It talks about his family. It just has all the characters in there, and one thing that's crazy. So you can't go, well, yeah, this is just to make him look better and all. No, it actually has the person that faked all this. Yeah, it has them talking about, I did it.
Right.
Right. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour. We have a lot to get into here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The Good Time Gang is here for the kickoff hour. You're always welcome. Unscreened phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. sponsors. The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps you savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door from family-friendly and fit and wholesome to veggie. You can choose from over 55 delicious options every week. You can even swap sides and proteins to customize your meal. Get started today with 16 free meals across 7 boxes, plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or RickandBubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit RickandBubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or RickandBubba.com for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As we get rolling here this hour, we are looking back at some stories that we were talking about earlier in the week, some shows that are out, some different things happening, plus looking ahead to a very busy show today. Dan Moultrie is here, and his wonderful wife, Patty, has made another something for us.
Listen.
It smells so good,
I
too.
just took a look at it.
Yeah? What is it?
Next segment, I'm going to have to go ahead and get started.
Really?
I see the little sausages. I see cheese. I see, and it's cooked, and I think there's even a waffle something in there.
Oh, thank you, Patty. Patty Moultrie, thank you so much. Dan is here. He has brought goodies. He's ready. He's fired up. So we'll talk the great outdoors, and you'll get to have a chance to match Moultrie, which can be somewhat frustrating, but the payoff is unbelievable.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, the payoff is great. You get some really cool prizes. So that's happening today. Wheel of Meat could spin. A lot happening, and we thank you for being with us. So, Helmsy, you said you had a strange encounter
I'm scared
yesterday.
of this story.
I am too. I got to be
said?
honest with you. I am a little bit.
It's not.
It's something happened.
Hey, nothing to be scared about.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I initially thought?
Well,
Before we get into that,
you got pretty hair.
Before we get into that, I want to address a question from an audience member. Y'all done?
Go ahead. Ned.
Is this going to be the entire segment?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Austin sent an email that I think we need to address, and this is one of those things.
Austin did.
Austin.
Yeah. So Austin's your daddy now.
Well, he was watching on YouTube yesterday and spotted something, noticed something.
Talk to me.
You know, Speedy and I, we have some commonalities in our life. We have the same we share the same breed of dogs.
Y'all do.
Okay?
All right. There is that.
Our love of sports. Right. But we also
live golf.
Live golf.
Y'all
Greg.
tore up about it.
Yeah. We love Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
Make fun of
so
that.
many. That's why I did. That's exactly why I did that. I wanted to see if he'd make fun of that one.
Of course.
Well, I ain't so sure about that.
Make fun of that.
But someone has spotted yesterday when Speedy went to stretching. We did the stretches that Adler had put up on TV.
Yeah. By the way, that's peer pressure. That's
That
how I
was
started.
good,
Yeah.
So he noticed that Speedy and I were wearing the same shoes.
Oh.
Were you?
And he wanted to know what brand of shoes.
My gosh, y'all are getting.
Hey,
Y'all start dressing
Greg,
exactly
first of all,
like
we've been wearing the
twins.
same shoes for a long
What?
time.
Let me see.
Yeah, Mr. Observant.
Yeah.
Which ones?
I guess these.
Yeah, that's it. Look.
Oh yeah, them ugly ones.
You got them on.
I mean, we got them on.
Hey,
So,
look,
it's funny.
don't hate.
Yeah.
That's fine if you want weird shoes.
And I knew you'd. So you think our shoes are weird? Huh?
Well, they're not dress shoes, but they're not tennis shoes. They're just kind of.
That's the point.
something.
They can go
Casual.
anywhere.
No,
Casual
they're
shoes.
not shoes.
They can go
Look,
anywhere, Greg.
I know you want somebody.
I need a pair of shoes.
Well,
I'm
Greg,
way down the shoe market.
I have honestly, and you're gonna laugh. This you're gonna go whatever Helms. Once a week, I get a question about these shoes.
Mm-hmm. Make fun of that.
I get a
What kind of question?
Where did you get them? I want a pair.
They look comfortable.
I see them on
Why
YouTube.
are you wearing them? You ever
Well,
get that
you know
question?
where I'm sitting, the people can actually see my shoes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
I'm not that.
I got a
into
question the
shoes.
other
Not here,
day.
but during the
I've
big
caught
show.
Greg staring at your shoes. What's he looking at? You know, I got that one the other day.
I didn't even notice y'all had feet. Go ahead. I'm
So-
just not. Shoes are not that big a deal. To
Well,
me.
they're not big a deal to us. We just bought
Evidently they are.
well,
Go ahead.
Speedy, I'll say this: he did get them 1st. He got them first.
I need that style of shoe, something like that. I do.
This way battles.
I do.
Go ahead, bro.
I'll admit it.
Well, they're called Jowsons.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well,
Jousem. No, why is that never
Just the
mind?
sound of it. Lisa, where did I put my Jowsons?
Well,
You
I
know,
don't-
Well, you
say
don't
that,
have to
say
say
that.
I would
that.
just say, "Where's my
But
brown shoes?"
Austin asked where he could get them because he wants to be
He
like
wants to be part of the
wants
gang.
to be
Tell him
part
to get
of
an
the shoe
Australian
gang.
Shepherd while he's at it.
Well, that'd be next.
Join that.
I just got mine
Gold
off.
Dust twins.
I-
If you want to join them,
Well, I know how you said that Lisa's lives on Amazon. That's where we got it.
That is where we got
now,
them.
she's got a ton of shoes.
Make fun of that.
She's got more shoes enough to heal a nation.
Wonder if that's what happened. She could heal a nation with her
Because she had
with
so many
shoes.
shoes.
Lisa's here with her shoes.
It's unreal.
I
Shoes
feel
she has.
better.
I got one pair
The
of
AIDS
shoes.
pandemic is over. Lisa's here with her shoes.
She's got her shoes. To
Oh
heal
my
a
gosh,
nation.
I can stand straight up.
Monkeypox is gone.
Heal it. All right.
Anyway, I just
So,
wanted to let
yeah, there you
Austin
go.
know.
Thank you,
they're
buddy.
Jowsons. We got them on Amazon.
Hey, buddy.
So thank you, Austin, for noticing.
And they're
my
just
shoes.
they're just.
I honestly do because I sit right there. My
They're just
shoe
these
in the
shoes
big
here.
show. I sit
They
right
ain't
there.
bad shoes.
My shoes dangle. No, they're comfortable.
Well, that's
It's
better
all-
than other ones you had. What were them real shiny ones you
Well,
had?
that Greg, that's why I went with these.
Yeah, those are much better than them shiny ones you had with the holes in
I
them.
actually bought 2 pair of these. Remember, Speedy, when we first? This was like a year
Is
ago.
that the ones Gronk likes in that ad?
Yeah, very similar.
Gronk?
Yeah,
How
you
did he
never
get
seen-
brought
You
into
never seen
this?
that ad?
He has
They
similar
shoes
shoes.
that,
Okay.
that Gronk wears. He does
Yeah.
advertisement
Yeah.
for, and he's doing quick
Kind of a-
feet in
Hey,
them.
for one moment, I thought Gronk was in here when I wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And you
it's
saw his shoes.
I would
You thought he
classify
came-
that
I
as-
thought, well, my goodness, was this when I was at Cape San Blas?
Yeah, it's
You know
the,
Gronk
it's the
was
kind of shoe that it's kind of dress casual, where it's not tennis
You're being
shoes,
sharp.
but it's not shoes you would wear
Yeah.
with a suit.
I need
It's just
some
kind
of
of a business casual type.
I can wear them everywhere.
shoe.
I need some of those. I don't want them shiny ones that Helms have.
We're going to send Lisa a link.
Yeah,
link,
I-
and if you don't come
can.
walking in here,
I'm not anti those shoes. I'm not. I'm not getting Australian.
you might
Shepherd,
get
but-
some more business when you go to your little side job
think-
in
think I have.
Gadsden when she's setting up her
I just
her
got a
little
pair
area.
of
Was
tennis
it
shoes.
For,
How many
is it
pair of
Forest
shoes?
Hill?
Forest, yeah, it's got an S on it. Heels.
Forest Hills.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many pairs of shoes do y'all rotate throughout the week?
Oh,
I got one pair of shoes all the way.
yeah. I've got one pair of tennis shoes that I probably wear too much,
Well,
and then I got these.
I got one nice brown pair, one nice black pair, and then tennis shoes.
Hey,
But I
that's
don't.
it.
You know,
Okay.
It's kind of where I guess so. I could probably rotate another pair of tennis shoes, but the one that I go to so much, they're so comfortable.
I do have some that I run in that I don't wear any other.
Ooh.
So you just have my running. I get that. I'm just saying that's okay. Mm-hmm. I got these that I'm wearing, and I wear them everywhere. When I have a pair of pants on that are not athletic pants, but like just a casual business, blue jeans, whatever, I wear these. And then I'll wear my flip flops a good bit.
Will you? I just can't wear those.
Now, are
the sliders.
Between?
Well, I have both. I have a Nike slider.
Now the slider,
and then I have I don't know what brand, but it's a brown.
I've noticed that we go
just a cheap pair of flip flops.
We go sliders at our house. We don't go flip flops.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm to your point. I don't like anything between my toes.
And then I've got 3 different pair of tennis shoes that I rotate on the tennis court. I don't really wear tennis shoes off of the tennis court. It's not that much.
You got a lot of shoes.
So.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that was that
was the question. That's not the encounter.
That's not the weird encounter.
No.
It don't involve your shoes.
Okay.
No,
that's just a public service announcement to everyone.
To Austin and several people that continue to email about
our matching shoes.
Yeah. Just some Clausens.
Yeah. So they noticed it yesterday when you were stretching, and I got up and walked over. I thought I was going to have to help you, and you were able to do all those things by yourself.
I don't know about that. I just went. That's peer pressure. I get talked into stuff.
Yeah,
and y'all looked at me. Hey, Speedy, go do it. I know she didn't do your stretch.
No, you had it covered.
I liked what we did when we went to commercial break. We all started doing different animal crawls and stretches, and that was fun.
Them animal crawls, tough.
Yeah, it is. It is. Very tough. All right, so when we come back, we'll talk about your very strange,
it won't take long.
Encounter.
It was just a strange encounter I wasn't expecting, and I almost wish. Well, I'll just leave it at that. It was a strange encounter with another human being.
Oh boy!
Wow.
All right, we'll do that when we come back. Busy show. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they will not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, and you get all this for about half the price of other premium audio brands. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Want to see it for yourself? Find out what the hype's all about right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. If you've been listening to our show for a while, you've heard us talk about the Helix mattresses that we love. Well, Helix has moved from the bedroom to the living room with all-form sofas. All the all-form sofa pieces are made in America, easy to assemble, and scratch and stain resistant. Great for anyone with kids or pets. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, which is the easiest way to customize a sofa using premium materials at a fraction of the cost of the traditional store. And just like the Helix mattress, all-form sofas are shipped right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and you'll get a full refund. Let me tell you, we've had one at our house, and they're so easy to put together. They look great. So what are you waiting for? If you need a new chair or a new sofa, plus they offer a lifetime warranty option, here's the best part. Allform is offering 20% off all orders for our listeners. Get 20% off at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so everybody's kind of piling in. Rick's here, Bubba's here, Moultrie's here, and he has some great food from the wonderful Patty Moultrie.
Right here, one of my favorites. I've never had it before.
What is it?
It's something like it's
Something
got a
like-
waffle. It's like a sweet, and then you got a little salt.
Ooh.
You got a waffle in there somewhere.
Okay.
Something.
Well, do me a favor.
And then you got cheese and you got sausage. The
Ooh.
little like Kaneka type sausage.
When will you be back?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, fellas. I'm done for the day.
Yeah. You go ahead and eat it, though, right now.
Well, I mean, you can't let it get cold.
You do what now? What'd you say?
Can't let it get cold.
Okay. Well, you're not, so that's good. So we have Dan here today. If you are in the Birmingham market, would love to see you. I'm at Publix 4 to 6 at the Publix Greenwise Market there in Mountain Brook. And it's kind of funny because Reese, in his apprenticeship program, he is in the electrician apprenticeship program, and the job he's on right now, the Publix is like right across the street. So
come over and visit.
If he's
Of course,
still
they probably
there,
want him working.
yeah. Well, I'm not going to go bust it up in there. I just told him I was like,
What if
I'll
you
be
did?
Dad. Hey, I'll be close. I know if the hair stands up on the back of your head, that's because Daddy's close.
Yeah.
You know.
Feel his
If, yeah. Speaking of feeling presents and all this kind of stuff, Helmsy, you
Speaking
said
of
you had a
Weird
strange
encounter.
Some guy felt you.
Excuse me?
I mean, well,
Wow.
well, he whirled.
I didn't hear that, but
It didn't come out quite right.
I don't
but-
think that's what you mean.
Right.
I don't know. I haven't heard the story.
I
I haven't heard the story.
You had a
yet.
weird feeling from a fella.
That's
Well, Not really that either, but it was just
Okay.
a strange.
We're guessing.
Look, I love interacting with people in the public.
That means he does.
Okay, whether it be our audience or otherwise.
I thought you didn't like people.
But I don't. But you're going to have to come in contact with people, so you're forced to.
And if they're listening to the show, I like that.
Yeah. Wish this person would have been listening to the show. It would have made more sense what we were doing.
Uh-oh.
But so I'm had a little lunch yesterday, around 11ish.
Ooh, I got teeth.
And so, I mean, good. Look, everybody knows you're at Publix. Okay,
well, we got it.
Calm down.
I'm a little uppity.
Greenwise. Ooh, I don't go to just any Publix. I go to one down in Mountain Brook.
That's right.
You
can charge your Tesla.
Money.
We got you covered.
My daddy Hobie's coming.
Get a free scoop from the Sunday station.
All right.
And fines.
So I'm actually back at the old plaza. Oh. And I'm waiting on the guy that I'm eating lunch with.
Did you tell everybody you used to be a
there.
big deal there?
No, I didn't say a word, Greg.
Did you stand up on the steps underneath the flag, go, hey, I'm back.
I used to be a pretty big deal here.
I'm a tennis pro. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was seated and silent right outside of the old Zoe's because it's not there anymore. And so that
Had you back to Zoe's?
That building's up for lease if anybody's needing a place. So I'm sitting there, starting to sprinkle a little bit of rain, and it's right at 11, and I see this guy walking up, and he's like a in between homeless and Amish.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we got some jeans on, we got a shirt that's tucked in way too much, skinny fella, tall, like probably 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah.
Shoes probably speaking of shoes, we talked about that a minute ago, needs to upgrade his shoe game.
Okay.
Oh,
had glasses on.
Looking down to him.
And had longer hair than Adler's got.
Oh, wow.
But it was almost
hippie.
It was almost a little curly.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So I've got you there. It probably looks like at one point if
probably bumps just a little bit.
Probably bumps a little bit and would burn one if he didn't have any kind of moral convictions behind that. Don't want to say the guy does that.
He's 2 days out from a shower.
He probably.
Yeah.
Well, I see him walking towards me. I think, oh goodness, oh goodness, oh good. My first thought is no way he listens to the show. Number one,
right?
Yeah.
So I thought, what am I dealing with?
He's about to
here?
ask you for something.
I thought, is he gonna? What's this?
He said, "What's up, bullet head?"
And
he said, "Are you really a tennis pro? I have a daughter that needs lessons." Sorry.
No, he didn't do that, Speedy.
I'd like to bring her to the Plum Racket Club.
Seen his face he's got.
So can I get in dressed like this?
Well, they let me. Well,
so he comes up to the table a little closer than I wanted him to.
I like the brown ones.
And he said, yes, I'm so-and-so, and I couldn't understand when he said that, okay? I'm so-and-so.
To you. He walks up and says
Walks up to me. There's nobody else around. There's two ladies from Taco Mama that have come out to open the door and put the umbrellas up and all this.
Thank
and
you
it's
for your
starting
service.
it's starting to sprinkle a little
right
bit.
At 11.
And I'm up, it's right at 11.
Yeah.
And he says, tells me who he is, but I didn't know. And I didn't introduce myself because he didn't give me a chance. He just kept talking. And he said, I am studying anthropology.
Oh, wow.
And I would like to interview you.
He was obviously off.
Oh, stop
Are
it.
you interested in an interview?
I'd have said no.
And I
found
said,
some bones over here.
And I said,
what's that?
No. So anthropology, I didn't even really know what that was. I thought it was kind of the study of human behavior.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I've always thought.
Something like that.
So, and I don't know the details of it. Scientific, something, human, whatever. So I said, I said, sorry, sir. Unfortunately, I've got a meeting, and I looked up, and thank you. I'll just say it because Brian Gill.
Hey, Brian.
Was walking up, who I was meeting, and I said, there's my 11. I'm on a tight schedule, man, and there's my 11 a.m. right there.
Basically, get the heck away from me.
I wish that you would have sat down. And
it doesn't end. And so
I can interview both of you.
He doesn't give me any pushback. He thanks me and walks off. But this is what he did next. Now I'm going to demonstrate this. Give me you got the wireless? Can we
wireless?
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on for a second.
I don't even know. So I was confused, and I was kind of like, first of all, I'm thinking in my mind at that point, what is anthropology? Like, I don't even know what he's talking about. He wants to interview me.
Did you know
about
I took an anthropology class at Mississippi State?
Did you really?
Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, you must have did well in it.
So he walks off. Now, y'all remember where I'm sitting.
Hamsy's
and the
up
Panera
walking
bread, the Panera bread is right across in those glass windows.
Yes,
way too
exactly what you're
expensive.
talking
But
about.
yeah,
He walks off. He gets about 6 steps into walking away from me, and he does this.
no, he did not.
What?
Yes. And then,
Wait a minute.
then
He
Clipped
jumped
his ankles.
he
jumped
jumped and
click?
clipped his ankles like this.
Okay.
Okay. Then he goes to
What is it, a leprechaun?
Then he goes to the window of Panera.
What?
And he can see himself, and he goes to himself and walks off.
You missed the opportunity. You should have done that.
Wait a minute. He wasn't
You
wearing
should have done that interview.
headphones, was he?
Oh,
You
no,
remember
we all
that
know
guy?
that guy. You
Yeah.
know that guy.
And
Or
so
whatever, yeah.
I see this, and I'm like, I should have went all in with the interview. I should have told Brian, hey, buddy, we got to reschedule.
I'll be back.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I got to do whatever this guy wants. This is a very strange individual
So, hey,
that I should have talked to.
I know you're paying for lessons, but I got to get over here to this guy.
Had
Listen,
nothing to do with tennis.
As if asking to interview about anthropology isn't weird enough.
Correct.
I'm going to give you a good little heel click.
On his way out, and gave himself in the window
Because
a double point.
Because the window
and
looked
just-
like a mirror.
Yes.
The reflection.
Because there was nobody on the other
Yeah.
side. There was nobody in there.
And there's a tint to it, so from the outside, you can
Let
see
me tell you
yourself
this.
pretty good.
You're not going to encounter many times in life somebody jump up and click their heels.
No.
It just doesn't happen.
Guys, after he asked me if he could do an
You
interview.
just don't see it.
Yeah.
He studies anthropology. Like do an interview. Can I interview you, sir? No, man. I am so sorry,
You
but I just
you
don't
blew
have the
that
time.
one. You could hit record.
There's my 11 a.m. right there, and I'm on a tight schedule today. A lot going on, man. I am so sorry. And I mean, he takes 6 steps, clicks his heels, and points in the window.
What a great Marco Polo.
And I'm
man.
sitting there going, "What just happened?"
Yeah.
Like I'm looking around to see if anybody else saw it. And the ladies from Taco Mama had already went in, so they didn't see it. There was nobody else on this
Thank
side.
you, pal. Click.
I didn't know what to do with
I
it.
do feel like you let us down a little bit.
I do. I do as
Your
well.
response should have been, "You can interview me, but only if I can record it."
Yes.
And you
Absolutely.
could have just sat there and videoed the whole thing.
And he would have probably been all about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then you'd have had
And then
so much today.
keep recording it, and when he gets something, clicks his heels.
Was not ready for it. The heel clicking got me. And
Oh,
he,
yeah,
and
that'll
he
get you.
also, as
Don't
he
have a
clicked,
lot.
he clicked his heels. He was also jumping over something. So he was like, I didn't have anything I could jump over to do it, but he was
right.
actually clicking his heels as he was jumping over something. But more strange than anything was him giving that to himself in the window.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
And then just walked off like nothing happened.
That's just bizarro.
That is very strange. But I'm a little disappointed in you, slightly.
That's awesome.
Because you enjoyed that, but we could have enjoyed it. And
I
we
know.
did through your telling, but boy, video would have been great.
Yeah.
Man, it'd have been great.
I want to
What's
know
it
what
about
his
that
first
place
question
has-
about anthropology would have been.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Yeah. Well, we won't know, Greg, because he wouldn't do the interview.
I mean, I just don't feel like I'm going to have another opportunity to run into an
No.
individual like that for a
Ever.
while.
You missed
Right.
You missed it.
And I missed out
And
on
it's
it.
someone you
And
had
I
never seen
enjoyed-
before.
Look, I enjoyed my lunch with Brian. We needed to catch up, and we got a lot discussed and all that. Get all that. Love Brian. But
You could go to lunch with Brian anytime.
anytime.
You
I
can't-
could have went with Brian
You
today.
can't find Mr.
Are
Bojangles
you,
or whoever his name is.
besides the guy being strange, are you a little concerned that he just is walking around? That like,
Yes.
Where's he going?
That other one-
What's his day like?
Yes.
That
Stuff like
other one that we used to encounter up there is a lot more, way weirder than this.
Yeah.
If
Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, if a
Or a girl?
Vestavia police officer is listening or watching right now, do
Yeah.
you think they go, "Oh, I know who he's talking about,"
I don't
because of their
know.
encounters?
Think about this. You
Probably.
remember the lady that they had to go to her house?
Yeah,
that
oh,
kept
yeah.
coming up there
Yeah.
and like putting weird stuff outside the studio.
Yeah.
That little area. We just
She got
had met.
arrested over it, I
Yeah.
think.
We had a
Don't know if we can talk about it.
Somebody
Probably
said that
not.
he could be a serial killer, and his name would be Hill Clicker Killer.
heel clicker killer. That's a mouthful.
Guys, it was
It
weird.
is.
I think he just
hope he's
wanted
not.
to be friends with Helmsy.
Probably. You probably look very approachable, which means that you were giving off.
When he left
like
there,
you like people.
he left our conversation going, you know what? I get it. He's busy, and he handled that nicely. I mean, he walked away thinking I was nice.
He
but
gave
when,
you a heel click.
But when I saw the heel click and the point to himself, well, I missed.
You knew
I
it.
took. I
There goes
missed a
opportunity.
big, huge opportunity.
Did you want to scream and go, "Hey, sir,
I
come
did.
back"?
I did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
This is Matt Crowder, live at the gas station on 41st Street, reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow! Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes and Culligan cures.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it, like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut-rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T. And guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says, this is the best product I found to raise T levels. And how about Shane D? He says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text LEAP to 42424. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting LEAP to 42424. That's LEAP to 42424. Text LEAP to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. And you can get 10% off their bundles with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
Welcome into the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This hour is brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you are running a small business or any business really, and you're in charge of hiring and finding the right person for the right job you need filled, well, LinkedIn Jobs makes that easier to grow your team. LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes to reach the network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. You then add your job and the purple hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so that your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with the right skills that you're looking for. It makes this quick, easy, and it can prioritize the right person to interview. So check them out right now at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post your job for free today. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. But that's free, folks, like free, especially when it comes to being more successful. Free is a great way to start. So if you're in charge of hiring and finding that right person, then let LinkedIn.com/Bubba help. All right, so as we come on back, a lot of suggestions, Helmsy, about this weird encounter you had with someone. If you're just joining us, Helmsy was meeting for a lunch at a public area, was sitting there waiting, and this gentleman came up and asked Helmsy if he could. He was a anthropologist, and could he interview you?
Yes.
It was very strange. His appearance was a little off. Helmsy said, no, we're upset with him because we feel like it could have been great show material.
Yeah. And I didn't have a problem talking to him. I just had a problem doing it right then and there because, again, tight schedule, lunch appointments walking up, and there was nothing. I didn't have time for an interview.
We forgot a lot of emails during the break.
Yeah.
And I'm not making this up.
And he did, and I'm not – there's no exaggeration to this. You can pull the security cameras around there.
What if we
the
did?
Man left. He walked off. He said, "Thank you, sir." Took about 6 steps. Clicked his heels, jumped in the air, clicked his heels, jumped over something.
Right.
I don't know if it was a little bench or something, but he clicked his heels as he jumped, and then he gave himself back in the window as it mirrored him a double point, like, you the man.
You the man.
You the man.
Yeah. He didn't say that, but
I think he was a time traveler.
That's kind of what he was alluding to, it looked like. Why else do you point at yourself?
I think it's obvious that the person might have had some issues. Just was a little off there, and that could be one of them. But the overwhelming response via email is that they feel like that was a pickup line for him.
A pickup line?
Are you serious?
Are you kidding me? That's where y'all are going to take this?
Well, I'm just saying I didn't say I'm taking it. I'm being legit. I mean, those were emails. Like, hey, I think that was him asking, like, could I talk to you?
So do you think I looked presentable in that way?
Well, you were by yourself. You were sitting there.
I was staring at my phone. I was actually.
I don't know. That's just what some emailers are saying.
No, I don't like
but
that.
I doubt that. This guy was probably just.
I think the guy looked up and goes, "I tell you what, that son of a gun right there looks intelligent. And if I'm studying anthropology and it's on human behavior, that's who I need to go to."
Yeah, that's it. He's sharp, my man.
Is that even what anthropology is?
I don't know what it is.
Like when he first said it,
Speedy
I thought, is that the study of bugs? Like I thought.
I don't think it's that.
It's not, but that's the first thing I thought of.
Speedy took it in college. Speedy?
I did.
Enlighten us.
I don't know. I can't remember.
What? You mean you can't remember?
Let's see here. Hold on.
You got a degree?
Hey, Siri.
Hey.
Hey, Siri.
Hey, Siri.
Everybody's Siri's going off right now.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Siri.
Hey, Siri.
Mine went off.
What's
hey,
anthropology?
Anthropology is the scientific study of humanity
There you
concerned
go.
with human behavior,
Concerned.
human biology, cultures, societies, and linguistics in both the present and past, including past human species. Do you
Yeah.
want me to keep reading?
No.
No. But what's my name?
You're Calvin Speedy, but you asked me to call you Daddy.
Okay.
I always love that.
He has to check in with that.
Yeah, just want to check in with her. All right, so there you go. So now we're up to
There it
date.
is. That was
There-
long.
now
So
we're
that's
up
what
to
he
date.
wanted to talk to me about.
There's Mark. What's up, big guy?
Hey, Mark.
Hey.
How we
All right,
doing?
I'm sorry. We're so excited y'all are here today. Dan, yeah, here we are calling him out.
Don't worry about
Dan
it.
snuck out to get Mark, gave Mark a big speech in the hall. Hey, now, y'all be quiet when we go back in. They're on the air. The first thing he hears is, hey, Mark.
Well, he's our show anthropologist. What do you expect? Took it in college.
Yeah, I did. I think I dropped it. After
Is that a
couple of weeks.
sociology deal? So if you take sociology or psychology, you got to have anthropology, I'm assuming.
Probably.
I mean, makes sense.
But
I don't know.
yeah. All right. So there's
Well,
that.
I'm officially.
So he wanted to study
I'm
you.
officially sorry that I didn't accept that interview.
Yeah, for the show.
Yeah.
You should be.
Yeah, you should.
Just
Look at
didn't
me.
have-
You
hey, I
should
know,
be.
I know. It was just
You had a
listen,
phone. You could have recorded
Oh
everything.
yeah.
tight window yesterday.
You could
Lot
have
to
had
do.
a really good time with that.
A lot to
And
do.
Brian could have just sat down with you and just witnessed it.
I needed. Well, he could have. He could have.
Yeah, he could have sat down and go, "Hey, buddy, I'm being interviewed right
You know,
now.
and
Sit
he-
down and
And
enjoy
he
yourself."
hears. He hears. Us talk about our day and the encounters we have with other people, and people wouldn't believe it. Some of the things that we get asked. I mean, it really is amazing.
it is.
And he could have witnessed it firsthand because sometimes you hear the things we say and they're like, surely that didn't happen. Like that never affects me on my normal day. And then he would have witnessed it yesterday. Something. It was something.
Yeah.
I know. All right. Well, so we'll kind of play that out. Maybe since that's the area that you actually live, if you encounter him again, you won't make this mistake again. Maybe you'll see him. So we'll see how that plays out.
I'm really surprised.
Did you know that I was over there yesterday?
Really?
Yeah.
In that same plaza or just in the?
Did you see the Lucky Charms guy?
I didn't. I excuse me. Terry had an appointment in that area, and I took her and had the afternoon. So I'm like, I'll take you, drop you off, and that way you're not having to find a parking spot and all that. So we
Yeah,
stopped
I'm
back
gonna walk
by there
around.
on the way.
You should have come by the house.
Oh, well, really, Greg? Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
Oh, you can always come by the house.
Okay.
What?
I'm not going to come bust up in there. Hey, man, you'd be in your mind. You'd be
Bunch
like,
of
"Oh,
contractors
crap."
there working.
Yeah, you could have helped.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You actually get to relax a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll
Yeah.
see.
No.
You don't just hassle airports and all that.
That's
you
a
know.
hassle.
Oh,
I wouldn't even
chicken
go. I'd just stay home.
Yeah. I wouldn't do anything.
I'd go to Chinnaby.
There's a lot to be said for the staycation.
Oh yeah, I'm all about it. Oh, we
Heck
love them.
yeah.
We do. Of course, I've got to be in a group of about 45 to get them to Nicaragua.
Sure.
Yeah, buses
that
and all
won't be a
that.
hassle.
Yeah. And then go sleep on a wooden box or something.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man, men at work. What do you think about men at work? Hey, what do you think about men at work? Adler told me in the break.
Do we have video of that we can replay?
Must be Adler told me in the break that he actually interviewed the singer of Men at Work and that he gave him nothing. That he was rude to him.
really?
So what do you think of Men at Work?
But I like you. So tell me. What kind of boy are you, John?
If y'all admit, if Adler came up to interview y'all, would you give him a ton?
Well, I would now because obviously I've upset somebody. Let me tell you, y'all going to see a lot nicer, Rick, starting April 3rd. I don't think I can pull it off today. I got too much on the plate. But let me tell you, when I come back April 3rd, y'all going to see a new deal.
You need to think about it while you're off on your.
Well, I am. I got
You
some-
ponder
I got some
about it,
things-
my friend.
I got some things to ponder.
With that haircut Adler has, I think I might because his hair bounces when he talks. He got a haircut yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not
And they
sure what that
he
is.
literally when he talks, his hair bounces.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Did was that on purpose?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm looking in there now.
Looking his strap for.
I think he wanted a little more off the top than they took off, but I like it. I think it looks good.
Right, I do too. Okay, that's fine. Look, please,
I do.
the whole time he's talking, focus on his
kidding.
hair.
I actually think.
I wish I had your hair.
At least I have hair, Speedy. At least I have hair.
Look at it moving. Oh my gosh, it's like watching a rooster.
And my hair does not bounce.
Hey, William, you're a rooster.
Adler, turn around and show you William in the back.
Look. You can't say put somebody's real name, Greg. You're making fun of a real person
but he don't know
with some real challenges.
Adler.
Look at the back, the strap he's got now. He shaved part of his hair where the strap's at.
Oh my gosh.
No,
okay.
Pull it back up,
Getting
Will.
some new glasses soon.
Adler, you didn't get in the line where they were giving free haircuts, did you?
I did not. No. This was an expensive haircut.
Watch his hair the whole time he's talking. Keep talking.
Once again. At least I have hair, man.
I really do wish I had you.
It's like he was on The Bachelor.
It does. Look at you, man. I mean,
it's not going to work. Here, you can use mine.
Yeah,
I'm very out of my element without headphones on.
Yeah, are you okay, buddy? I mean, are you happy with it?
Can we talk about? I like this haircut. I liked it until I got here today.
Well, how many times have we all said that?
Right.
Yeah.
Watch his hair.
I got shirts that I when I got them, I was excited.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
I thought it looked good.
And I wore them one time here, and I've never worn them again.
Yeah.
Can we just go? Let's make fun of like my past instead of my present. Let's do that. Okay. So I did interview the guy from Men at Work. This is when I was straight out of college. I was a hot rockin' DJ. I was doing
hair like you liked it.
I was doing afternoons on an alternative station.
Yeah, Chris Eagle.
It was awesome. It was. I definitely peaked.
Chris
then.
Eagle in the afternoon, trying to get you home today.
I was definitely. I was making not very much money, but I had a lot more like happiness and peace and joy in my life. So, it's a trade-off.
A lot of chicks.
Sure. And so I'm interviewing this guy. I'm like 22, something like that. And he's from the 80s. He's a legend.
Yeah.
Hasn't had a hit in a very, very long time.
Yeah,
but
he
really
wasn't in a position to
Wait a
be.
minute. Did you say the 80s?
Yeah.
The greatest decade mankind has ever seen?
So it's maybe that got me. It got me.
You're right.
So I'm interviewing.
I weep that everybody didn't get to grow up in the 80s.
I know it.
We know.
Really?
I'm interviewing. I'm interviewing Colin Hay and from Men at Work.
Hey, is he as cross-eyed in person as he is on TV?
It's tough.
Greg, please.
He is, Greg. He is.
Okay.
It's
Well,
tough.
he's cross-eyed.
You don't know which one to look at.
And I don't know if I just.
All right, go ahead.
No, he's technically not cross-eyed. He's got one that kicks back
wonders.
outside.
Do that to me.
It's
Rick.
out. It's
He's
out.
got
not
an
in.
idea.
Who can it be knocking on my door?
Rick,
And the
that's
reason why he wrote
terrible.
that is he really doesn't know. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
right,
It's
go.
bad. It is. It's out there. Like one's at 3 o'clock and the other's at
Bubba.
6 o'clock.
You come from a land down under.
There you go. So
That's 3 times now, Rick.
Yeah.
We're still laughing, but I'm okay. And I guess he could kind of tell I wasn't like. I mean, I knew his hits, but I didn't really care about his catalog or whatever. And so I'm interviewing him, and I'm just like, yeah. So you're Australian, He's like,
That was your first question.
You're Australian.
yeah, I wonder why he was rude to you.
he's like, yes. I'm like, okay, cool. This is gonna be a tough interview.
Well, what a terrible beginning question.
It was a rough time.
Adler,
It was a rough time.
How would you feel if you sat down and said, "So, you're a white guy"? Yes.
I would have ran with it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I like brunch, Outcast, typical white stuff.
Right.
You guys get that?
Did you? Right. I bet you hit y'all later.
Listen, knowing your line of thinking, I guarantee you asked him about a Vegemite sandwich. I guarantee you did during the interview.
I don't think I don't know. I might have.
That would have been when
So,
you go.
Colin, I know no one's ever asked you this. What's a Vegemite sandwich? Yuck, yuck.
He
By the way, it doesn't sound very good.
he gave me very short answers. He was not happy with who
Can't
I
imagine
was.
that.
Yeah. And then he performed a song live in studio.
That's cool.
And y'all, this is really bad.
Are y'all
but
still
it
watching
was-
his hair?
It was one of Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us. We start this hour with a national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Well, it is an action-packed edition today. Good gracious, we have much to cover. I mean, a lot. So let's go. Moultrie's here. Would you like to match Moultrie and pick up a dilly of a prize today? I mean, Santa Moultrie is here, and he's handing out gifts. Even little Greg got something. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Kickoff hours behind us. Everybody now getting on the field. Team Rick and Bubba going forward. And Willa Meat's still in play today. So got the stories of the day. Got stuff going on within the show. Got some big announcements today. I mean, there's a lot. Don't miss this today. Straight up. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast gets recorded again today. A new one coming out this weekend. Yesterday's Bible study is archived. It's out and available. Bubba and I were on a podcast, 1819 podcast with 1819 News. That's in show notes today, so that's been published. Bubba and I are in there chatting with Brian Dawson, so you can get that if you're a podcaster and love to listen to podcasts. We chat on about the history of the show and some politics and all kinds of stuff. So if you'd like to catch that podcast, just go to rickandbubba.com or look for it wherever you get podcasts. 1819 News. Thank you for honoring us and having us on as a guest. We had a blast. All right, so there he is. Look right there. There's the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him better as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Let's go. We're the champions. Woo!
Not cowards.
We lions. We're not cowards.
No.
By the way, speaking of that note, I laughed so hard. You know how sometimes people just know you? Babylon B today. Church is puzzled by low attendance at its sit around and talk about your feelings men's conference. We don't do those at the Man Church. I promise you that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, Bubba, we got good gracious. We got a lot to cover today.
A lot to talk about today. Some of it, I'm not sure how far we can go.
Really?
But
what about our conference yesterday after the show?
Well, I know, and I don't know how much we need to tell everybody or scare them to death.
But we have to talk about that.
We are in the process, with your help, the audience, of doing what I think possibly could be the largest scale UFO experiment ever done.
And there it is.
How about that?
That's sitting there. There it is on the floor. Everybody look at it. There it is. Bubba's throwing it down.
Right there on the rug.
Yep.
We're still working on details, but we will need all of you to be a part of it because we don't know exactly what's going to happen when we do this, and we want to document anything that would happen.
I want to go on record that I'm reluctantly going along with this, and I understand. I've said to Bubba, "What have you done, Ray?" I even told the producers yesterday my concerns, and like you said, it's not going to be like, "Oh man, they're doing something down there in Birmingham. They don't include us." Now, this is going to be something where everywhere this show is heard and seen, we will be asking, all right, so what's going on?
Mm-hmm. We're going to be beaming a mysterious signal to the whole hemisphere.
And there it is. And that just sounds so wrong.
We need everybody to have cameras ready, and nothing may happen. And if it does, we won't know about it. And we'll
what have
see.
You done, Ray?
And the satellite that we'll be using is sitting right over the top of Denver, which
here we go.
Ought to provide a good hot signal, good hot footprint right there for Skinwalker Ranch.
I know this sounds so odd coming from me and my history on the show and my position on the show. Do y'all think this is a good idea?
You know, and a lot of times we have people call and say, what do y'all, what are the differences? Where do y'all disagree on things? And there's not a lot of it.
Nah.
But this is one of those cases where I'm like full speed ahead, Rick's tapping the brakes.
I know. Look, you start dabbling in this kind of stuff, be careful. I'm telling you.
And hopefully with the cameras from the Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, which is seen on the History Channel, we'll be able to document all of it. And that should be interesting in itself.
It just feels much. It just feels so much like Ghostbusters. I mean, it does. It feels just like it.
It does.
You remember that scene with that building and all that portal up there at the top of it?
Yeah. I just want to tell
everything
Bubba
shooting
this.
up in the sky, stuff coming out.
I know Bubba's excited. I get it. I mean, it's like a dream for him. All right, but we just started a 5K and you took out sprinting, and I just don't want you. I just don't want you to give out.
Well, no, I think in honesty, and you know this. This has been ongoing since Travis was on the show.
Oh, yeah, no, it has.
Right.
It has.
And I've tried not to Roman candle everybody on it, and just burn out.
I know it's been hard.
And then from the fringe of science to more mainstream.
Yeah, thank you.
David Beeman, who was on with our podcast last week, the director of engineering and integration at Marshall Space Flight Center, is down at Cape Canaveral getting ready for the Artemis 1 mission, which is going to be the largest rocket ever launched, power-wise, in the United States. Stronger than the Saturn V that carried men to the moon, as far as its output. He sent us a video.
Yeah, it's good.
He's on site.
We've got a couple of videos today that are good.
Yeah.
So,
boy, do we.
So
look, we may have a Space Bro announcement here today, too.
So there's a lot going on, guys.
A lot happening.
Well, a lot going on. Look at it just sitting there ready.
Space Bros are ready.
All right, let's keep it all in order. Now let's talk about hunting. All right, we're gonna.
I'm excited about that, too.
I am, too. We'll come back, Moultrie. Hey, we got some new stuff to talk about, and your chance to win, too, when Match Moultrie happens a little later. But Moultrie with us right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
B-sides, which I wasn't even really familiar with, but evidently it's a song that people like a lot or whatever. He didn't even perform the whole thing, and I didn't even know it.
What?
Yeah. We do the thing, do the interview, do the song. I'm like, thanks, man. See you at Workplay tonight or whatever it was. It was Workplay, actually, I think. And that's just a venue here in Birmingham. And I finish it up. I'm like, cool, man, thanks. We're both ready to really wrap this thing up. He leaves, and then I check all of our social media stuff, and they're like, he didn't sing the last verse of the song and all this stuff. I'm like, wow, so he really didn't like me. I kind of thought he didn't like me. Now I know
it's official now.
Yeah, so, it's okay. You win some, and you lose some.
All right. Well, nice haircut, little Benny Rooster.
Well, whatever, man.
Shut up. The Johnny Manziel update led to the discussion of Men at Work, which led to Adler's Hair, which led to that. That's how it works here on the program, the stream of consciousness. If you're a New Orleans Saints fan, Saints are looking at Manziel.
They are.
They're looking at him for what?
To play quarterback.
Not a good place for Johnny.
Mm-hmm. Look, of all teams. What's next? Vegas going to have a team?
Yeah.
The Raiders going to go to Vegas and get Johnny?
Johnny needs the NFL to have a team in Utah.
Yeah.
He can start there.
Yeah, they're saying that they are looking at him, kind of kicking the tires as a backup to Drew Brees.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a different approach than I took in the kickoff hour and then y'all just took. What if this is the right move for him? Now, I know I'm pie in the sky
Here he goes.
guy, but I've really been thinking about this since we started kicking it around in the kickoff hour. I can't think of another quarterback in the NFL that he needs to be around than Drew Brees. Can y'all?
No,
if you're anywhere, take it New Orleans or Vestavia Hills, you can find trouble. Okay?
Yeah, but New Orleans makes it easier, though.
Well, maybe so. But
they promote it.
Does the benefit of being around Drew Brees all that time trump all that? Because if he's in Utah
Johnny?
or Vestavia, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I don't know. I'm asking the question.
I do think
is Johnny going in the seminary down there and going to get a doctor?
No, but you're around. Is there anybody else in the NFL that plays that position that you would rather him be around that is looking for a backup quarterback?
Brees would be a good mentor for him, I think, because of I think they have some similarities.
I think Phillip Rivers would be another one, but they're not looking for a backup. I can't think of anybody else that has the stand for Christ that Drew Brees has and will be around him probably more than anybody else. He'll be around him more than Sean Payton will. Again, I know I'm the pie in the sky guy. I love a good comeback.
I love you because you're hopeful. I do.
Well, Rick,
Johnny, I love that hopeful side of you.
The agent that fired Johnny when he was in all that mess, Johnny has rehired. And Sean Payton had breakfast with him during Super Bowl week and, again, another lunch, and says they're pretty serious.
Well, I mean, if he gets a new beginning, he makes the best of it. And like
he won't have that big contract he had the first time.
No. That's not going to happen.
That makes it a little more workable.
Or a guaranteed roster spot either. He's got to make the team, which may not be easy.
I was guilty of getting caught up in saying I'm trying to make Helmsley's day. But you can't even have that.
We talked in the break.
You can't have a thing.
Hey, simplysafebubba.com. There was a time when security systems were a nightmare. And I'm old enough to remember that. I mean, people come over, big installation, real expensive, big handle, locking
wires
everywhere. I got wires and this and that.
I got wires.
Holes in the wall. I remember the first time they knocked a big hole in the wall. I'm like, what are you going to do? Oh, we'll cover it up with a sensor. Wow, okay, so I've got a hole in the wall with a sensor over it. But anyway, and then you get into this long contract, and you're paying out money every month, can't get out. Well, simplysafebubba.com, you can install this yourself. These are wireless systems. They can be installed in 30 to 45 minutes. And then they give you all the sensors and all the bells and whistles. The monitoring 24/7 is $15 a month, and you're not even locked into a contract. You can get out of that anytime you want to. And how about this? You can have now an HD quality camera that comes with your Simply Safe Bubba system that the minute something's going on in your house, it will now shoot that video to you, and you see it right there on your phone or your iPad, and you so not only know what's going on and authorities are alerted, you now have evidence on what was taking place. If you'd like to find out more about your simplysafebubba.com system, save 10% by going to the website I just gave you, simplysafebubba.com. All right, a lot of you, everybody's asking now, what did I do to Gary?
What did you do to Gary, Rick?
You left everybody hanging, Rick.
Well, I didn't. We were getting up against the break there, and I'll be leaving after this segment. So thanks to all of you here in the Golden Ticket seats today and all that, and whatever. And I'll see you guys on the 3rd after this is over. Enjoy the best ofs next week, but. And we're back. 22 minutes past the hour. Unless you're watching us on YouTube, you hear the theme music right now that lets you know that Dan Moultrie is back. On the Hunt by Leonard Skinner. Yep. Dan Moultrie has returned to the Rick and Bubba show. Bubba did, you don't know where he's been.
He's been deep in the woods, Rick, doing things that we just really don't want to know about.
We've asked Greg to check him for ticks, but he was not willing.
Right.
So he's made his way back. And, Dan, you're bringing with you, look at Mark Olis is here with us today, too, from Moultrie. Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Glad you're here today, buddy.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good. Look, if you're not fired up about cameras, let's just shut the whole thing down.
It's time.
It's time.
Knowing what you got out there is very important, and the more reliable that is, and the easier it is to operate, hey, the better we're all off.
So, Dan, let's first of all get what's important out of the way. Let's thank Patty, your wife.
Oh, another excellent break.
It really is so kind of her, because I know you don't do it. I'd like to believe that you would sacrifice like this for the show, but I know that that's really not true. But So I do want to thank your wife, Patty, for the years that she has gotten up or did it the night before and prepared us something delicious and send it in here to us. So, Patty, thank you for that.
Yes.
She did. It started out, when we used to do the hung chicken, I'd go out there and do it, but it's long evolved. It's all Patty from there. I'll be honest about it.
Right.
It's all Patty.
I mean, you're a guy, first of all, but let's face it, that you're friends with us, but guys and friendships are different.
Yeah.
It's like, do you like the guys at the show? I do. I sure do, honey. Do you like them enough to work hard to prepare them a homemade dish every time you go? No, not really. I don't love them to that place, but I do like them.
I've noticed Betty doesn't get up and do any of these,
Oh, yeah. Our wives lost being enamored with the show long ago. So Dan, this is exciting. I mean, is everything, and Bubba, I heard you talking about this as we're coming out of the break, but when we first started out with the whole concept of game cameras, I can, sadly, we're old enough to remember that, and they weren't very good, but we were just excited there was something you could hopefully put in the woods that would take some pictures. Of course, the pictures were grainy and not very good and difficult to retrieve. But
they were adequate.
Yeah, they were adequate.
Best, yeah.
But you had to go have everything developed.
Oh yeah,
and,
so
out of about 400 pictures, you'd have 20.
Right,
there was actually something on it.
So, but now, and they were very limited about how much you could see, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. And then you hit that deal like we are here in the studio to a degree, where you get on the bleeding edge of technology. Meaning technology's here, but we don't really know how to simplify it. But boy, today we take that step. I mean, the next step of keeping the latest technology, but really simplifying the process.
As always, what's neat, from the very first introduction of our game cameras, we've done it on Rick and Bubba.
That's true. That's
all the way through the years. And today, this is by far it's the best ones I've ever had in my hand. I just changed all my old faithful stuff that I always kept and never let anybody touch or have. I've replaced them all with the new Edge. And that Mark.
I love that name.
It's
Mark, I love that name.
It's unbelievable.
The Edge. Have you ever been to the Edge where you stood and looked down?
I lost a lot of friends there, Mark.
Mark, tell us about the Edge. Tell us.
Yeah, well, first of all, the Edge, like you guys said, it's here it is for you guys to see. You can pass around, but our team went into this camera right off the bat and said, all right, we need to make something that is user-friendly, that's reliable, that the guy can go put up and leave with confidence that he's going to get those images from the woods. And that's what went into the Edge. And, one of the first things off the bat that you'll notice is, you've got this great folding antenna, but the magic that happens inside is this camera, when you turn it on, it will automatically scan and find the strongest cell signal. So you're no longer, picking an AT&T or a Verizon camera. You're now just picking one camera. It will scan the area, select that strongest signal, and lock in on it. And that's what it's going to use. And it doesn't matter what
we take
carrier.
care of the rest.
That's right. You don't do anything. It just it does
Come
that
on.
on its own.
Yeah.
Yes,
How does it get access to their system without being a user?
Well, that's all in the cake mix and everything.
That's
like
the secret
that.
sauce.
But Bubba, there's a lot of stuff we can't tell.
That's right.
Well, you may not tell it, but I may ask.
Well, shouldn't you be shooting a signal of them at the university?
Yeah. Bubba, read your notes.
Oh, am I supposed to ask that?
I'm just kidding.
No, we're just kidding. So here, all right, let's talk about this. So also on the simplicity of it, which is all I care about.
Yep.
I want it to work.
This is your camera, Burgess.
I want it to be good. Don't misunderstand me. But I don't need it to be, impressively bells and whistles. I want to be able to go out there, because a lot of us who hunt are like me, and some are like Bubba. But but seriously, because most of it, I remember just what you're talking about. I remember us trying to give these away, one of the Moultrie cameras, and you'd asked even the guy, so what cell service? And of course they would just freeze and go, well, I use this. No, not what you use, where you actually hunt. And then they're kind of like, well, heck, I don't know. I use this one, which is not too good where we hunt, so I guess I should do the other one. So now this will say, we got it.
Yeah.
I'll find you the best signal.
Yeah, we just take that out of the equation.
Right.
The camera's going to find it for you, and that's what it does. And it's been working exceptional so far. This has been out now for several weeks, and we've got them all over the country, and they're just doing fantastic.
So it's in retail right now, and of course you can get it online.
Absolutely.
So talk to me about SIM cards.
Yeah, so the SIM card itself is internal. It's one SIM card that deals with the cell signal. So you don't have to do anything there. You don't.
You're talking about the
anything.
picture card, right?
That's
the
what
SD
I mean.
card.
SD card's
yeah.
gone.
So
whatever it is.
See, I know what Rick means.
That card thing that I look at pictures
He
on.
meant SD card.
That's right. So
what is a SIM card?
SIM card's more of your cell phone.
I've heard that term before.
Yeah, no,
that's
you're
right.
right.
That's
right.
right.
Yeah.
No, and that's involved too. Nothing you got to mess with.
So do I need to put a card in there that I have to punch out?
No,
sir.
You can't put one in if you wanted to, Rick.
Okay.
There's no place.
Not even a spot for it. And this going back to simplicity. 2 buttons, on/off switch, connect button. That's it. So simple.
Rick,
no
you turn
SD
the
card.
on button on, close the door, and walk away. Now.
I tell you what, y'all have me. y'all got me. I'm gonna replace everyone I got.
Well, and to go to the SD card like you were asking, one that saves a guy $15-$20 right off the bat, right? So hey, that's a positive. But the big thing is the SD card that's the weak link in a cell camera sending images. When someone calls in and says, "Hey, my camera's not sending," what's going on? It's usually an SD card issue. It's the wrong SD card. It's corrupt. It's things like that. So this eliminates that.
Oh, my goodness. All right, look, y'all, the Edge is here. We're going to come back and talk more about it. And we're going to talk to you about the Moultrie app. Yeah, we got that, too. There's some big things happening at Moultrie, and then your chance to match Moultrie coming up later in the hour. So we are unpacking. It is available. It's go time. The new Edge cellular trail camera. You talk about simplicity and high-tech all at the same time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Happened was Gary is absolutely petrified of my wife. He's scared to death of her, and because she's had to get him in line a few times on projects, and stuff like that at the farm. And then there was a horrible incident involving a 300 or 400-year-old tree that I won't get into. But anyway, and that was that time he got in so much trouble because he decided to cut the limbs off so he could mow underneath it, and it was like a tree from the Civil War era. But anyway, so
is that all?
To which he said to me, he said, "Hey," he said, "she's small, but she's mean." He said, "I had to go get me a new pair of britches. She didn't eat the hind end out of these." and so he's been afraid of her ever since. And one day he and I both got in trouble together about something we'd done involving hunting that had got over in her area, and he left me. I mean, it's like he walked off. And I said, "Gary, why did you go off and leave me?" "Hey, ain't wasn't nothing I could do for you." I mean, yeah, you using that on your own. I done been through that once. I wasn't gonna face that again. So he's afraid to. He always wants me to let him know when my wife is actually at the farm, so he doesn't go over there trying to do work and get in trouble again. Right. You know what I mean? So Sherry is, the Women of Joy tour starts week after next. Well, no, let's say when we come back from vacation, she'll be headed out that weekend. So she's getting all that ready. And I think Myrtle Beach is the only one that still has some seats available or whatever. If you ladies want to take a trip to Myrtle Beach and see that tour, and it's a great lineup. You can see that at Women of Joy. So anyway, when she starts to prepare, a lot of times she'll go down the farm and be down there getting everything together and what she's going to do and all that. Well, he didn't know she was down there, and I didn't tell him. So he's all fired up. And he says, "Hey, I'm going to go down and get that gobbler. I've been seeing that picture, that big gobbler." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, go put him down." And so he goes up down there, all fired up, and he's just about to open the gate, and he looks, and there she is. And she's out there walking by the pond. And he just starts to panic, and he says, "Hey, she's coming after me on the dead sprint." And I said, "Gary," what are you doing? "Well, man, you didn't tell me she's down there." And I said, "Well, Gary, look, you don't need to tell me you're not down there trying to do something, making a bunch of noise and all that." And "Well, you didn't tell me." I said, "Well, Gary, I didn't know you were going to be down there. I didn't know I had to put out Sherry's calendar to you." "Oh, man, I got to let you go. Here she comes." and so anyway, so all of a sudden after that, he calls me and I hear noise. "I'm heading out here." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Well, she told me she's down there doing something, and I need not to come there and make a bunch of racket." And I said, "Well, Gary, did you not just say you were going to go over and just hunt?" "No, I didn't say nothing. I was too scared. I didn't know what to say. I just left." "You can't have nothing. You can't even hunt." and I said, "Well, Gary, I mean, I think it would have been fine if you just." "No, it's just best. I'm just going to go. I just think, I get nervous when she's down there." And I'm like, "Well, that I understand. I don't want to get on her bad side."
So wait, let me be sure I understand this. Gary has this amazing radar to know whenever you or I, either one, were in town.
Yes.
I could drive by the exit, and Gary would call me and go, "Hey, what you doing?"
Yeah. Hey.
And so, but he doesn't have Sherry radar?
No. You know how some people don't have gifts, but it doesn't apply to certain people?
Right.
You know how we have people that we throw by, and there's people who have the gift, they can catch it?
Yeah.
So we try to...
Like Kreskin can read people's minds, but there's some people's minds he just can't get inside.
Do you think he's so afraid?
Like Greg.
Do you think he's afraid his sensor doesn't go off?
I don't know. He's spooked, and he doesn't have all. He's not functioning properly.
But to your point, he has no discernment on when Sherry's there or not. But all I got to do is go by the exit. Hey man, what you doing? I said, Gary, I just passed the exit. I'm not even going over there. I just want you doing over the farm. I said, well, Gary, how do you know when I'm here? I think Gary's got Life 360 on you and me. Do you? Do you think that?
Oh,
you know.
Well, who's charging it up every night?
You know, but he's so that's what he's getting on me about, that I didn't let him know that, because he didn't want to disrupt her time, because it gets him back on her bad list. You know what I mean? He's like, hey,
what do you think, running from her help?
Well, I don't. You know, and then I had to deal with that. We're going to the game last night. She was like, why was Gary running from me? I don't know, honey. I think he just didn't want to bother you.
Yeah, he's probably busy.
Right.
He's probably got a call about a fire or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said, you don't think she's mad at me, do you? And, of course, what do?
No.
I said, she came home. I saw what she talked about.
I'll tell you what.
Furious.
I said, once again, I've had to go to bat for you.
Rick and Bubba.
So Gary, the good thing is Gary will be so afraid he won't go anywhere near there for a while. So a gobbler is protected.
Yeah.
All right, if you leave us, have a great week. It's best of shows all next week. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, I'll be headed off to Nicaragua. And I'll talk to you on the 3rd. The rest of the guys will be here, whatever the case may be. Thanks for being with the show, and enjoy yourself.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being a part of it.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We'll be back to Moultrie quickly, but I do want to point you to something. MyStore.com. MyStore.com. Mike Lindell he set it up to compete with Amazon as these entrepreneurs. And Lindell says, let me bring these great American minds and their products to you, the market, and then you can access their products if you so desire at mystore.com. And he's also added to the list of things that he is now involved in, and My Coffee. And boy, I tell you, this product is really taking off. My Coffee can be found at mystore.com. The code Bubba is going to save you 25% when you go to mystore.com. Ordering the coffee means you'll be drinking the top 2% of Arabica beans available in the world. It's organic, certified non-GMO. It features low acidity, and you'll find the flavor to be rich. Anything that Lindell's going to be part of, he's going to find the best of the best, and the texture is smooth. It's easy to drink, and if you haven't tried My Coffee, you can get 25% off by using the code Bubba by going to mystore.com. That's mystore.com. Also look at all the other products that are available there as you are trying My Pillows and Mike Lindell's new product, My Coffee, the second most consumed product in the world is coffee. Second only to water. So go to rickandbubba.com too, and you'll find that right there under the sponsors button. All right, so Dan Moultrie is here. Match Moultrie is still to come. We also have Mark Olis is here. We're talking about the latest and the greatest. It is a time for Moultrie Mobile to take the next step. The camera is called the Edge. No SD card required. Built-in memory, we talked about that. Takes away the frustration and the expenses of these unreliable SD cards, because when they worked great, it was great. But unlimited cloud storage means the pictures are always available, and manage them using the Moultrie mobile app, which we'll talk about in a minute. Also, it has multiple cellular networks that it goes and finds for you. It'll find the best thing available wherever you put it without you having to do anything.
I've never heard of that type of thing going on, Rick.
The only thing we didn't hit which we need to also talk about, is it runs longer on fewer batteries. So tell me about that.
Yeah, so the new Edge camera, it's got a flexible power option. So it's got a battery tray that drops out. You can fill it one side with 8 AA batteries, lithium or alkaline, and it'll run great. Or you can fill the whole thing up, turn it around, put 8 more in. Now you've got 16 AA's. You're going to get extremely long battery life on the camera. And of course, settings are a big deal when it comes to batteries. If you're uploading every image immediately and running video and all those things, those are going to draw battery down. But this camera does, it runs great on the power options. And it has the 12-volt power option for solar panels and things like that to keep it running longer.
And, Bubba, here it is. Turn it on and go.
Yeah, I was looking for more buttons on it. I couldn't find them. You know?
And go. All right, so let's talk about the app. What's going on with the Moultrie app?
Well, so, the Edge camera, we're excited. It's awesome. But, once you hang the camera and you walk away and leave, all your interaction is through the app. That's where everything is taking place. So all your images are ported into the app. It's cloud storage. And inside the Moultrie mobile app, that's really where, things are set apart. The features that are found in there, the app is free. You download it to your phone. There's no cost for the app, and all these features are available to you day one. And so you've got, one of the ones I love is species recognition. It's smart tags. So this is using artificial intelligence. Every image that comes in is scanned for a buck.
Come on now.
Different turkeys,
Come on now.
people, vehicles, bobcats, bears, coyotes. It's a whole host of animals. And so, we and just hitting on that, we've got a number of customers that use these cameras just for security on their remote properties because they can get a notification if a person or a vehicle shows up.
Yeah.
And so, that's one thing. We also have mapping, interactive maps on here. So you can map out your hunting property. You can drop pins every time you hang a camera. That way you can start getting that game plan together of, hey, this buck is coming across this camera and he's hitting over here at this time, and you can start to see that layout. We've also got a full weather feature in the app, so you can see wind directions by the hour, sunrise, sunset for legal game times. So, there's all these features built into it. And the other one that I really love is the activity charting. And so
Talk to me about that. Now, what's that about?
Well, so activity charting, every time an image comes in, it brings data with it, right? So time of day, temperature, moon phase, things like that. Well, what the activity charting does is it pulls that info in and it automatically sorts it into these easy-to-read bar graphs. So you can literally put in a date range and you can see, based on your cameras, when peak game movement is happening on your property.
Come on with that.
And you don't have to do any guessing. It's all there. It just it puts that info out. I'm like a lot of guys. I'm a weekend hunter, right? That's when I get to go. I got family and everything.
Got a lot going on.
I can go on there, look, find out, hey, I know where I'm going Saturday morning when I get the opportunity to go. So
I'm going to hunt between this time and this time. This is peak moment.
That's it.
Wow. And peak movement will change during the season.
It changes.
But you'll know when you go to plan your hunt when you ought to be sitting in that stand.
Yep.
That's good.
And,
and that kind of, that information really is
huge. It's huge.
Yeah.
And the other thing, that I like to say about the app is the images are yours. So once they go on there, they're yours to keep. If you want to delete them, delete them. If you don't. But we never delete images. That's something, you're not going to get charged extra for a feature or have to pay more here just to use one of these extra features. It's all part of the app. It's yours, free to use.
All right. My goodness. I mean, if everybody is not fired up about this, then I don't know what to do for you.
Yeah, you would.
I really don't. We've simplified it. We've upgraded it. And everything that you need. I know it may hurt my feelings a little bit. Have you ever thought about the campaign, The Edge? So simple, even Rick can do it.
I think it's got legs.
And it has a picture of me, the front, holding it, looking at it, going.
It's got legs, but there'd be a little bitty royalty payment in there that would have to be paid.
Sure. Yeah. Y'all not going to portray me as an idiot for free. But if the check's right, I'll even do good. I'll even do this. So the plans start at what, $7.99? I'm looking at this. So on the data plan. So
if you're running a Pro Series and you're running several cameras, you can add a new one for $7.99.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's annual plans that save you even more money. Unlimited plans, absolutely.
So at this point, I mean, really looking at this, and this is, I mean, this happens with our phones, with technology. It's almost like we're here. If you just want to get updated to where we are now with cameras, you really just need to get these and go out there and replace everything else you got.
That's what we just did.
Because I'm thinking to myself, I mean, instead of dealing with the older models, you know, I know sometimes that you think to yourself, well, I want this thing to go on and on forever. But they also, once you get a taste of this, to have to go back and do some of the things we had to do before the technology advanced.
So they have
almost. I just feel it'd be just cleaner just to say, look, I need to get these, and I'll just.
They have evolved so far.
Right.
It's exactly what Speedy was talking about just now.
Right.
Almost anything till now was a flip phone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now it's smartphones.
Of course,
now you're at smart cameras.
Of course, you know what we're doing now. We ain't never gonna get one other than one he just brought us.
Yeah.
Because now everybody's gonna go get them, and we got good supply out there.
There is a good supply, and you know that's the thing I'd say, because you're talking about, you know, go out and get it. It's $100. I mean,
that's the other thing we didn't hit. Boy, the price is right.
I mean, so you can literally go out and get several of these and put them out on your property, and
try them. That's the best deal.
And just wait till you see the images. I mean, the video, it uploads video with audio.
Yeah.
The image, they are beautiful. I mean, beautiful, clear. The night images are bright. I mean, it's a phenomenal camera.
Especially with security. Think about this. If you got guys coming, or girls, whoever coming to break in your house, and you've got that on video mode, you not only get the video, you get the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that it'll send you that you're going to have in 30 seconds.
Yep.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Moultrie
that's
Mobile.
quicker than they can disable it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moultrie Mobile Edge. It is the latest. It is the upgrade. It's the simplest. And then also you combine that with the Moultrie Mobile app. And, hey, baby, you're in business.
Hey, baby, we're ready.
Available now. Available right now. Go get them. All right, when we come back, opportunity.
Oh, boy.
Match Moultrie.
Uh-oh.
We need to, please, Speedy, help me here. You know it's trivia.
No, it ain't trivia.
It is trivia.
It's easy for us legally, Dan, to say match Moultrie.
We're going to give away an edge right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick has stepped out as he is catching his plane to Nicaragua. He'll be in Nicaragua tonight.
And where?
Nicaragua. That's when I went halfway and didn't roll it. You got to commit in Spanish. That's the problem. You got to really commit to it. You can't halfway do it. That's the whole. Yeah. That's the whole deal with it.
And I'm not willing to do that.
No. We'll be headed out tomorrow, so we'll be a little bit behind. But anyway,
are you excited about that?
I am excited.
What all y'all got planned? Just relaxing? Y'all got any?
You look tickled pink.
My plan is to do as little as possible.
You got your Speedo ready to go snorkeling?
You know, it's just one of those things. There's been so much going on. You can't really get your mindset to be ready to go on it, and you're not really ready to go. I mean, I hadn't got my suitcase packed totally yet. I got it kind of packed.
Will you wear that ribbon the rest of the day?
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope you do.
You couldn't get it off of me with a fist fight.
Bubba's going to the Bahamas, if you don't know.
Yeah. I would like a picture of you on that water slide, the one that goes through the shark tank.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a big water slide guy.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm not.
Those are good. They got some good ones.
Oh, they're fun.
I know that's shocking, but
there's one when you just jump in a hole.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even see, and you end up in. It's weird.
What do you do? Yeah, I like it too.
So they have a water slide that goes through a shark tank, and it's a glass tube, so it looks like you're sliding.
Do that like you're.
Yes. Awesome.
You got to do that. Take a picture of it if you do it.
We'll see. Then there's one, and you say you go on top of this. It's built like the Mayan temple or whatever, and you're on top of it, and you just basically there's a hole with the water, and you just jump in that hole, and you come out in one of the rooms inside of it. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I think it actually is set up too take a picture of you, and you can like purchase them.
Oh,
and
I'm
so
sure.
I need you in nothing but a pair of shorts.
I'm sure they have several things you can purchase.
And
there.
don't think they ain't got the lazy river, because they do.
No, that's a nice.
Oh, hey.
I mean, that thing goes on forever and a day. doesn't
Yeah,
it?
you don't think it's going to get him a chocolate monkey and get on the lazy
You
river?
dang right.
Well,
Pink Newcastle left and right.
Let me tell you, I was
Double fist in a pink Newcastle.
Oh, man. I don't know if it still exists or not, but I was at the wharf down in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and they have a lazy river.
They got a little deal over there.
And hey, I
nice.
set
The
that son of a
Oasis.
gun, and before I knew it, an hour had gone by.
You know what I
was
like
just
over
floating
there?
along.
Them old hammocks they had right there by
Ooh, yeah.
at the wharf.
So you've been the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Buddy, I go a lot of places.
you.
I'm just kidding. I don't go anywhere.
Do you like lazy rivers?
Yeah,
I like lazy.
Heck yeah. How y'all on wave pools?
Love them.
Yeah.
I
They're a
got
lot
to
of
be in the
work.
right kind of mood.
They're a
They
lot of
are a
work.
lot of work.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be in the mood. Hams is right.
But you want the waves to be big enough that you feel like you're in one.
Right.
I wish they would do one for adults and then one for kids. There's too many kids out there.
Right, exactly.
So,
You
Speedy,
don't hurt anybody.
That's why it's so warm.
in kind of a strange segment here, we had tried to get in touch with Gary Palmer when we were talking about the Trump bill today, and I think we've got Gary now. Let's see if we can grab him.
You
here.
think he's
Speedy,
ever been to the Atlantis?
Congressman? Is that you?
Hey, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, Gary. You doing all right?
Well, yeah, so far for being sleep deprived and food deprived.
I texted you back. I said, hey, you remember when you had all the time in the world and everything was nice? You remember that? Everything was calm?
Well, I kind of joke up here when they trying to get you to do something. They call you into a meeting that you need to carry your own towel because you're going to get waterboarded. But
So, Gary, listen, and we don't have a lot of time, but this thing has got very confusing. There's so much misinformation. I don't think anybody that I know that has good walking around sense goes, hey, I love Obamacare, let's stay with it. But we've got a potential alternative here, and there's a lot of objections to it from the Republicans. So where are we at? Are we going to have a vote or what?
well, I honestly don't know. I know we're going to have the procedural votes in about 20 minutes.
Now speak to us so we can understand. Does that mean a vote to have the vote?
Yeah, that's a vote to have the vote.
So that'll give us an idea of who's going to vote for it and who's not, right?
Yeah, I think so. But probably not, because most people won't vote against that. It's called voting for or against the rule, and most people will vote for the rule and allow the vote to proceed. So that really doesn't tell you what the final tally will be. But what I know a lot of people, I mean, the calls about this are overwhelmingly against it to my office. And one of the things, you guys have known me a long time, I think the most important thing that a member of Congress can do is be a person of integrity.
Right.
And last Friday, I was in the Oval Office with the president. And I ran a think tank for 25 years.
Yep.
I've worked on these issues for 20 years trying to get a solution to the Medicaid problem. Medicaid's destroying state budgets. It's about to destroy the Alabama General Fund.
Pass the gravy, please.
Well, it's time. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Up for grabs. We just hopped it. It is the latest. It is the simplest. And it is the best. It is the latest technology and trail cameras, the Edge from Moultrie Mobile. And we got a camera, and we got batteries, and we're ready. But somebody's going to have to match Moultrie, and that will not be easy. Let me just tell you that. Let me just tell you that. All right, Moultrie's giving me his thing here. I mean, Bubba, have you seen it?
Rick,
I have not. I've heard moaning, groaning, and gnashing of teeth already, so I don't know.
Bubba, you can't set your camera up right now. We ain't got time for that.
What are you doing?
We're doing the show.
I'm going to video this on the camera.
On the camera.
Rick, I was so disappointed, and I told you this during the break. Speedy said Rick doesn't like it. I used to handwrite it out, and you couldn't read it. He said, we want it typed. So I told Patty, type that out for Rick so it'll look professional in there in the morning. don't worry. She brings it to me, and at the top, instead of saying Moultrie trivia, it says match Moultrie. And I go, Patty, what are you doing?
Your wife knows what
so
the truth is.
No, we changed that.
Well, now you made it. Now you made her type a lie up here.
I
did. All right, so here we go. First come, first serve. Jason. Jason is out of Sweet Home, Alabama.
Oh,
and Jason and all of you out there, here's the question. Jason, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, here's the question. With the start of fall hunting season, and it's going to start for another year, everybody else on hold, y'all listen. Here's the question. When was the first recorded hunting season, and what animals were mostly hunted?
Mostly.
What?
I
Say that again.
Just keep setting your camera up.
Just keep saying that.
Okay. When was the first recorded hunting season, and what animals were mostly hunted? And then I look at this answer, and how am I supposed to get to that first part? How's anybody ever going to know that? All right, so here's a better
Google is running rampant right now.
Here's a better way to go about it, Jason. How many years ago was the first animals hunted? Where was that, and what was mostly hunted?
Are you cleaning up match Moultrie?
Yes, I am. So, Jason,
do you have to have all the answers?
Apparently.
That isn't that many answers.
Jason, what do you think?
Do we have to have a year?
No, just give me about how many years ago you think it was. Yeah.
I'm going to say 50 years ago.
No, boy, you low. I mean, we've been hunting longer than 50 years, brother. I've been hunting longer than that.
You just made Dan's day.
I'm talking about hunting. I have hunted longer than that.
They may not know. This is hunting, period.
Yeah, this means hunting anywhere in the world.
Read it again.
It's for an edge,
Read
too,
it
y'all.
again.
Anywhere in the world, in the history of the world, about how many years ago can we document that hunting kind of started? Where was that, and what were they hunting? Mostly. That's the part I like.
Yeah, mostly.
You gotta have a little word.
Wesley, what do you think the answer is for a Moultrie Edge camera?
I'm going to say 180 years ago.
All right, that number's got to go up. You tell me, where do you think it was?
Yeah, give us some more guesses.
Maybe 150.
No, so much more. Okay, so many more years. Okay,
is this where do you think it was, and what animal?
I mean, you
just out of curiosity.
Listen, you got to think this through. Our country is older than that. Okay, so I mean, you're gonna have to get big on the number. I mean, the number's got to get huge. I mean, we're talking about the first time somebody said, "I think I'll hunt that," and then
we're never gonna get this.
Okay, let's just continue. Can we just ask what they hunted? All right, Scott.
I'll take that.
Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
4,000 years.
So much more.
So much more.
That's
so much more. Yeah. 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 So much more. Yeah, I'm dropping that part. Don't you think we should drop that part?
That's the easiest part.
What were the animals that were mostly hunted? What about that?
I'll do with that.
Right.
But somebody's got to get close.
That goes back to Cain and Abel days.
All right, Scott.
So much more, Bubba.
Yes, Scott.
You can't go any further back than that, Dan.
I think Dan is thinking that the world's older than it is. All right.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
Read the back up, Rick.
Okay. All right. So Scott, where was it, and what do you think they were hunting?
Let's go with Africa.
Mm.
And I don't know, maybe elephant, deer.
No, that's right. All right. So yeah, the
is 410 shell in there?
Yeah. Dan, I'm officially dropping how long ago, because that's debatable.
Why don't we just tell them how long ago?
How long ago did it say?
I'm gonna give you that.
What was the answer?
Dan says wherever he got this information, 45,000 years ago.
45,000.
So Dan's an old Earth guy. Okay, so 45,000 years ago.
Everybody knows that.
Right. And so we're dropping that. Okay.
Really, that's probably closer to young Earth, but if it's over 7, you have to fall under old Earth, right?
Yeah. So let's go to
45,000.
45,000. All right. So let's go to Bama.
What year was that?
I have no idea. Bama, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
It would be
43,000 BC.
Hey. It would be BC.
Yeah. Yeah. Since he was about 2,000 a year ago.
I'm just ballparking.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Bama.
All right, so if we got 43,000 BC, and we ain't talking about guns back then, we're talking about arrows, or at least spears.
That's good.
That's good.
So we have got to be hunting something up close, whether it be a buffalo, a bison, a deer.
No.
By the way, I'm going to give a hint.
No.
We just gave the year, how many years ago? If you put that in the question online, it's going to come up.
That's right.
Josh in Mississippi. Josh, what do you think?
Wow, what a question.
Yeah, no doubt.
That could be a whole new segment. I like that.
45,000 years ago, they weren't hunting birds. Foxes?
No.
I'll give a great hint, even though they're going to get it.
Yeah.
If Rick picks up on this every time. Our question is what's going on in the news right now. There's something going on in the news that goes with this answer.
Decide this man thinks over there.
A president that doesn't know who he is?
No, close.
How is that?
We release people with Alzheimer's into the woods?
Close.
Richard in New York. Richard, well, he said the news. Richard, go ahead.
Well, I was going to go with Jesus and the fish, but maybe it's the muskox.
The dreaded muskox.
Yeah, no, that's not it. All right, so this break should give everybody time to find it.
Right.
So we'll
reload.
Yeah, reload. We'll come back. What was the first recorded hunting season? We actually have documentation of the hunting season. We've already told you it was 45,000 years ago, according to the information. What's more importantly, what animals were hunted? What animals?
Mostly.
We're mostly.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I told the president what we needed to do on Medicaid, that we need to give the states an option to either take it as a block grant so they can manage it and get the federal government mandates out of it and allow the states to run it, or to take the per capita caps and then give the states the ability to impose work requirements on working age, able-bodied adults.
In other words, make it do what it's supposed to do.
That's right. So, and plus, we sent out almost $37 billion. I want to repeat, $1 billion in improper payments on Medicaid last year, and that's without all of the Medicaid operations reporting their improper payments. That's money that could have gone to help kids in wheelchairs, children in low-income families, the elderly, the disabled. And this is a chance to fix it. And I told the president what we need to do. He said, Gary, I support that 100%, and I told him I'd support the bill. The other thing that people need to know is if we don't do something, premiums are going to keep going up. I met with the president again yesterday and talked to him about a model that Maine has created that brought premiums for 20-year-olds down by almost $5,000, and for people in their 60s, their premiums came down almost $7,000. The infrastructure for doing that is already in this bill. I talked to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tom Price, twice yesterday. And guys, if this passes, and I'm not saying this is a great bill. It's not. I get all of the opposition to it. But if this passes, we at least have a chance to start bringing premiums down. And that's what's hurting so many families.
So, Gary, there's a line of thinking, and we've had it discussed on the show earlier today. Some people feel like that they sent the majority of all the houses and the president up there to repeal Obamacare, and they don't see it as a repeal. They see this as a watered-down version of Obamacare because the government's still in it, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. I'm kind of from the school of it's bad. Anything is better than what we've got, so do whatever you can. So Is that where you are now? Is that what I'm understanding? You're going to support the bill as it sits?
Well, if you recall, in my last campaign, I said all along this should be phased out.
Right.
That one repeal was not going to do it. That we needed to phase this out, and that way we don't throw millions of people off of their insurance. By doing what I'm talking about with setting up these risk-sharing pools and backing it up with the federal government, people can afford their insurance. And it doesn't matter if you got a pre-existing condition. It's not the whole issue of guaranteed issue, which makes so many people upset, goes away because you can afford your insurance. And it's working. I mean, Maine has an older population, and their premiums, even with the risk-sharing option, are lower than non-smoking adults in New Hampshire with the same insurance company. I gave that chart to the president yesterday. So that's what we've got to do is bring the premiums down, and it's incremental. And like I said, there's a lot about this bill I don't like.
Right.
But if your house is on fire, are you going to tell the guy who shows up in the old fire truck you don't want him because the bigger, newer truck's not there?
I wouldn't.
Put out the fire.
Right. And so do the Republicans, does the president have the votes to get it through today?
I have no idea. And I think we'll know. I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now, and that I probably get a little more information on that than I've got right now. But I want to say something else about the Republican majority, and this is what everybody's got to understand, like it or not, is that the Republicans from California, the Republicans from Pennsylvania and New York don't think like we do.
Right.
We don't think like they do. But if we don't have them, we don't have a majority. And if we don't have a majority, we don't have this discussion. So this is a tough environment to work in when you're trying to work with people. 1/3 of all Medicaid recipients in the country live in California. 1/3. So people got to understand that defines how those people are going to vote. And some of those guys are going to vote for this bill, even though it probably costs them the next election.
Now, didn't California want to succeed at one point? Wasn't they talking about that? Maybe we should let them go.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that.
Hey, Gary, listen.
I'd rather come back and spin the wheel with me.
Yeah. Congressman, I know you're busy. You got to run. Thanks for taking time to call us and shedding a little light on it. We'll be watching the news today to see how it falls.
Well, I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate your prayers. We really need God's guidance in everything we're doing.
Well, Gary, we appreciate your leadership. I know your heart. I know you're a good man, and nobody knows the issues better than you. I will give you that for sure.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Thank you, brother. Good luck. Keep up the good work. Congressman Gary Palmer from the state of Alabama. He was one of the original holdouts on the bill, met with the president, expressed his concerns. The president agreed, inserted the changes. He is now supporting the bill. We'll see how it all falls out today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, Moultrie Mobile, the latest, the Edge. It is priced at around $100. You just turn it on and go, and it finds the strongest cell signal wherever you place them without you having to deal with it. And you work it all smoothly through the Moultrie app. It is the latest technology. We are trying to give one away. They are available now everywhere. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, wherever you get Moultrie products, it should be there. You also can get it online, of course. Bubba, welcome back. You already have yours working.
Yeah, I already got set up. I'm taking pictures of Dan and Mark right here in the studio.
So, yeah, we've got Mark Olis here with us with Moultrie, and, of course, Dan. We're trying to match Moultrie with this question, and I use that word loosely. We got hunting season coming up. When the first recorded hunting season, we now have told you people believe, and there's a debate on how old the Earth is, but 45,000 years ago, what animals were mostly being hunted? I'm sorry this is not the right answer, but I did get this answer in email and text. It says it's really quite simple. It was Adam and Eve. Adam was hunting a woman over a baited apple field, but that is incorrect. So here's some things to consider.
Oh, boy.
The scientists analyzed almost 14,500 animal bones and teeth from 4 periods of occupation, and they found what was there, and that's how they came to this conclusion. And this is for the Moultrie Mobile Edge to Nashville. John is standing by. John, what animals were hunted in what we think was the first recorded hunting season of some sort?
That would have been monkeys.
Monkeys is correct. Do you know where do you know where this was?
South Asia, but actually it should have been around Sri Lanka.
There it is.
There you go. There you go.
Sri Lanka, fun to say.
Yeah, monkeys. We'll take monkeys.
Monkeys, monkeypox. That's somebody should have read through
there's
that.
the headline you're looking for. And they also hunted tree squirrels, I understand.
What kind of dish did they make with monkeys? You know?
Hey, that's what the casserole was this morning.
what they noticed,
was good.
Bubba, they didn't really have any weapons, so it had to be something that you could throw rocks at or hit with sticks.
Right.
But once
Spears, maybe?
Yeah, once they got the monkeys and they started killing them and the tree squirrels, then they began to make arrows and spears out of their bones and teeth.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. All right, so John, congratulations. You've got the Moultrie Mobile Edge with some batteries, and we will put you on hold, and then Moultrie will send you this via mail, okay?
All right, well, it pays to listen to Rick and Bubba.
Boy, it does.
Nicely said.
That's good.
Nicely said.
Nothing has ever been more clear than that. I'm going to say something to Mark, because Mark, I know, I can't imagine with us dealing with Moultrie what it must be like for you. And, you know, I'm sure that you lay awake at night from the phrase, well, now Moultrie said, you know, so Mark Olis, I want to make a dream come true for you today, because you've been giving. And we want to give back.
All right.
We're going to let you spin the wheel of meat.
All right.
Okay. I mean, how about we're going to let Mark Olis.
Oh, that's great.
We're going to light this baby up.
That's great.
And we're going to let him spin the wheel of meat. We're going. The winning is just going to continue. The wonderful wheel of meat. And hey.
Come on, give it a try.
Mark Olis, take the wheel. Speedy has lit it up. Callers from all over, 866 We Be Big, Rock and Roll City, finding their way into Adler's booth there. They'll perform for the tubers, even at the break, but they're in there ready to go.
And,
Bubba,
and Rick, we've learned one thing for sure. You can set up a new Edge camera during one segment of the show.
You can, and
without any problem.
Yeah,
I've got pictures. I've already got pictures on my app.
I've
got
seen
the
those
pictures.
I've seen
got them on the laptop.
So you really do turn it on and go.
That's right. Pretty easy.
Hey, Rick, when the people get on, I really like the part that your caller had. Wow, what a question. Can we replace the wow, what a wheel with wow, what a question?
No, not today. Come on. No. And when we go back to match Moultrie, we might. All right, so we've put an Edge camera on the wheel.
We may say, oh, my Lord, what a question.
There's another camera on the wheel.
Yes.
Yeah, so if it lands on it, I mean.
Now, is this an Edge on the wheel?
Yeah, it's an Edge on the wheel. And HarryandDavid.com provide the meat. 1-800-Flowers has flowers.
On the edge of the wheel.
Yeah, Cord Buddy is there. You look on the wheel, we've got a little bit of everything. Rick and Bubba prizes galore. We've got BuzzBox coffee on the wheel. We've got the Blaze subscriptions. I mean, you just name it, the wheel's got it. And then, but what we need is some winners for Mark to spin. So let's start with Brent. Brent, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Mark to get him to spin that wheel for you?
I'll say good morning and wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Mark. Go spin it like it.
You won't hurt it, Mark. Give it a spin.
All right,
you know, Mark's got a good name. He ought to be a professional wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
Mark
Olis. And
Oh, come on, Mark. I mean,
Mark. Tip it.
I mean, my God, tip it.
Oh, not right out of the gate.
So our first spin.
We don't have one of those days today.
I know. Mark, it's all right. Look, I know you got a lot going on with your new camera. All right, so no winner.
Spin it like an edge.
You got to spin that thing, Mark.
He was eaten by Jaws. So Brent, sorry, Mark in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mark, what do you say?
It was my birthday yesterday. Wow, what a whip.
It's my birthday and I'll spin if I want to.
Mark got his knees into that one, Rick.
Mark. See,
What a spin.
Now that beard looks better on you. Look at it spin. Boy, Mark, you gave that a rip. Yeah. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. All right, so are you a subscriber to Blaze TV, Mark?
I am not.
You are now.
Well, yeah, you are. So you got 1 year subscription at no charge to Blaze TV and the great programming there, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show every day. So, Mark, let me put you on hold. We'll get you set up with Blaze and start enjoying the great programming that is Blaze TV. And boom. All right, so let's see. Let's go to JR out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
JR,
what do you say to Mark? Oh, let's
go, Will. What a wow. Let's spin that baby backwards.
go backwards. Boy,
that made my head hurt a little bit. Oh, Mark's a bowler, I think.
How about that reverse spin?
Yeah.
That's as strong a reverse spin as I've ever seen. All right, we're going back the other way. And see if JR can be a winner today, and he can say a rotate.
He still got a T-shirt. Wear it.
Well, you know what shirt you got? Wear it. JR, you've got the What About a Little Topaz shirt. And
what about a little topaz?
Have you tried a little topaz? So we're going to put you on hold. All we need is your size, okay?
Right. Confuse everybody you run into with that baby.
Boy, what a conversation starter.
Yep.
Shane in Alabama, what do you say to Olis?
Wow, what a whip.
Let it rip, Mark. Let it rip. Spin an edge. Yeah,
Mark, with a lot of wrist action there, you got a little flip on the end of that one, Rick.
I tell you what.
She's a digging.
He spun that like he's scrolling through pictures. All right, let's see. Come on.
Henry
the horse.
Oh, my gosh.
Henry the horse.
It's not going to be a win for the caller, but a win for us. Here he comes from the back 40. Here he comes. He's still coming this way. There he is.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Hey, Henry.
Hey, hello. So I forgot to change the camera. That's why I'm all up in your grill, Bubba. Sorry.
That's all right.
I just wanted to say, Dan Moultrie, that's really cool that your new Edge camera can recognize different species. That is cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Edge camera is great. Call me when it can recognize mules, mares, fillies, and jennies, okay? Hey, also, I want to know why, when I point the camera at myself, it says gelding.
Everybody, and there it is, guys. Thank you, Mark Olis.
Mark, way to go.
Good job, Mark.
Good boy, Mark. Thanks to all of you that called in. Dan, always good to see you, buddy.
Great deal, Rick. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great morning.
Yeah, the Moultrie Mobile,
Boy,
the Edge.
Hunting will be here before we know it.
I know it. I can't wait. I may go out and hunt some monkeys. All right, 16 minutes past the hour.
With a spear.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh yeah, keep that. Let's do a Tom's intro. Yeah.
I hope you have a rocking day. I hope you have a rocking day today. Whether you're in a rock and roll band or maybe if you just sit in a rocking chair, I hope you have a rocking day. drum solo for your rockin' day. Go, Greg, get it! Welcome to the city, rock and roll city, that is. Five copies for my mother. Yeah. Rolling Stone.
What you got, birthday boy?
This almost sounds impossible. Okay, so bear with me. Casey Anthony and O.J. Simpson may star in a joint reality show that reveals how they live with the crimes they were acquitted of.
Even though they're probably guilty.
Right.
Well, I think that's what they're saying. Living with the crimes they were acquitted of.
Yeah, what their life is like now. OJ,
Of course.
now when's he getting out of jail?
Well, it's coming up. It's coming up. Casey Anthony was acquitted in 2011 of murdering her 2-year-old daughter, and Simpson was acquitted of the double homicide in 1995, but is now doing time for a kidnapping ordeal where he tried to get some of his sports memorabilia back.
Yeah.
Now,
strong-armed him.
Yeah. The insiders say the pair will team up for a documentary about their lives. And in a strange move, Casey Anthony is now listed on OJ's list of people who can visit him in jail.
Are you serious?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious.
Anthony also hinted at a TV show and said that she was fascinated by Simpson. TMZ is reporting a number of TV stations and agents are interested in the possible show. Now, y'all know what's going to happen with this, don't you? OJ and Anthony are going to, Casey Anthony are going to end up hooking up and falling in love.
What?
And the TV show will be called Murderers in Love.
That's got a ring to it.
Y'all, how sick and weird is this mix?
Now,
okay,
look,
does this not just turn your stomach, even if you just had birthday cake?
You know,
you're right.
As funny as it sounds, TMZ notes, all right, that the money, if awarded a show, might be something like a pay-per-view, okay? And that Simpson is in the hole for like $33.5 million wrongful death judgment against him. If you remember, the family of his wife and Goldman sued him. So he's in major debt.
Yeah.
So when he gets out of jail, he's going to be looking for some way to make some money, okay? And so before we make fun of this, you just never know where his mind's going to be. Now, I doubt very seriously.
Is anybody? I know initially a lot of people want to watch it.
Everybody's so fascinated with O.J. Simpson.
Yes, we had the
Greg, let's just say
this past
tonight at 7:00, you hear that O.J. and Anthony's coming on, and there's already leaks out that they're dating. Do you tune in?
Do you choose that or March Madness?
Ooh,
because that's on tonight.
If there's a possible triangle and you throw Mama June in there, maybe.
Getting you started. Well, I'm trying to get back to the point where I say the word yes, not see.
See.
You get in a habit of that. I did it all the way. I come home, Sherry said, why do you keep saying C to us? I said, I got to get back into saying yes again. And you have your various C's. You have your C, and you have your C.
C.
That's when you're really fired up about something. C. We're all fired up. So we do have a lot to do as we come back. I have been away. You've been away, and the boys, some of them got a few days off, and we'll kind of unpack that today as we walk through today's program. And as I said, Greg hopefully will be back with us tomorrow.
And I want to tell Speedy and Helms and Greg, if he's listening, I appreciate them covering everything this week and allowing us a little time.
$22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back.
Congratulations to all of our winners today. Bubba, much to do, and now we begin to unpack some big stories from the show. Bubba, first of all, we need a Space Bros update, which leads to our video today.
Well, Rick, it looks like if everything continues to fall into place, that the Space Bros are going to the Artemis 1 launch.
Space Bros, are y'all
Give
ready
it up,
to go?
Space Bros.
Space Bros. Space Excellent. So
pumped about that.
So is it official?
It is the first launch of the Space Launch System, the new rocket system that NASA has developed. That'll be our next step in space, going back to the moon and beyond. And you heard David Beeman, who was here, the director of engineering and integration for the SLS. We had him on the podcast last week. And, well, look, we're excited about going. And he is at the Cape right now. He's been sending us a couple of shots. And it took 10 hours, Rick, on the giant crawler for this rocket to come out of the vehicle assembly building.
How long?
And get 10 hours because it just barely creeps along. Hey, if you got a rocket on there, you can't drive too fast.
Artemis. There's Artemis Pile.
And, so this is a little video that David sent us to show us where they're at.
All right, Rick and Bubba, this is for y'all.
Thank you,
down
David.
here at Kennedy Space Center. We rolled out last night. We're sitting on the pad doing preps for the August 29th launch.
Boy, it looks good, doesn't it?
Good night. Look
She
at that.
looks good. Rick, it'll be the
Good
strongest
night. Look at
rocket ever launched out of the United States. So even stronger than the Saturn V for his engine strength and what it can lift. So we're excited about that. Monday is a big day. That's when they have their final flight readiness review. And that's when everybody signs off and says we're ready to go. So that will lock in the launch date of Monday the 29th. It'll actually happen during the show, about 7:30 our time, 8:30 Eastern. So we'll be there and reporting what we can when we can.
So have you figured out how to get there?
Well, it's been a complicated process, and yes, I think so.
Okay, all right. So have
you saw the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah, have y'all got a place to stay?
We do, kind of, for sure.
Okay.
And we're double checking all that.
Kind of, for sure.
Adler, did you know this is real and you're going?
Yes.
Space Bros, cut your mic
Wow,
on.
I've been saying Space Bros on YouTube only for the last minute. I've been saying Space Bros, bro.
Space Bros. Didn't nobody could hear it.
Space, Bros in space.
So how can you do this and need to get a load of wood from Piedmont? I mean, you got a lot going on.
Got a lot going on. We got a rocket launch. We got a flat truck that I need. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so Houston. We have a launch.
Yeah. You're fired up.
It's going to be great. I'm very excited. Yes.
How does it feel to have a Space Bro?
Oh, it's good, and you know we'll document some of it, but Adler won't have to work like he'd normally have to work because we're going on the guest program. We're not in the media group, so. You know, we'll have to be guests, not media.
Will he get to shoot anything?
Well, I mean, we'll shoot what normal guests shoot.
Okay.
I'll bring just a small single camera.
Well, you just use your iPhone, probably be good enough.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so
we'll make it easy so you can enjoy it.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, this is there's a lot of funny things that will happen with this.
Right.
This is such a big launch for NASA. The crowd that is going to be there is unprecedented in decades, what they'll have there watching this. Hotel rooms on the Space Coast are like hen's teeth.
Hen's teeth. Wow, I remember that analogy. I hadn't heard that in forever.
You just don't see a lot of it.
No, you don't.
And so we've had to go way down to South Florida to even find a place to to sleep. So
how far from the launch are you staying?
Well, south of where we wanted to be.
Right.
We're going to be down around Melbourne, which is Titusville and Cocoa Beach is the preferable area. So we're going to be on downrange a little bit. But anyway, and here's the good news, and I don't know if Adler's read the fine print. We have to load on a bus to go out to Kennedy Space Center at 2:15 a.m. in the morning.
Hey,
Space Bros! Sleepy Space Bros!
Sleepy Bros! Super tired.
All right, here's the thing that gets me. That time is right where it lands.
it's almost you can't decide whether you just stay up
right or go to bed real early.
Yeah, or go to bed.
Oh,
that's going to be your 4 hour of sleep night. That's just like, all right. And then you lay down at 9, 10 o'clock and you're like, all right, well, I've got to wake up in several hours. It makes it so much harder to sleep. But it's going to be awesome. I'll tell my grandkids about this.
Right. And then you'll be anxious about oversleeping, so you won't sleep well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sharing a bed with Hunter. Is that right, Bubba?
Well, maybe a room.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Hunter's going.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's going to be awesome. I finally get a chance. Family. I finally get a chance.
3 amigos.
Roomies.
I really am kind of third wheeling with Bubba's family on this.
Yes, you are.
100%.
You
really
are.
100% what's going on. So I feel kind of awkward
Wait a
and
minute.
bad, but it's going to be
doing that to Hunter.
It's going to be great. I finally get a chance to do jujitsu with Hunter. I've been trying for forever.
Okay.
Trying to teach him
It
stuff.
just hit me. Bubba's host family's going, you're an add-on.
I
didn't know this.
I really am.
Well, no, it's actually work before pleasure. So it's a combination.
Right.
Okay.
But we were trying to get your own room, but like I say, I think we got the last 2 hotel rooms in Melbourne. Of all,
Wow.
I mean, it's
Been there, by the way.
We'll see how it plays out. But anyway, it'll be fun. It'll hopefully we'll get to see them light it, and it'll be big time. I've talked to several people that are involved with it, and they're all saying you're just not ready for the fire. Said you won't see fire, you gonna see fire, baby.
What about
Daddy, what about Adler?
so
Sorry, I snore.
Probably so. Why are you spooning me?
so what about the looking at programming, you guys will miss the 29th, that
Right,
show.
Monday.
Right.
We'll
Have
be
you got
back
anybody to
Tuesday.
fill your spot, Adler?
I think Greg is going to do it.
Oh my God.
Well, let me just say, hey Greg, can you do it?
Yeah, man, I got it.
Whatever. Y'all need to go do this.
We'll get
So
through
the 29th, and what if it doesn't go on the 29th?
We'll be back on Tuesday and go. It didn't go.
So there's no staying.
No, there's no way. I think the next window is Wednesday sometime, and then the next window Friday.
How's weather looking? Would that be it? Would that be the thing?
They've never. This thing has never flown, so I mean, there's a lot of we don't know.
Oh, that's a great point.
Span.
But I think it's also probably been the most tested vehicle we've ever had too, for is what they do in simulations and all that. So hopefully we'll get to see a launch.
That's Bubba's serious
I
voice.
have a question to ask you about all this when we come back.
Okay.
Historic launch, guys. It's history.
Yeah. I hear you, Adam.
Space Bros, text and span. Adler's an add-on. Fourth wheel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so we're having some fun today, but it's still hanging all over all of us is the fact that our country and its economy. And Bubba, this latest thing they just did, I don't even know what to say. I mean, if you've been worried about inflation and a recession, what the administration just did, it boggles the mind.
Well, Rick, most people that's had 8th grade civics realize inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. This did not help. It only made it worse.
And a lot of people are diversifying retirement with precious metals, and Birch Gold is a great option. But over the past year, Birch Gold has heard from many of you that you'd like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm going to tell you about something that's kind of got us fired up here. Bullion Max. I mean, Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door, and then you can hold it in your home in your own safe. Some of you said, look, retirement plan, all that, but I'd like to can I just have some gold and some silver? And Bullion Max says yes. Buy direct from Bullion Max's website without talking to a salesperson. Your fully insured precious metals will ship directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy, and some of you want this option, so there you go. To help you get started, we've actually gotten with them and worked out a special offer for those of you that love the Rick and Bubba Show. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Here's all you got to do. Just go to Bullion Max, that's BULLION.com/Rick Bubba. So bullionmax.com Rick Bubba. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including, Bubba, one of our favorites, a silver American Eagle.
Love it.
We love it. Silver Australian Kangaroo. Greg looking at that one. This offer is limited to just one per household, so you need to move on this now. So BouillonMax.com/Rick Bubba. Okay, BouillonMax.com/Rick Bubba.
Off, and we had a great trip. We went down to the Bahamas, to the Atlantis, and I know you went to Nicaragua. And traveling is always fun, isn't it?
Nicaragua. Oh, yes. It's always a blast. it is. And then also, anytime you're in a third world country, just trying to watch every move you make. I saw some students, because the school where our kids go to school have been going to Nicaragua for about 11 years.
Right.
I have gone 3 times. Big Love's gone 4 times. The Tasmo has gone 3 times. And so, we've been involved in that, but we've been there now. We've made the mistakes. We've done the things. And then you also have new students that are going for the first time. And I don't know how they're doing. I haven't had any updates, but I remember standing in the airport at Nicaragua, and I turn around and I see students just tearing up sub sandwiches. Okay. And I said, "Where'd you get that?" We went over and bought. I said, "You realize I know you're in an airport, but you are still in Nicaragua."
Right.
So the rules of eating were still in play.
Right.
Until we leave.
Yes.
Okay. And I said, "I'm sure that lettuce on there is going to be fantastic."
Uh-oh.
And their faces. And I said, and this is coming from someone that made the same mistake, in year one. I said,
now see,
the airport's not home free. We're not home free yet.
So you'll have to help me with this. What are the eating rules in Nicaragua? As far as lettuce goes.
Well, it's a bobo no.
Now, why is it?
Well, because they're gonna wash it in water that's got the bacteria in it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's a bobo no. If somebody's not washing it with tank water or bottled water, you better take Blackberry Smoke's advice.
And the problem,
you better run for cover.
And refresh my memory. The problem with the water there in Mexico and these other places is it has some bacteria in it that we're not used to.
Correct.
Now, it does not affect you if you grew up with it.
Correct.
But when it's new and you throw it in our system, it wrecks and creates havoc.
Let me give you a slight correction on that, because I too have. I found out that there's things we'll just say and we all think it's true, Rick included.
Right.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We are thankful that you are here. Let me tell you, a new routine has started in my life, and I am loving it. And it's a new product that they came to us wanting to have access to all of you out there. Fieldofgreens.com. Now, like a lot of these things, you hear it and you're like, okay, I'm not sure this is for me. Superfood, yeah, go ahead. But I'm going to tell you something. Looking into this product, especially as we're all trying to do just a little bit better. Look, I'm learning. I'm trying to listen to people that are saying, trust me, that are out ahead of me. There's a lot of things that you can get away with when you're younger. You don't want to go into your 60s and your 70s and be toting unhealthy lifestyles in there, because the damage to you amplifies. And one of the things that's true, we just really don't get the fruits and vegetables we're supposed to get. It's just hard to do that. But with fieldofgreens.com, even if you're committed to it, it's hard to do it. Fieldofgreens.com takes care of all that. It is a delicious superfood. Let me tell you, right now I'm just even mixing it with water. because I was using some fruit juice, and then I got to looking at the amount of sugar I was taking in doing that. So now I've just been doing it with water, and it still tastes good. And it's so when you hear me talking about a superfood and vegetables and fruits in a powder, it really does taste good. It has kind of a sweet taste. It's good. And you can see all the ingredients right there on the back. And I can tell you that I absolutely am seeing a difference. I've been taking it twice a day as instructed for about a month, maybe a little less than a month. And I can tell that I have energy that is more of a natural energy. It's not that shaky stuff that comes from energy drinks and stuff like and too much caffeine. I've got a fogginess I was having has kind of disappeared, and my digestive system it seems to be saying thank you very much. So if you would like to get Field of Greens, you can do this by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. You'll save 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. Again, fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. It is packed with just all the fruits and vegetables that our body is craving. Also some prebiotics. It's organic. It's delicious. Fieldofgreens.com. The code Bubba to save yourself some money. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and let us know how you're liking it. I'm in love with this product. All right, so I was going to ask you this, which kind of leads into our next topic. The Space Bros are going with some members of your family to this launch now. So over here in one side of your world is NASA.
Yes.
NASA. I mean, this is the walking dog. This has been space exploration. This is the latest in NASA. But then at the same time, you have a relationship with Skinwalker Ranch. And this bunch, which I know they can live together, but is there any weirdness with you trying to can you openly talk to both of these groups and then be okay with each other?
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, you have what I call hard science,
right,
which is NASA.
Yeah, that's
and then the Skinwalker investigation is fringe science.
I know, and that's why I'm asking this question.
And that's things we know and we don't know and trying to figure out. So, I mean, it all to me goes under we're exploring, learning our universe that we live in, and what a wonderful.
Does NASA see it that way?
I mean, in what way?
Well, that's my question. But like let's say for instance, and I'm going to use an extreme example. Okay, an extreme.
Help me, Space Bro.
Space Bro. It would be like I told you the day that I ended a friendship over someone telling me they were a flat earther.
Yeah. Right.
And I couldn't live with that. Okay, and so that was a game changer for me. Okay.
So you don't even talk to him anymore.
No, if I can avoid it.
That's probably what.
Right. And so what I'm saying is, if NASA found out that you're dabbling to the degree we're about to talk about with Skinwalker, did they go, Buzz?
No,
you can't be a space bro and be over in all this.
Rick, to have mainstream science, you have to have fringe science.
Right.
Galileo was fringe science at one time. So,
right.
To the Pope, to the point that the Pope and him had a major disagreement.
I mean, I'm going to say this next statement, and that'll lead us into what we need to talk about with Skinwalker. Okay.
Right.
So I'm hard to imagine, but picture me as David Beeman. Okay,
right.
Which I know is extremely hard to do.
Right.
And now I'm the engineer. I'm in engineering and integration.
Right.
For the SLS program.
Right.
Now I know this is you really got to.
You're about to send hardware back to the moon, and you're a few months away from sending people.
Okay, and hear me out now because this is a real scenario.
Right, real.
Yeah, so I'm down at, where are we at? Cocoa Beach? Where am I at? Kennedy Space Center.
Kennedy Space Center.
I'm out there
KSC.
shooting the video we just watched in the last segment.
I mean, he's on the ramp up to the launch pad.
I'm shooting that video, and behind me is the rocket.
Yep.
The next step in space exploration through NASA.
Yes.
Okay? Really, we're taking the next step to getting a permanent setup around the moon or on the moon so we can launch from there to somewhere else.
That's right.
Mars being our destination.
There you go. Occupy Mars.
Do I have all that right?
You're right. You're dead on, Rick.
I'm out there.
Proud of you.
I'm out there. Well, I was part of a podcast you might have heard. So we're out there, and all of a sudden, in front of David, a guy walks up and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he says, "I'm shooting a little something for Rick and Bubba." He goes, "Rick and Bubba? You talking about the show that's going to shoot a sound up into the universe with Skinwalker Ranch?" Well, what's David say? I mean, does he embarrassed by that? Is he like, what did you say? He goes, you didn't know this? They're going to be on an episode of Skinwalker Ranch where they're going to get some noise and fire it off into the galaxies, and they're hoping they'll hear from other people in other places. Like he'll say, what are you talking about? You talking about aliens?
Well,
and he said, well, something. Have you ever seen Skinwalker Ranch? And then David says, I don't watch that show.
Well, no, he didn't say that, though.
Right.
He actually is familiar with it.
I'm just pretending.
Yeah, but he is familiar with it. Right. And we actually had a conversation about
it. That is fantastic.
That's so good.
That is fantastic. There's the Space Bros. I'm just saying, can these two...
I'm ready for that haircut to come right
it's
now.
kind of like...
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like the way in broadcasting... There's people that kind of like what we do, but if they were at some broadcasting convention, they wouldn't mention it.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
did they look at this and roll their eyes a little bit?
There's fringe science, and then there's people who've gone off the edge.
Right.
And I think Skinwalker still would be fringe because we just don't know.
All right, do we want to tell them? All right, so I just want you to say I'm a little worried about those two worlds trying to live in the same.
I understand. You're saying the rubber band's getting stretched too far there.
I'm saying they need to be separated a little more. Right now, they seem like they're right on top of each other.
Well, you're saying NASA's the Olympics and Skinwalker are the World Games.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's I'm not saying that's accurate. Good. I'm saying that's maybe how they see it.
Right.
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, it is, sadly.
Yeah, you got the fringe, you got the main.
Right.
So. It's okay. The two can exist. I don't.
You admit they feel like they're a little tight right now.
I know. I see from your standpoint, you feel like it's too far of a stretch, but it's good because we're gonna have NASA, Artemis, all that's right now. Skinwalker's gonna be later. It's gonna be later in September when we try to do this giant experiment.
Should we not talk about it then, so David won't hear it?
No. Matter of fact,
till y'all are back.
I would love to to talk more about it and get their input and feelings on it.
All right, when we come back, you're not going to believe what we say. You're not going to believe. Yesterday, I was part of a conference call that I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know whether to stop it. I didn't know whether to intervene and say this just can't happen. And then there's that side of me where I go, I just kind of want to see what happens. And it just feels so. You and I tell you what it feels like on a much larger scale. Okay. Do you remember when we were doing a live broadcast, and those of you that don't know, we used to do this event called Turkey Toss, where people would throw frozen turkeys for distance.
Right.
And do you remember
some of my favorite days?
And it ties to Huntsville, strangely enough. We're in Huntsville, and we're all fired up. We're just working everybody into a frenzy.
Now, which time?
The time we were up there doing the broadcast on Turkey Toss
when
the incident happened.
Oh yeah,
the Globe.
Yeah. And I remember, when you
that was early days. We were just on a table with a cell cast.
Yeah, and you get excited, and we're telling the guy, sling it, throw as hard as you can. And he says, I think I want to spin around and throw it like I'm
hold it by the net.
I'm throwing a hammer throw in the old school, Scottish games.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah, that's awesome. Do that. And we got excited, and we're like, hey, I'm going to see what happens. Well, I'll tell you what happens is the turkey came out of the wrapper and shot off to the side and destroyed an expensive light fixture that was in front of the Civic Center.
What is it with us and lights?
Yeah. And I remember when I saw that turkey hitting that big, expensive light fixture and shattering it into thousands of pieces, and then the turkey came out intact through the other side and kept soaring into an area where people were.
For a second, I thought it could fly.
Yeah, I thought it was making a getaway.
I think about the Hattiesburg Theater.
Oh, yeah.
Turn it up. Let's try it. Let's see if we can shoot one on the upper deck. It just feels like all that on a much larger scale. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
To assume that they don't get sick on their own water is not a good assumption. As a matter of fact, we have the pharmacy there as part of what we're doing in Nicaragua, and the number one drug was a parasite drug that was being handed out. So they get parasites too.
Is Imodium a big demand?
Baby.
OTC Imodium,
baby.
Huh?
But what you have to, like one time we were at one village, which that guy that I've told you for years, he has a Mississippi State shirt on again, that one pastor.
Yeah.
Oh, and I got a picture of him in these I sent Adler. I mean, he's going to have that Mississippi State shirt on when we get there, okay, because he loves that. So undoubtedly a group from Mississippi went in there one time and gave him a Mississippi State shirt, and he's going to wear it.
Okay,
I love it.
So anyway, so we were there, and there literally was a giant picture, of big old blue plastic trash can looking thing, one of the big old plastic blue ones, and it's catching rain off a rain catcher, and we're out there, playing football Americano and everything hot, real dusty, real dirty.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be hot and dirty, this is not the trip for you.
Is it got wind?
Oh,
is the wind blowing?
The wind will blow a little bit every now and then, but boy, sometimes that wind will stop and it gets real bad.
Yeah.
So real
How hot was it?
I'll tell you how hot it was. As a matter of fact, I saw one squirrel, and he was out there picking up nuts, had a pair of hand muffins on. But anyway, so
oven mitts.
I
Oven
couldn't think of
mitt.
the name.
Hand? What did you say?
Hand muffins.
What is a hand muffin?
I have no idea. Bubba, so there's a lot of transition going on here. So
a hand muffin?
I also had a new roommate this year who had some upper respiratory congestion thing and coughed on me for 7 days. But anyway, so the but anyway,
just move past that.
how about this? How about going on a mission trip while you're sick? Hey, buddy. But anyway, but great guy. But wow, how about this? Wow, horrific cough. But anyway, so and he'll tell you that cough the entire week. But anyway, so I'm sitting there thinking, did I take enough vitamins? but it was catching rain. Whenever I only have one rainy season, it'd catch anything. It was all dry when we were there. I mean, everything's brown and dried up and all this. And when we were watching, it was full of water, and people would just go by and get a cup, the whole community, and just get a drink out of it. And we were just watching that, going, "Wow, that they must have guts of iron." I mean, just
because of course. The water runs in, but it washes everything that's been on top of the roof.
Bubba, it was in a big old plastic.
Yeah, I got you. No telling what was in it to begin with.
Hey, look, here he is. Look at this, Speedy. Look at this pastor on RBTV.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm talking about. He's gonna have that on every year.
That's a good one too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's got a good shirt, and he loves the dogs. I tell you what I told him. I said, I'm not trying to overpromise, but I think I'm able to get you a cowbell. And he was. I mean, he didn't understand it. I had to tell him what the cowbell was about. But once he got it,
I got one. I give him.
Oh yeah, he got real fired up at that point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then he'll point at it like he'll do this. He'll look a little bit of English. He'll go, champions.
That's funny.
And I thought, wow, he knows about the women's Final Four, but I don't think he did. I think he just thinks they're champions no matter what. Champions. Which didn't take long for the Bama fans to be all over him.
I bet.
Yeah. So, hey guys, you don't understand all that.
Rick and Bubba.
I guess the way we went out, we did not have to encounter the Atlanta area. We came into the Atlanta airport, then caught a bus back to Birmingham. And this 85 thing did not involve us, but I know it involved many, and will involve a lot of folks today in a city as big as Atlanta. And so much travel. It's kind of it's Delta's hub and all this, and this is a main, a main road there.
Well,
highway.
I think it collapsed on a Thursday, wasn't it? Wednesday afternoon or Thursday. Yeah. We flew back in on Friday. And it was a mess. I mean, I anticipated Atlanta being a mess on Friday and, after lunch on Friday, but it was, I thought, even worse than I expected. I mean, the traffic was so unreal. We took back roads back, and some folks that I know on the ground there had already advised me to stay off of the main because it was just going to be a parking lot. But 250,000 people a day go over that bridge that collapsed, and when you have that, Rick, you're
going to have that.
You got those cars have to go somewhere. I know they were already telling people Friday if you were passing through Atlanta, not even to get into the town, just take country roads and go around it,
right? Which
is hard to do if you are truckers carrying a lot of load and stuff. So it not only it was Atlanta messed up, the surrounding areas were messed up from everybody trying to get around Atlanta.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, so 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So two things that like they're official today. Number one, Space Bros are going to see the launch of the SLS rocket, the first step in that direction.
Artemis 1.
And
And also, we'll give you the Skinwalker update, but I know you had a shout-out first.
I did one bite ago.
You did tell me that, right, in the break?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I took one bite too many.
Oh, that's okay.
I should have. I had one left.
Right, yeah.
I can get that down.
Yeah.
Rick, a great email here. This comes from Chris Kilpatrick. It says, "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm retired from the U.S. Army in January, and I spent the majority of my 20-plus years of my career in situations that caused me to be separated from my wife and children. Today is the first wedding anniversary since retirement, and thankfully get to spend it and hopefully many, many more with my beautiful wife.
How cool.
My hope is to receive an anniversary shout-out on the show. Longtime listener of the show, love what you guys do and stand for. My name is Chris, and my wife's name is Nicole. We celebrate 19 years of marriage. Your brother in Christ, Chris Kilpatrick from Union, Mississippi."
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. That's awesome, man. Thanks for your service
Chris,
to our
thank
country.
you, brother.
And how cool is that you and your wife get to actually celebrate this one together?
I know it.
And thanks for listening to the show. It means the world to us. So here's where we are on Skinwalker Ranch. We had a conference call yesterday, and I think that this is actually going to happen. And so, Bubba, tell me if I have this right, and you're going to have to help us here. In the episode on season 2 or 3?
I don't know if we want to tell all the details.
We don't?
I don't know.
Should I not say this?
Well, we've said a lot of it already on air.
Go ahead, and I'll
tell me if I'm not supposed to say it.
Is there Oompa Loompa, Bubba, if you
Is there not an episode where they took some noise? What is this noise? That's part I
They
understand.
recorded a signal from a radio signal downlink at Skinwalker Ranch that they kept seeing appear when some of these phenomenon were happening.
Okay.
And you are correct. On the show, it's already aired. They carried it to a local radio station.
Right.
It was an FM station.
AM
close by.
810.
They're right down the road.
No. 50,000 watt
And
blowtorch.
no, it wasn't quite that much. I think it was a 3,000, 6,000 watt station.
Okay, all right.
And they played it
Class
over the
A.
air, and they asked if people knew what it was or anybody could identify it. So then they go back to the ranch, and over the next 24 to 48 hours, and in some cities around that, they had an extraordinary number of unidentified flying object sightings, or UAPs, they call them now. It's almost like it stirred it up. And I mean, these are pictures. These are multiple, I'm going to call them UFOs, that appeared in the sky in one city close by. They had events happening at the ranch. And the question was, wow, did we stir something up with that? So when Travis was here and we did the podcast and we were over and we were kind of having a, come to Jesus meeting on the whole thing. And I was like, hey, Travis. And we got to talking about that. And I said, what do you think would happen if we could beam that on a bigger scale? And he said, well, tell me more. We got to talking about it. And we kind of cooked up an experiment where we would do it on this show.
What have you done? And
because of all of our affiliates and the fact that we are syndicated through a satellite that happens to sit at 105 degrees longitude, which is about over Denver. That, and it covers the entire North American continent. What if we did it on a larger scale, and not only did that, but we ask our audience, wherever they are, to be on the lookout for strange phenomenon for a day or two and see if we get any kind of different response. It's just another test on a bigger scale of what they've already done.
Like video and look to the sky.
Yeah, just keep eye open and see if we notice anything happening. And look, nothing may happen. And that's a result that will help figure into what they're trying to do. If something does happen, let's try to document it and see where that fits into the big picture.
Let me tell you where I'm concerned. First of all, they did this on a Class A FM.
No, I don't know what size. It was just
3,000,
a standalone
6,000, right?
Yeah,
and people kept calling in that local area. Wow, there's stuff going on everywhere.
Yes,
Several
cities.
It seems like y'all stirred up a wall.
Had major UFO, UAP,
UFO alien beings.
Yeah.
And you wanted, and your idea was to take that same thing that produced all this in a very small local area,
right?
Pandemonium in the skies for 48 hours, and you say, well, look, let's do it even bigger, and let's just make sure the whole world hears this sound. And
we're going to beam it through a satellite. We're going to put it through 60, 70 terrestrial stations. We're going to put it on internet streaming, video, audio all over the world, and let's see what happens. And nothing may happen. Nothing may happen.
All right,
but that's an answer. That's data to figure into the equation.
And I said to one of the producers, I said, "What if all pandemonium breaks loose?" And he said, "Just be sure we get it on video."
Right. That's
right.
Exactly what we were
all
told.
right, so Greg,
what if Big Boy starts moving in here?
Greg
starts walking around.
We'll have a
Helmsy,
story.
Adler. Of course, I can't. Adler, he loses his mind on this stuff. He's all in. He's a space bro.
He loves it.
But what I'm saying is this: if we were watching a movie right now, okay, and here's what was happening in the movie. Hey, man, look at that. We've caused some kind of extra terrestrial pandemonium with this sound we captured here in this weird place. And then somebody comes in and says, tell you one thing, we got a big radio network and we go all over the world. Tell you what, why don't we do it here? And then one of the guys that was doing the show says, hey, as long as we get a great show out of it, who cares what happened? Would we not be watching the screen going, oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my, what are y'all doing? This is going to be a disaster.
I feel a little...
His little stuff.
I just love the little videos that keep popping up.
I feel a little bit, Rick, like the guy who was talking to Evel Knievel that said, you can jump the fountain at Caesar's Palace. I know you can. Well, let's go and do it.
I just
that
don't
first
know.
one didn't end well at all.
No. I just don't know about this. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. I mean,
Rick, I think we owe it to science to give it a try. If our audience will help us, keep an eye out, look out, be on the guard, have your cameras ready, we might be able to have a major breakthrough in this mystery of what's going on about not only at Skinwalker Ranch, but about UFOs, ancient aliens, all of it tied together. Well, who knows?
You remember on Independence
Are your
Day
headphones working?
On Independence Day when they walk outside that morning and they look and they go, oh, my, and the sky is just full of
guys, if we do something like that, this is going to make the chandelier in Hattiesburg like nothing.
Yeah, Rick.
This is going to make the flying frozen turkey and all the other stuff we've done.
So much.
When you mentioned that,
the arena football game, there's just so many.
It brought back such memories. We had a TV station there filming, and they showed that video. We looked at it in slow-mo. It's like the turkey went into that globe, and the globe ate it for just a minute, and then the globe decided it couldn't handle it and just blew it into 1,000 pieces.
Yep.
I mean, unbelievable.
I like it.
What are the odds?
Do we have that insurance we're supposed to have?
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Your phone calls are next. We'll talk to you.
The Rick and Bubba.
Well, and then Speedy and Helms, I heard you guys talking about. So this is now being traced back to somebody smoking crack?
Yeah, at first they didn't know what started it. It went back to a couple of homeless folks that possibly started a fire and got some PVC pipes or whatever, and that started, to spread to the point where it was so large underneath the bridge that it collapsed the bridge. They now are tracing it back to one homeless man smoking crack is how it all started.
You can't even have a bridge.
No.
You can't have nothing. Come back from Bahamas trying to ease home, get back to your normal routine, you can't even. I mean,
yeah, I thought
Gary said last week, the worst things is to get a mindset that you can have something. It's better just know you can.
Just know you can, and then you don't expect anything.
Right.
But the fire that I saw on TV, and we saw this in the Bahamas before we left, that it looked like maybe a truck was on fire or something. I mean, it was a giant blaze. Hot enough, Rick, to melt the steel inside the concrete.
That's warm.
Which, we haven't really seen that phenomenon since, we had the 9/11, which was shocking to us that fire can bring down, concrete to me. But it can if it gets hot enough.
Sure it can.
So what did caught on fire actually? Like again, I'm a little out of the loop.
They're thinking it's somebody smoking crack. I guess they were using pipes to try to get a bigger inhale, and those plastic pipes caught on fire, and before you know it, there she goes.
All I know is
a lot of fire for crack.
There was
that's a major crack pipe right there. It gets 40-foot flames.
Again, I've been out of the loop too.
Right.
You got to understand. But what I've heard, I haven't been out of the country, so what I've heard is they had a stack of PVC piping or something that I guess the city, the transportation department, someone, that's where they kept them.
I see.
And
they caught it on fire, and it became a big plastic fire.
That's the report I heard.
You can't even store your plastic.
Let's make a note. Let's not store highly flammable, extremely hot material under overpasses where you may have a crackhead smoking.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, who would think that they would set?
Well, I know they store stuff under it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that. But apparently we need to make a note. We can't do that
Well,
anymore.
I mean, what a bizarre situation that is. And, hey, giving everybody a huge handle. I mean, that's not a minor handle. Right. That's a big one.
Yeah.
You know, we had a situation similar to that in our town a few years ago, but it was an accident with a truck.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's why I couldn't believe when they kept saying it may have been a guy. I went, what in the world did they light on fire?
Yeah, I've also come to the conclusion in Nicaragua that everybody who drives in Nicaragua, somebody, if your NASCAR team is not getting the job done and you're disappointed in your driver, I saw several that could win in any NASCAR race.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you get on the streets of Managua or any of these places or any of the streets, you guys, think of the place you've ever been where people drive the craziest.
Mm-hmm.
Nicaragua can stand with anybody. It literally is like at one time I expected to look over and literally see Mel Gibson on top of something. I mean, it is Death Race 2000.
Is the roundabout big there? It is
sure.
in the Bahamas.
But the problem is
New Providence.
The roundabout there is there, but no one follows any of the rules. It literally is every man, woman, and child for themselves.
Well, I noticed.
And throw in some horses pulling carts.
Yeah.
Anything with wheels.
Right.
Everybody's trying to get somewhere on it. And they're piled in. They're stacked up. And at one time, we were on a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane, a 2-lane, and everybody went 4 lanes going in one direction. People on the shoulder, people out in the grass. And I'm like, what's going to happen when somebody comes from the other way? And what I could gather is that everybody just starts fighting for space to get out of the way or goes down into the pasture. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I got to the point that I no longer jumped when we were nearly hit or hit somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, it got to the point it didn't bother me. One time I didn't even break song. I was singing and you know, and
didn't
just
break stride.
Yeah, it never even affected me. And so it was the driving there. And I did. I looked at them and I said, you guys, y'all could make a living in NASCAR.
Well,
they go the front.
Back to the Atlanta problem. I was having enough problems in Atlanta before the bridge collapsed.
Well,
much less afterwards.
I got to hear about this because you were telling me what happened a minute ago.
Well,
and I was
I'm hung in the middle here. I don't know what to do, and I made a call. And a little more complicated than I wanted to do.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Away, and Bubby was talking about his first night trying to leave for the Atlantis, missing the exit how many times? Twice?
Yeah, third time was a charm.
The third time was a charm. So did the rest of the trip go smoother than that? I mean,
well,
anytime you got a group and you got friends with your kids and all that, that can be. And like I said, I have not been to the Atlantis. I mean, it's been a long, long time. It's a much bigger deal now than it was when I went. And then the time we went on a cruise together, a lot has been added.
That's the only time I've ever been there. So when we were on the cruise and Mickey Dean got us in for the day.
Yeah,
Remember that?
I did that, and then the next year I went
back.
I went back, but it was nothing like it is now.
Well,
it's much nicer now.
It's super, and you can get on the grounds there. I don't know how many acres it is now, but I mean, Betty liked to walk me to death on that thing. I mean, you just go forever, and if you like aquatic life and seeing the animals, I mean, they got sharks, and they got. Have you ever seen a carpenter fish, or it's called a carpenter shark, a sawfish?
I have seen a sawfish
where it looks like it literally has a hedge trimmer on its nose.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
that is one of the coolest looking fish I've.
From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Over 28 years bringing you a show about anything. And hey, you never know. You've heard the lineup be announced as we started the hour. Bubba, phone callers are standing by after the topics that we've discussed today, and the phone bank is full. And we'll start out of Franklin County, Alabama. Adam is standing by. Adam, thank you for your patience, and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Good, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
Green Acres, by the way.
Thank
you very much.
Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I was just wondering, do you not know that there's been literal several movies that say why this is a bad idea? I don't know, Contact, Independence Day, the blockbuster that was Battleship.
Yeah, how about Battleship? I saw it.
I didn't see it, but I don't need to. I've heard this story, like Adam said, so many times. It feels so.
I know what you're saying, and I understand that, but gosh, I don't know if I should even say this.
There he goes. What have you done, Ray? You realize there's a chance there's going to be a 30-story tall big boy stomping, knocking stuff off.
More than likely.
Here he goes.
If there are aliens,
here we go,
that have visited our planet before, due to the great distances they would have to travel to get here, more than likely they set up bases and just stayed. Let that sink in for a minute.
That explains Congress.
And the fact that they have not made official contact and have kind of, they haven't gone with the gorilla in the mist, model where they interacted. Maybe we should find out more about what's going on. Maybe we should try to know what's going on before it's too late.
Here's what it feels like to me, and to the point
does that make sense?
To the point you just made. Greg, do you remember, and Bubba, your family did too, so you did some of this, and Hams, I think you did too, rabbit hunting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. With dogs.
Yeah,
my dad did. I didn't participate.
Well, let me tell you what.
Dad was all in.
I'm going to show you.
That's the only hunting he really ever did.
I'm going to show you something that was extremely common, and this is exactly what we're about to do. You don't know where they are, okay? Right. And you're in one of these briar patches, and you're doing this. And you're stepping, and you're going, and sooner or later, whoop, they jump up and they go running, and the dogs get them, or the dogs jump them. But the bottom line is you're trying to jump them. And what we're about to do, is we're trying to jump them.
Thank you for that.
We're stomping all over a supernatural, extraterrestrial briar patch, trying to jump up an alien that's already here with his base set up. It's just like rabbit hunting.
Well, wouldn't we rather know though than have them lurking around somewhere
until they take us prisoners, strip us naked, and start putting probes in us? Darlene in Fort Payne, Alabama. Darlene, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I hope that you can hear my phone. Anyway, listen, I am that person who is viewing the movie, screaming at the screen right now. Don't do this. It is a bad idea. It's going to be worse than Independence Day. If they can get here, they have better technology than us. And if they are here and they're staying hidden, I'm fine with that. Let them stay hidden. I'm good. Okay?
She's good with it.
Let me ask you this. Is it just me, or every time she spoke, did I hear a harp?
Sure you did.
Did y'all hear some kind of music?
No, we didn't. That's a warning in your head.
Huh? I heard some kind of music. It seemed like every time she spoke, you hear ding.
Baker in Kentucky. Go ahead.
Hey, I want to echo the same thing the last woman said, but one more.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow. Now they have better technology than us. We're going to find that Biden's out in the front lawn saying, beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah, well, no, I think if they were going to pick somebody out of our bunch, they wouldn't pick him.
Well, if you said they're further along the evolutionary chain than we are, I don't think Biden would play into that, would he?
No. Larry in Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
He's as old as a lot of them.
Larry?
Well, gentlemen, I got another question I want to ask you guys. First of all, I love your show. I've been listening to you for years.
Thank you.
And I have actually been to that part of the country out near Skinwalker Ranch. So, Bub, I wanted to ask you, if you remember an episode of Star Trek there was years ago, maybe when they come to the atmosphere, they've got to be interested in us. Maybe they're like, they're looking. If they're not interested, I mean, if they would have been interested, they would have made some contact, and they probably did. But they've got to be interested before they stay. Wouldn't you think?
I think the question is if they were hostile, they already would have acted. I think that might be a better way to look at it. Maybe
till you burst their eardrums.
Maybe they're passive. Maybe they're just studying and categorizing as they move through the universe. If that's what they're doing.
All right, let's go to Blair in Georgia. Blair, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've been trying to email y'all on Twitter and Facebook. That Briar Patch is real. I was hoping to talk offline with y'all. I got evidence as an insider member on Skinwalker. Over at least a half dozen or more having severe paranormal occurrences in the house, down to just electrical problems, cars, computers, everything going crazy after we've been watching the live cams. I've got everything documented and emailed it to two or three of y'all.
Thank you, Blair.
Now, Blair, how are you tied to this?
I'm sorry, we lost.
Blair.
You see what
Rick,
you've
you
done?
cut him off pretty quick.
You see what you've done? So, you know why? Because I've heard that same meter and that same voice for years. Okay.
I'm looking for his email.
Yeah, thank you, Blair. Matt, welcome to
What was it that Oppenheimer said? I become destroyers of worlds.
Matt, this is all on you, 100%. Matt, go ahead.
Hey guys, this is just the same as that commercial for the Super Bowl. Everyone making that puppy monkey baby on that commercial. But
now, how is that the same thing?
I want to talk about just aliens and stuff like. Anyway, hey Bubba, did you get my email about the Skinwalker Ranch season 2, episode 5 with Travis Taylor, with about 13 minutes remaining in it?
Well, good grief! I love your
specifics.
What was it entitled? And when did you send it?
It was right after Travis Taylor did his podcast with you guys.
Oh wow, that's way back.
Yeah. I was so hoping you were going to say 7 o'clock.
Matt, resend
today.
it. Resend it.
Send it again.
He'll never find that.
Yeah,
resend it. And Helmsy and I've discovered
well,
too that these laptops, the search option doesn't. Something's wrong with it. It'll only search back to like May of last year and won't give you anything current. So
in case you need it.
Baby.
Bizarre.
Let's go to John in Birmingham, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
About 40 to 50 years ago, I and several other officers were in the northern end of the county. About 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, we observed something. It's nothing dramatic, I don't guess, but either way, we in the eastern sky, horizontally across the sky there on a light came across there. It stopped. It lasted a few seconds, and then it shot vertically at an incredible speed straight up.
So what year was that, Matt? John, what year was that?
Don't hang
right around 71, 72, something like that. Okay. We've never talked about it.
Okay.
But an aircraft could not have done that.
John, what you said officers, what were you involved in? What was your job?
Well, I wasn't doing my job, that's for sure, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, y'all were drinking.
I thought you said you were an officer. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't drink with them, that's for sure. But a lot of them do drink, so I've got to give that to them. But
well, what were you doing out that time of night, John? What were you doing out that time of night?
Because it's 11 at night to 7 in the morning shift.
Okay, that's what we were asking. Yeah, I was confused by your answer.
Officer, I thought.
Yeah.
So what were you doing?
Might be.
What was your job,
Nothing
John?
at that point. The job was patrol.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's.
I think that man took a sample of John.
Yeah.
And did
you? Were you abducted at any point, John?
No, but when I loaned my stun gun to Rick and he got Speedy, you'll know who I am.
That's right.
Oh, okay. All right, then. All right. Well,
Bubba, just
God's memory's a little foggy.
Bubba,
That's
just
okay.
keep jumping up and down on the brush pile. It's fine. Let's see what runs out.
We'll continue to look at this, and we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, we will. All right, we'll be back. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're saying you got them all over.
I thought it was a carpenter fish. It tells you it's coming on Thursday. You don't see it till Monday.
And whatever it tells you it's going to cost, it's twice that.
Right.
But it's an outstanding facility. The people are very nice. Of course, tourism is the main business
Right,
in the
that's
Bahamas.
old number one.
So they are set up to handle that kind of stuff. What was funny to me is how proper they are and how well they speak the King's English there.
Oh, sure.
Of course, it was a British colony for many, many years, and I think they got their independence in 1973. So you still have a lot of that pomp and circumstance that they have brought in.
Oh, yeah.
So it was just so entertaining hearing them speak such good English.
Yeah, unlike us.
Which, when you go to Jamaica and some other places, you got a lot of hey man, going on.
Sure, yes.
But it was very proper. Good lady, sir. And they do a great job. Now,
Good service.
Oh yeah. Everybody's super nice. Of course, it's expensive. You pay for a meal there.
Yes,
because everything there was brought in.
Yeah,
so it's more expensive.
Sure,
but wow, some good food. I forgot how many restaurants they have on the property, but there is a ton of them. You can just take whatever you want. If you want like Chinese food, or you want Spanish, or you want barbecue. We had that one night. I mean, it's just
it was at any count.
Oh, it was all good.
Very good. I would think the seafood would be phenomenal.
Oh yeah, very good, very good. So it's a tough day down there. You get up and you go eat breakfast and you go to the pool and
right,
and you talk about lunch.
Right.
Before you know it, it's time for dinner.
Right.
And then you walk around at night and look around a little bit.
Okay. Did you get into the deal with the dolphins? I saw the kids got in.
No, they did the dolphin thing, and it was really cool. I did not do it, but I enjoyed watching them do it.
Were you afraid of the dolphins? Did you not want to?
Well, no, I just there was just so much budget for dolphins, and
right.
Yeah, he'll take pictures.
Let me tell you, I didn't know we were going to buy a dolphin, but we enjoyed that.
They love that dolphin.
Oh,
don't
they do. They do.
It was a dolphin encounter, wasn't it?
But they're such highly trained and so smart, and
right.
They have what they call the shallow water dolphin experience and the deep water. So if you do the deep water, you're snorkeling, you get in there with them.
Thumbs down.
No, that's the good part. That's good.
Yeah,
it's all in a big pool.
Well, I feel like in their area then. I like it in the shallow where I think I can get out.
But Rick, they can do so many tricks.
Right,
I mean, they just you can kiss them. They jump high like as LeBron James. They can dunk. I mean, it's just all kind of stuff. But one of the coolest things, the big wrap up, is you're on like a little surfboard. What do you call the smaller ones? Is it called a
boogie board? Boogie board. That's it. Yeah.
And you have your foot in the water, and the dolphin will push you.
Huh.
And I mean, Rick, fly across that pool.
I see that right there,
digging. And it's like they start out slow and then they kick it into gear.
Oh, yeah. They get that tail working,
How about the dolphin can move in the water?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So they come, and then right when they get to the shore, they let go, they quit pushing, and they jump up, and they take your picture. So you're on the boogie board with the dolphin, up in the air behind you. So
I could have had you a picture of you doing that.
I needed that.
Huh?
Well, the dolphins are fast. I don't know how much torque they got, if there's a weight limit on what they can push.
They said when people like you get in, they're going to get one they've named Tugboat.
We need two for this one.
Hey, let Tug out.
But it's so funny because they've got them all trained, to a high degree, and they'll laugh, when they want them to laugh. And one of them that had been pushing them, he told the dolphin he's got two more to push, and the dolphin just makes a noise and falls back.
That's
like, man, you're working me to death.
That's good stuff.
So just stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
Did you give your speech about that dolphins are fish?
Well, Funny you mentioned that. I was sitting on the beach watching all this and ran into our old friend Scott Palmer. And,
really? Did y'all have the discussion of what's a fish and what's not?
And we talked about mammals for a minute, and we got into a discussion about what classifies as a mammal. I know you have to breathe oxygen.
Right, but I remember you shut it down.
Do you have live birth?
Yeah,
Is that one of them too?
Live birth and the nursing.
Okay, see, that's where the controversy came up.
Right.
Because I didn't know if dolphins supplied milk or not.
Yes.
So I made a joke that I was going to ask one of the trainers who milked the dolphins every day.
Oh, boy, here we go.
And, you know.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Much to do, working our way back, and boy, have we unpacked a lot of stuff today. I mean, a lot of stuff. Things you need to know. All right, if you are interested in hearing Bubba and I be guests on 1819 News, their podcast, it has been published and is available, and we put that in the show notes for you today if you want to go check that out. We thank them for having us on as guests and enjoyed our interview with Brian Dawson. Yesterday's Bible study, that has also been archived and is available for you. If you want to go get that, we'll record another Rick and Bubba University today. We'll talk about music, one of our great topics here on the program that we enjoy. You know, we're all big fans of music and the music business, and we'll talk about that in our podcast this weekend. So if you love music and all things involving music, you will enjoy our podcast this weekend, as we'll talk about that, and Bubba and I will sit around and have a discussion with our guest coming up this weekend. All right, so Bubba, we got some updates. Really, Adler, we got some updates with you, buddy. Who's got a lot going on right now. First of all, I asked you yesterday, and I think I saw your response. Has the motorcycle been sold or not? Where are we on the motorcycle?
Where are we at?
The motorcycle has not been sold yet. I've noticed that a lot of people want to buy a motorcycle, but not a lot of people will buy a motorcycle.
Right. A lot of window shopping.
Yes.
A lot of tire kickers.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have you got to that point where people would come and look at it?
A ton of tire kickers as far as people wanting pictures and photos and more information. So the show has responded. I actually had somebody nailed down to buy it last weekend, but they I don't know, you know how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you commit to something and then maybe it doesn't work out, and that's fine. You know, that's okay.
It's really not fun.
Well,
but here's what I'm talking about. What do you think happens? Is it just the typical? I like the idea of it more than actually implementing it and handing that money to you. Is that what it is? The idea of it, the fantasy of it, the thought of it is more fun than actually doing it?
Yeah, I think so. And sometimes people get hot on something and then cool off. That's okay. You know, it happens.
Adler, have you had a lot of people come and actually look at it, drive it?
No, I have actually not.
Just a lot of people saying, I want to get it and never coming to see it.
A test drive in the motorcycle world is much higher stakes than a test drive in car world.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So most of the time there is some kind of payment, some kind of exchange before that test ride happens, because you don't know how good on a bike that person is, truthfully. You're kind of taking them at their word. So it's almost like a you wreck it, you buy it type situation. So you have to have the money in hand before you're going to do a test drive, a test ride. So I think motorcycle test rides are generally before paperwork is signed.
And seriously, some people are they're buying it for the first time. This is their beginner bike.
Boy. Right.
So you're playing with danger sometimes on that.
Yes.
But it is hands with it.
Yeah. With that hog, it is.
It's frustrating on the seller side, because you spend a lot of time and effort with folks that probably mean well, but then it becomes real to them, and then they back out.
I know.
And you're too far down the road. Then you've told 3 other people, no, I got a buyer, and then that buyer doesn't work out, and you just told everybody no.
Oh, yeah.
So then you got to start all over again.
Well, and some of them probably
it's like Facebook Marketplace
are
sometimes.
They're getting with you, but they also got 3 other bikes they're looking at.
Sure, yeah, for sure.
So,
yeah.
So when you tell them no, they've moved on.
Bubba, you did your truck. We went through that with your truck.
Oh, yeah.
We had people all over the world said, I want Bubba's truck. I want Bubba's truck. Did any of them ever come through?
No.
So
what's that voice they were in?
I want his truck. Let me. I try to give him this for it. That's one of them Ulsters. They don't make him anymore. And then
Then it comes down. Well, here, write me a check or hand me some cash. Then it's like, well, maybe not.
Yeah.
So my
Yeah, but I mean, it's the way it goes. It's all good. I'm not upset or anything.
Well, no,
You mad?
A little frustrated.
I'm not.
A little
You want it
frustrating.
gone. You want it gone.
I do need it
Because you could use the bike money to get that truck you need.
Well,
that's true.
Right. Now, why are you getting?
Are we
rid of
going to
the
go into
bike?
the truck thing?
The van?
Yeah.
Oh, the van. Adventure.
No, I'm talking about
the flatbed. Oh, the flatbed
Hey,
truck.
Daddy
yeah.
needs a flatbed.
I
need a flatbed like
my flathead. Do you want Bones to walk it out a little bit before we go to the people on that one?
I think so. Unless, I mean, if you're listening right now and you have a company that has access to a flatbed truck that can be loaded with a forklift, it needs to be loaded with a forklift.
Or so you're gonna get pallets of things.
I'm getting heavy, a lot of
wood.
heavy wood, and it needs to be.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing with the wood?
So my house that I moved into a year ago, my wife and I, we moved over a year now. Both of the decks are the original wood from the 1970s.
Okay.
So they're like you can kind of pinch them with your fingers,
Vintage,
especially when it rains. Like I mean, I could kick through this deck very easily.
Oh,
and
no.
so,
Oh, yeah.
like the rails are even lower because of the safety standards at the time. You didn't have to have. I think it's like at 3 feet rather than it's maybe 4 feet now or something like that. So it's not safe for kids and it's not safe for adults either. So
even you.
That's been something my wife and I have been saving up for this entire year of living in this house. And so that's what I'm doing. And it's a big deck, and we're just going to replace the same footprint. Just because we don't really have grass in our backyard that we can easily get to, so this deck will be our backyard, if that makes sense.
No, I've
So
seen
you're
that setup, yeah.
getting wood from Little Lee Hubbard?
I am Greg's buddy.
Yeah,
and I
right.
think
And you
everybody
gotta go
knows
get
him,
it.
right? Everybody.
Yeah,
everybody
so-
knows
yeah,
him.
But you need a
Hubbard.
truck or a flatbed
He's
that
famous.
will
Yeah.
handle this, and
So-
they're going to load it with a forklift.
Yes, correct.
So are you actually doing the deck, replacing?
Yeah,
the
are you
boards?
going to do it?
I'm not building it. No, I have a builder. Yeah, I have a builder.
I'd
Yeah.
like to see that builder go get it.
Well, I mean,
He'll do it for a charge.
I could ask.
The reason I say that
I'd
is
like
I
to
just
see
had
Adler
something
use that
similar.
nail gun.
I had
Put that deck
something
together.
similar done recently with my deck and some things on the house,
Yeah,
and they handled all that.
that's great. I
And
could
it wasn't that
ask.
much
Can't
more.
hide
It
money.
wasn't that much more just for that
For them to go
piece.
get it.
Yeah.
So
Well, but they're
these
going
are,
far.
They
That's
got to
what
go
I
to
was
Little Lee
thinking.
Hubbard.
Yeah, it's a ways away. This contractor I've worked with before, he did all the wood floors in our house and got rid of the popcorn ceilings and stuff in our house. And how that worked in that past relationship was I get all the materials and he does all the work.
Okay.
So I get
Okay.
all the materials and he handles everything. So
And Little Lee Hubbard's giving you a good lumber deal. We just got to go get it.
yeah,
Go get it, man.
yeah, he Lee Hubbard is a friend of y'all's who I've met through you
Little
guys.
Lee Hubbard.
Little Lee Hubbard. and
Why
he
won't
works-
Little Lee Hubbard drive it down?
Can he fly now?
He
He's
works at
thinking, my
Yeah, he's a
goodness,
pilot.
I can't do it now. He could fly.
Is he a pilot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Little Lee's a pilot.
Yeah.
You can't put it in there.
Remember Gary had pranked him when he landed his plane that time.
Yes, he did.
Y'all, we may have a world record. I've known Lee for a little while here, and he has not told me that he's a pilot. That may be a record for pilots. Because how do you know? How do you know if somebody's a pilot? They'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know he doesn't do CrossFit either.
That's true.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
To do that.
No, how about this? Don't do that. All right, so it's still hot out there. It is. I mean, but believe it or not, you ever get that part, and Bubba, you say this every year during the seasons, whatever season you're in, you start thinking this is how weather will always be.
I can't imagine walking out in the yard and it being cold.
No,
but I will in about 6 months.
Yeah, the fall is around the corner. So go ahead and get ready now for the cooler months. The midterms are coming. This is the first time that America is going to say, "Look, we're not going down this road. We got to do something at these midterm elections." And for those of you that say fall's not here to have a pumpkin spice latte, and I'm talking to you, Helms. Look, limited edition socks from Blaze are now available at Blaze TV. They're comfortable. They're fun to show off to all your friends. They will irritate. Do any of you have friends that are like liberals and Democrats? They will irritate them, and you'll love that. So anyway, there's only one catch. Just like Joe Biden's grip on reality, these socks are going to be gone. They're here for only a limited time. They'll be gone by August 22nd. So if you have not seen
these really cool designs of Blaze socks. You can get them right now. It's got Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, Glenn Beck, and more. You're going to love them. Go to blazesocks.com and get them before they're gone. If you are a Blaze subscriber, that was a smart move. You can save 20% off these socks by using the code BLAZESUB, BLAZESUB, S-U-B. The code is only available to Blaze TV subscribers, so go to blazesocks.com with that code BLAZESUB for 20% off your Blaze socks. And they're available, but they will be gone on August the 22nd.
But, I mean, if they...
Because then you're going to find out how they're really trained.
Do dolphins produce milk? If they're a mammal, they have to, right?
I think so, yes.
Have you ever seen a dolphin nursing anything?
Well, Bubba, I don't hang with them a lot.
But you're an animal guy, though. I mean,
right.
you surely there's a special.
Yeah, I think, yes.
If dolphins nurse something, I would think that would be a pretty popular video.
I've seen whales. I know
that
I've seen whales nursing, and they're mammals, supposedly, but you say they're fish, which I agree.
Right.
Yeah. So I would think a dolphin be in that same world.
I know they say they're a mammal, but to me, if you have fins and you're swimming and you eat fish,
right,
and you
got no legs,
you can't put pants on and come out of the water. You're a fish.
If you can't survive, if you can't survive outside the water, you're a fish.
Now, seriously, I think these dolphins are smarter than some people I know.
Well, there ain't no doubt about that. There ain't no doubt about that. Good. We're discussing. Bubba's given us a little look at his trip to the Atlantis there in the Bahamas. We've talked a little bit of Nicaragua. We'll talk a little more of that coming up. But Bubba, you said today that one of the things when you go, both of us went. When we left our country, it was kind of spring was making its way in, but we had not really gone out and experienced our really warm, deep South weather. So you and I both were. And I was doing the same thing, going to make sure we didn't get baked. You over in the Bahamas and me in Central America, I was like, we could fry and fry easy. Well, because we hadn't adapted to our sun yet,
right? And I try to kind of stay out of the sun. I mean, I realize that over the years it's going to catch up with me a little bit, and I'm kind of fair skinned anyway. So, but I hate suntan oil. Hate it.
I do too.
Hate it. Blocks, all that stuff. And I hate putting it on. I hate that old greasy feeling. So I've gone to the sprays last few years.
Yeah, me too.
Well, the sprays feel like they have been in an ice chest when you put them on.
Yeah.
So it's very unpleasant.
Right.
And Betty claims that I'm doing a dance when she's trying to spray it on me, which I know I am because.
Tried to warn you, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, we've been really, really light all throughout the show day, which I have enjoyed. But the delusional status of Liz Cheney, as the whole world, have we all just lost the ability to see ourselves in a correct light? I mean, I know we're all delusional to a degree, but I mean, our self-awareness these days is just sorely missing. So Liz Cheney is on the Today Show
You want to just let her say what she's going to say?
She today she was on the Today Show.
Maybe it was yesterday.
Oh, let's hear.
Yesterday on the day. Just listen to the statement after getting waxed in her bid to represent the people of Wyoming. Listen to this.
Night, you're now headed to political oblivion. You said this fight is just beginning. You've even launched a political organization already. So let's just be straight about it. Are you considering running for president yourself?
Well, what I'm going to do, Savannah, is spend the next several months completing my work in Congress, obviously completing my work representing the people of Wyoming. We have a tremendous amount of work left to do on the January 6th committee. And also, though, I'm going to be making sure that people all around this country understand the stakes of what we're facing, understand the extent to which we've now got one major political party, my party, which has really become a cult of personality. And we've got to get this party back to a place where we're embracing the values and the principles on which it was founded, and talking about, fundamental issues of civics, fundamental issues of what does it mean to be a constitutional republic.
But Congresswoman, you didn't answer me yes or no.
It takes
yeah,
to
I know
keep
that
Donald Trump. I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it. But are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, Savannah. I'm not going to make any announcements here this morning, but it is something that I'm thinking about, and I'll make a decision in the coming months.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah,
maybe
you take a vacation first. Clear your mind.
You lost. I mean, when it gets to elections, and you're an incumbent, and you lose 60-something to 29.
Adler, do you have that video saved of Foghorn Leghorn when he's got that dog holding him up by the tail, spanking him? That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I like it. Of course, from Babylon B, producers have confirmed Liz Cheney will not be back for season 2 of the January 6 hearings.
Yes, that is correct. Listen again to what she said. This Trump derangement syndrome is real.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And she's got a big case of it. She's one of the only 2 Republicans on the committee. Her whole thing was to get done. Look, Rick, this is how her election went.
It is a spanking. But why?
Here's the thing, and she says, I want to represent the people of my district. A lot of work left to do on January 6th. The work you have done is why you were defeated so soundly. I mean, I don't know how people can't get this through their head. I mean, you have to have some type of mental thing to be able to turn this into anything other than the people I represent don't want me. They don't like what I did. They don't like the way I'm handling things. And what is she saying? I'm going to go right back and do the things I've been doing. I mean, really, just don't get on TV. I mean, do they not understand how goofy they look when they say this? Anybody.
I want to go back to this again. Do representatives and senators not understand that their whole role is to represent the view of the constituents and what they want for their state and their personal interests as far as the federal government is concerned?
Do
they not understand that?
If you interviewed the people in her district, they would say, or the people
did.
that she represented, let me tell you what they had rather Liz Cheney do: resign from that committee and hush.
Right.
That's what they'd rather.
They said that. They
said that with their vote.
Yeah. And when they got interviewed.
But see, she's not hearing that.
Right.
Say, I want to represent my constituents. So no, you really don't. You have a personal vendetta that you're out to prove.
Right.
Look, it's not even about democracy. Hey, I'm going to block Donald Trump from being president. That's not your job, Liz Cheney. It's our job. We, the people, will make that choice. Guess what? We can handle that.
Did you hear her say, I'll do everything I can possibly do to keep him out of the Oval Office?
Yeah, well, that's not your job.
As you said, that's not your call.
That's not your call. It's not your job. We, the people, will make that call.
Right.
And how arrogant for you to say that. You have decided for all of us who shouldn't be president. I mean, what an arrogant... No, I'm trying to be better about this. I really want to say 2 or 3 things right now.
I've got one. I bet it's in the same category, but I don't.
But let me say this too. And I like Dick Cheney. I like what he did when he was in. We've had enough Cheneys. We've had enough Bushes. We've had enough Clintons. We've had enough Bidens. Hey, let's move on. Well, guess what, Liz? We can get by without you.
Yeah.
Try getting a regular, real job where you produce a good or service and get paid for it. Just try it. Just try it.
Yeah.
I know it's something new and strange, but you ought to give it a shot.
I want you to think about this as you just named off those families. We in this country are supposed to say to any bunch that tries to become some pseudo royal family, how about this? We're fine without all y'all. We don't need you and your wife and your kids and everybody to keep running for these offices. Y'all go get a real job, like you said.
We're all right.
And we need to purge ourselves. And notice there's Republicans and Democrats on this list. We need to purge ourselves from these generational trough-eating families that just think that we can't function without them. And the way she is acting right now is an embarrassment, because it looks like that you're somebody that's mad at somebody, and we're all sitting here having to be in the crosshairs of your own personal vendetta.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be president, Rick. She doesn't want to be president. She doesn't want to represent her constituents. She wants to get Donald Trump. That's all this is about.
You know what it sounds like.
And you know what? If Donald Trump needs getting, he'll get got.
Right.
As my mom used to say.
Sure.
He's going to have his day in court just like everybody else. It's fine, Liz. We can get by without you. You don't have to save us. You don't have to save the republic. We're okay.
Right.
We'll make it one way or the other.
The audacity to think that you, first of all,
that's ridiculous.
And by the way, the things that are wrong with the republic, you don't even have the problems right. I mean, and you're going to save us from it.
Liz, you took one of the worst election defeats in modern history for an incumbent. Get the message. Please, you're an embarrassment.
How about this?
To yourself and your family and Wyoming. Good gosh.
Well, she's basically telling Wyoming, y'all are stupid. And she's telling anybody that may want Trump to be president, you're stupid too. And I'm smarter than all of you, and I'm going to save you from yourself.
We'll work it out, Liz.
Liz, we're good.
We're good. We can work this out.
Though.
I think our republic is strong enough to survive any problems and mistakes we make in the electric. Look what we're leaving. Look what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah,
we're going to make it through that too.
Yeah, I don't mean to hurt Liz's feelings, but when I think about the republic's in trouble, and somebody says, "I tell you need to call Liz Cheney."
Yeah,
I just don't think. I mean,
you're going to see she's probably going to run as an independent, and she's going to have a lot of Democrats cross over and vote for her to try to beat this lady again. And Mike can do it in an independent where if they don't, I don't know what the exact laws are in Wyoming for as crossing over and voting in a general election. Well, I guess you can vote for anybody you want to in the general election because it's wide open. So I don't know. Maybe she needs to be a Democrat. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. But this dog and pony show right now, let me tell you, Liz, what you need to do. I heard the people speak. I've done the best I could. I did what I thought was right. Obviously, you don't agree with me. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to helping Wyoming on the ground back in Wyoming.
There you go. That would be classy, and it would be humble. But let me tell you what we've just seen. We've just seen, picture me as a high school football coach, and I got waxed. And somebody said, "Rick, what's your next move since you just got fired from your high school coaching job for getting waxed?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Think I'm going to put in for a college head coaching job." What would you think of me?
No, Rick, this is.
I mean,
you're going.
I'm trying to go to the NFL on it.
This is like going from high school to go. I think I'm gonna try to talk the Patriots into replacing Belichick with me.
I know. What would you think of me? Wouldn't you think I was just a loon?
Well, I would think you might need a medical exam.
Right. Well, and maybe that's where we'll leave it.
Come on, people. I know you've been taught that we can't get by without the Cheneys, but we can do it. We can do it, I promise you.
We can get by without the Cheneys, the Bidens, the Bushes,
the Clintons, the Kennedys.
We can get by
all the above.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Freezing.
Right.
You do that. It's an involuntary response.
When everybody's spraying something on you, it's terrible.
So, but usually I will stay out of the sun enough that I don't need a whole lot of it.
Right.
And there's certain places I don't normally, put suntan oil on or UV protection. And one of them is usually my belly.
Oh, my.
Because...
Well, there ain't enough of it.
Well, one you'll stress the supply, yes.
Right.
But I've got kind of a hairy chest, so usually the sun doesn't get down to the ground in the jungle. You know what I mean?
No, you got enough hair on your body to weave an Indian blanket.
Yeah, sure.
That's right.
And the fact that I've got, a little Dunlap here, where my gut's Dunlapped over my belt.
Yeah.
It's in a shaded area anyway.
By the way, I'm glad Greg's not here because he's got another one too. that he throws out.
He sure does.
Me too.
Right. Yeah.
So on, I guess it was the second day we were there. They have this thing. They have a lazy river, but they have what's called the rapid river.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Now, there is some confusion among some of the people on the island. They think they're getting in a lazy river, but they're not. Now, the rapid river, Rick, follow me here, has rapids.
I bet it does.
At one point, you're picked up on a conveyor belt to be carried up higher so you can go downhill through the rapid river back around. Now, some of the parts are kind of slow and just have a gentle, giant wave that throws you up 6 foot in the air. But other parts are wide open and people are flipping off their tubes and you're in tunnels and all this stuff. But it's
Do you
fun.
have a choice, or if you get in that river, you're doing all of it?
You're doing all of it. Now, they do
no matter what.
split. They split at one point.
Right.
And you have you can branch off to the Mayan temple, which is the running joke of the week because we thought everything was the Mayan temple.
Right.
Betty did.
Sure.
So I would refer to the Mayan temple in every conversation.
Sure.
So, but you break off and you go and you actually can slide down these giant tubes that drop you, several stories down and, back out in the water. So you do have a split along the rapid river to go down the giant fall or just regular rapids, okay? So, but it's fun and it's hard to get a tube because the line, starts backing up. So you got to go early and, it's an inner tube and you hold on to it and they have singles and they have doubles. So on Tuesday, we got out there kind of early, so I rode it several times in a row. And I guess for the day, I rode it 4 or 5 times. And it's pretty long. I mean, it's 20, 30 minutes all the way around it. So it's a workout. When you get back, you're winded from hanging on that tube and being slung around.
Right, sure.
Please picture all the workout.
He did. He did. Well, no, it is. I mean, I was tired every time but I get back on it,
sure.
because I was a rough rider.
River that's right, because Rough Rider can't be stopped.
The rapid river, Speedy, the rapid river.
It's not a lazy river.
No, it's a lazy river.
You're going with the current.
Because there was some grandmothers that got on it, and
you don't have a paddle.
They were not happy. Okay, they were not happy when them waves started hitting them, slinging them 6 foot.
And they were too far in it to turn around.
Yep, no way out then.
No, you don't ride. You ride the rapids in.
But one of the problems, and I noticed this later in the day, when you don't put sunscreen everywhere like I do,
right,
just in selected areas that are the trouble spots,
right,
and you're laying back on an inner tube.
Yeah,
picture it. Look at this.
You expose your belly to the sun.
Oh, the old underbelly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're shirtless.
Well, yeah.
Picture it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a sighting. There was somebody there that tweeted a picture of Bill Buss.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. It's out on our Twitter account.
When I got there,
I need to see that.
I thought, I'm not in the best shape right now.
Right.
I probably don't need to be showing off. But I'm going to tell you, there, I was probably in the slimmer group. I mean, people have no regard for the shape.
No, when you go to once we all hit,
I look like a star athlete compared to some of the people.
An Adonis. An Adonis.
Yeah. So I just went with it.
Yeah. Well, you're at a resort. People don't care at a resort. Everybody gives up at a resort.
And there's Canadians all over the place.
Sure.
So but I don't get a lot of sun under the porch down here. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm going to tell you, I got burned pretty good. And then
on the underbelly?
On the underside.
When's the last
under
time
the
you
porch.
think it's seen air?
Well, it's seen air. You just don't see a lot of direct sunlight, because it's in the shade.
Somebody said the first time you laid back, you found your car keys.
Well, I could store stuff. There's my passport. But, that it's been a long time since that area got burned,
Well,
and then
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We do have an update for you concerning the
I didn't know Speedy was doing the big music.
Oh, yeah. Well, I saw him light up like a little light, like a little DJ light when he heard me kicking. Bubba, we have COVID/CDC update. Yep. Well, by just about everybody's assessments, the CDC, they have been disastrous with this pandemic. And it looks like, Bubba, today that the CDC themselves actually agree with our assessment.
Rick, what a moment here in health history for our country, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
The CDC director announced in a statement that they were planning to restructure their organization following the reaction to their performance during the coronavirus pandemic.
It's been terrible.
Okay, I mean, this is them saying that.
Terrible.
Now, get this. This is the part I can't believe. For 75 years, the CDC and public health have been preparing for COVID-19. And in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations. This is a statement from the director. It was obtained by the Washington Post. My goal is a new public health action-oriented culture at CDC that emphasizes accountability, collaboration, communication, and timeliness. Of course, the announcement has been met with much folly on social media, as you might expect.
Yeah, you see a lot of, I have an idea, prison sentences. There's people online that say, if y'all really want to take care of it, you need to put some people in jail for the things they've done. It has been a disaster. It has been inconsistent. It's as if they were making it up as they go versus what they had told us is that they've been preparing for this, as you said, for a long time.
75 years, the CDC has waited for the big one, the pandemic. You know, it was going to be that moment that movies have been made about, where we have a worldwide pandemic, that they were going to be prepared. They were going to warn us. They were going to be on top of it. They were going to communicate. They were going to, build confidence in the public in what they were telling us to do, and it was a total failure.
Yep.
On so many levels. And it is so bad they're admitting it, Rick. They're not trying to cover it up. They have to admit it because they know it's bad.
As we call it, the opposite of Liz Cheney.
Yes.
But they've got it dialed in for monkeypox already.
Yeah, you can't what I call cat box this one and cover it up.
No, you cannot.
That's the thing. The very people who were in charge are now saying, we'll redo this, we'll get it better. I mean, is that the first step in gaining confidence as you put new people in there?
No, because guess what? I'll assess how bad we did, and I'll also be the one who'll fix it.
Let me tell you, the public perception of this, and I think the most damning part of all of it is when Fauci, who is the leader of the band here, so to speak, when he did not admit day one that we had spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing gain of function research at the Wuhan lab. They pushed this bat sandwich theory, I call it, and only later on when it was forced out in the open, Rand Paul and other sources, that people went, wait a minute, wait just a minute. We've been doing experiments with the very virus that caused this. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to go, something looks very wrong with this. So how are you going to build confidence back when you still have Fauci, you still have the same old gang in there playing another tune? I just don't know. And I wish we did have confidence in them, but they misled us. They were not transparent. They changed what they were telling us to do constantly. And it was a total loss in confidence of the public, and it spilled over into the vaccines and treatments and everything else. And amazingly, the advice they're giving us to do now is exactly what most common sense people were saying to do back then.
Absolutely.
Who didn't have all the doctorate degrees. And who said, why don't we treat a virus like we've always treated a virus? We've known, Rick, we've had viruses before. This is not unprecedented. We know how to do that, and it just seemed like a big power grab.
Well, the problem that we ran into, and now this is why you're hearing this, is every time they would have a knee-jerk reaction, that was not researched well. It's like they were naive. They were living in some little fantasy world. They didn't know the damage they would cause to the economy, to people's lives. Like we're sitting today. When did you think you'd hear this? I'm holding a story today. New York's 9/11 Tribute Museum, the Tribute Museum is shutting down completely because they never recovered from the COVID-related financial woes. They never could climb out of it because every time somebody'd say, I guess it's okay to go to New York and go see the museum, they would release some scare tactic. Don't get near people. Don't look at people. Don't stand there. Mask, no mask, mask, none, mask, 2 masks, 3 masks, 4 masks, 5 masks. And so it had people so terrified they wouldn't even go to a museum, to the point in New York for 9/11 that they can't recover from the financial damage that was done. And think about how many other people you know that have never recovered from the financial damage because they were saying things. Guys, we had a comedian come on, Brad Stein, and say at one point with restaurants, when they were destroying your livelihood, they told us to mask up as long as we were standing, but as soon as we sit down, take it off, we'd be fine.
So we have to deduce from that, as Brad did in a very comical way, if we'd all just been in wheelchairs, we wouldn't have caught it.
It's crazy.
See how silly that sounds?
And remember when they made the first stumble coming out of the gate with the mask, and they never recovered from that stumble. They never recovered from the Fauci stumble. And then they got to where when the CDC said something, I know I was in this camp, you didn't trust it.
No. Well, you did.
There was a time when the CDC said something, you go, hey, we need to listen to this. We got to the point they released stuff we wouldn't even pay attention to.
Well, there was a reason, Rick. They released stuff based on scientific study, scientific method. And sure, there can be disagreements in science, but you can eventually prove one or the other being correct.
Correct.
Politics, everything the CDC was telling us was driven by the political agenda of the people in charge.
Right.
On both sides.
On both sides, yeah.
So we've got to get away. Science and politics should not be bedfellows because it's a bad mix for those of us in the public.
The two political views were both wrong. One is it's the end of time, we're all going to die. And the other was there's nothing to it. I mean, this is stupid. And both of those were completely wrong. Okay, and so once that happened,
you may remember that as CDC Bulletin 6.
Right. COVID, though, here's an update out of the UK. They've looked at 1.2 million people, and they think they are showing some sign through the method you just talked about, Bubba, that unfortunately that if you that COVID could raise the risk of dementia and psychosis for up to 2 years if you've suffered for up to 2 years. They say this mainly, of course, this is where I kind of tilt my head a little bit on the study. They found they're not seeing that in younger people, but they're seeing it in older people. Well, I mean,
that could be the cause.
The
thing too,
Rick, they think that
Oh.
may be another thing that we're going to see, and there's going to be long-term effects from both the disease and our attempted treatments that we just don't know yet.
Right.
But you're going to see them.
It's a lot like what's going on with the economy right now. There's facts about supply chain and about money available and what causes inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Too much money, too tight of a supply chain causes inflation. So if you know your supply chain is in trouble, don't print money, cut back to save inflation. But we don't do that either.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
What, I almost say never.
And then you got it laying on top of your pants and your belt, you know?
Rubbing.
Oh.
Now you're trying to go out to eat and you got sunburn rubbing on top of your belt.
Every time you reach to get something, you flinch.
How's it doing today?
It's still pretty red.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah. Still pretty red.
So you were laying back on the inner tube and got the underbelly sunburn.
The Dunlap.
Well, you don't think about that.
No, you don't. I
You don't
never,
think about
Rick. I never thought, hey, I need a stick of that stuff.
No,
put the
because
sunscreen
I
on.
guess it just rocked back and got exposed.
That's it.
Because when you're normally out there, it's
in
almost
the shade.
It's in the shade.
Yeah, it's under the porch.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
it don't get no light.
Small animals get under there, get out of the rain. Yeah.
But when you're laid back on the inner tube for a 30-minute trip,
No, that's
4 or
bad.
5 times.
Oh, the hat's off.
No,
Oh,
that's
buddy.
it. That's it.
Doesn't, and, by the way, Had the most
Skies
fun
out,
with the
underbelly's out.
we got on that. We got on the thing that would pick you up. What was it? The
conveyor belt.
Conveyor belt.
Sure.
and it's going up at a pretty good angle.
Right.
So if you're already laying back on the inner tube,
Picture it.
I mean, you're way back.
You
But
found
now
out-
it's in a tunnel. It's in the tunnel going up.
You found out what it felt like to be a UPS package. Didn't you?
That's exactly what I felt like.
Yeah, right.
But the kids were in front of me. So initially, I start doing dead dog, four legs up, and then I turned it into turtle. Of course, I hear Caitlin screaming, "Dad, stop it!"
Oh my gosh, that's good.
And I go, "Caitlin, nobody knows I'm your dad. You could just laugh like everybody else."
Yeah, you could have separated from
and
me.
nobody knows. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Sure. And plus, everybody loves a gregarious overweight guy.
Absolutely, stuck on his back, going up a conveyor belt, doing the turtle.
They love his energy. They love his energy.
That is awesome. I was laughing. It was so funny. Golly.
Well, I don't know why they didn't just join in.
I know.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Do you
right
like
after
dead dog?
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We rode around with a young man named Ronald Bowleg. He was our driver when we went off the facility, and
Run that by
we
me
went
again.
out to the poop deck one night for dinner
Saw
on the
that.
beach.
Saw that. What, the poop deck?
The poop deck.
That's the name of the restaurant.
Yes. Well, it's named after a ship. The poop deck's top deck.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Of course, that's there's some marketing with that.
Yeah,
you got
sure,
to work through.
Sure.
So
But it was a great trip. We had a good time. Really did.
I know, and we'll get calls and other people talking about this. I'm sure with both the situations we were in. I of course went back to Nicaragua with the Broward Christian School that's been going there for a long time. Of course, every single student on the trip has asked for a shout out.
Right.
Every one of them. And there was like 39 or so. But so I will
Better get busy.
I will quickly run the list. The crew for this year. It's a different crew every year. Some
Right.
have been multiple times. Some went the first time. So my shout out today to all the students that I spent a week with. Patrick Blythe, of course, our lead operator in the adult side, Mr. Bill Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's a steady guy.
He
You know
is.
what I mean?
He is.
Nothing. Patrick Blythe, the first year for him to go. I've coached Blythe over the years, known him growing up. He's a very large young man,
Mm-hmm.
and I got to tell you what, in a very important soccer match, made some plays I didn't see coming from him being a defensive lineman.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I have an update on soccer this year that you may be surprised by. Of course, one
one of the guys that went with us is a soccer star.
Really?
Briarwood, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know who you're talking about.
Right.
Because the assistant soccer coach was my new roommate, who's the new guy on staff at Briarwood.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who coughed?
Small world.
Coughed the entire week with an upper
Yeah.
respiratory. Yeah.
You thought you got away from that when you left me.
Yeah.
didn't you?
The students call him B. White. It's Brian White. He's new to the staff and
Mm-hmm.
helps coach the soccer team. And we got off to a little rocky start. But I mean, it was.
you did.
My two sons, Brody and Brooks, were there, and then we had Chandler Koshat, Robert Cowan, Riley. How do you say Riley's last name?
What was that other name, Rick? Yeah.
Koshat.
Really?
Yeah, and I kept calling, "Hey, Koshat." She said, "I think you like saying my last name." I said, "Well, you don't get to know
Well,
me."
we
big
grew
man."
up watching Kojak.
Yeah, Koshat. And so she was there.
Was that
Robert
the Night
Cowan.
Stalker?
I don't know how to say Riley's last name. Coyne. I just called her Riley the whole week.
Coyne.
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 Yeah. By the way, Johnny Howard is kin to her. Our buddy John Howard.
Oh yeah.
So in Daryl Dieter, we had Daryl Dieter, we had Carson Donnelly, Anna Donahue, and then David and Carla Duffy were two adults helping. Emily Edwards, Carly Faust, William Gray, Matthew Harrett, Peyton Hewitt, P-Town, Chloe Jernigan, Delaney Jeter, also Katie Kirkpatrick, which is Bill Brazil's daughter, who's now married, and it was weird to watch him have to call her by a different name.
Delaney, I went to school with her dad.
By the way, we had some really deep spiritual conversations.
Great.
You know how you're not really. All of a sudden, I'm riding in the van. All of a sudden, a student in high school goes, "So, Mr. Burgess, what's your story?" I was like, "Really? So you want the whole story?" All right. So we
That's
got
Wednesday night. Wait a minute.
we got that handled. So anyway, Bryant Long, Connor Martin, Leanne Matthews, Aaron McCraw, Brooke McGehee, of course, my little Panamanian interpreter. She's just a little stick of dynamite who teaches Spanish at the elementary school. and was the translator again every time I was able to preach. Mrs. Lourdes Meir, and as I said, she always adds stuff. I don't know what all she's saying, but it gets a huge response. I'll say one line, and then she'll preach for 10 minutes. And I said, I don't think I'm even needed. She goes, no, you have to get me started. So anyway, and had a great time with her. She's just incredible with just a passion for her people. Mr. Mark Miles with us, another adult. Bennett Miles, his son. Sophie Meir-Taylor, Perry Lane Mullinax, Grace Mulvaney, Michael Murphy, the Murph, Jacob Odom, his dad Wilburn Odom, who does the eye clinic, and we always think he's going to get arrested coming into the country every year. Does a great job of getting his paperwork done. Abby Peel was there, Daniel Ricks, Spencer Russell, and as I said, the new guy, Mr. Brian White, B. White, who, they put the new guy in my room, and I thought, how have I got the new guy? And, he's going to be, dealing with discipleship there at the school. He teaches Bible. So there's a little bit of pressure there. You feel like, all right, I'm with the Bible teacher. And, and like when I got to do my devotion, you keep looking over there to see if he says something, if he makes a face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 7 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, sitting here on the bleeding edge of technology. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Well, we've talked about a lot today. Lot. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for spending a mere 5 hours with us each and every day.
All right, so
your two fat buddies on the back porch.
That's us hanging out, chatting, and we've covered a lot today. Matter of fact, some pretty big announcements. If you missed today's program, you need to go catch all the archives today.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Yeah, you can do that by going to our YouTube channel or our podcast channel to get archives of the entire show. Grab them when you want to. All right, so we had some cool videos that we've showed. Here's one that was sent to us, and Bubba, you said this came from one of our listeners.
Yes. Well, it was actually on Instagram, and Betty sent it to me and said, "Have you seen this?"
Okay.
And I said, no. And I started watching it, and it was of a Little League game, like you'll see. And I really wasn't following what was going on. And then I heard some audio with it, and it kind of started to become clear. So
now, Adler, do I see that you say this Instagram account that has this on it, that features Bubba's voice and my voice from an old bit we did, has 1.4 million followers?
Yeah, I'm trying to find this lady's page.
Wow.
Sorry. Yeah. She's huge, and I've never even heard of her before. Bubba, do you even know who this person is?
I don't. I haven't looked at it that close, honestly. I saw it like at 3 o'clock this morning.
But Betty just said, hey, here it is on
Betty said, have you seen this? And I was like, no, I haven't, and started looking at it, and I haven't really got back to research it.
So here is this Catherine Guidici Lowe. Catherine Guidici Lowe.
No idea.
Any idea? It looks like Sean Lowe KSU. Do you all know who Sean Lowe KSU is?
Isn't that Catherine and Sean that was on The Bachelor that got married?
Okay, that would make sense. I don't know who these people are, but that would make sense.
How you knew that so quick is scary.
Well, let's go back to this. How did we end up on this?
They were two people that both were Christians and went through this process, and I think one of the success stories of that show.
Okay. She's an American graphic designer, but you're right. Yeah, she was on The Bachelor. There you go, Bubba. Yeah. And she married former Bachelor Sean Lowe. There you go. We found out how she has 1.4 million followers. Okay.
Yeah, but what did she do with I thought everybody knew that.
What did she do with the video with us talking on it?
So I guess this is a sound effect, because you know how there's these sound effects that people can just put on videos.
Yeah, okay.
Rick and Bubba, hey, batter, batter is the sound effect that she's found.
Oh, I didn't know what our sound effect saying, hey, batter, batter is out there.
I didn't know it was out there
I replied to it, hey, love it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's
Here
good.
we go.
Swing batter. We want a pitcher, not a belly itcher. We want a pitcher, not a belly itcher.
What are we doing in the world?
There's one. Now here's another one.
There you go. So this is Catherine's 4-year-old kid hitting a T-ball, and so she decided to use the Rick and Bubba sound on the Instagram post.
How funny.
That's crazy.
That was in the bid.
But where do you find this?
Listen real quick.
Oh, yeah, we continue on with the
Yeah,
segment.
continue on. They didn't cut it off.
Oh, there's one. Now here's another one. Oh, yeah. So I guess they found the best of bit?
Yeah, and took a piece from it.
That
That's
may
funny.
be just available on Instagram as, you can add a song, you can add a whatever.
I did not know that.
I
I'm
didn't
going to
either.
see something here.
I did not know
Well,
that.
thank you, Catherine. That was cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Real neat.
Yeah, that's because didn't we do a story where they don't let some leagues don't let you do chatter anymore, and we started doing all
like
stuff.
That. Yeah.
How can we be in a world where there's no chatter?
So,
Didn't Shoemaker talk about that too? They won't let them chatter in California.
I'm now
and she was joking around saying,
Okay.
look at that hit. He's going to go pro.
Yeah.
Did you see?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so if you make a reel on the Reels audio from 14 years and still no awards, hey batter, there's the best of bit, and that's what's available for audio.
So
And you
Reels tells you can use it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, how about that?
And
do we get paid for that?
Good question. That video of her 4-year-old hitting a T-ball has 268,000 views.
Okay.
Good night.
268K.
For Reels to use it, I guess it goes into that 30 Tigers royalty
something,
pile, probably.
something.
Okay. Probably so.
Yeah.
Hey, Catherine, thanks for choosing Rick and Bubba for your batter chatter.
There you go. All right. So, and then Bubba, you said there was another story about luggage that you were going to share.
Well, yeah, there is. I probably need to pull that up, but I saw the story yesterday. I thought it was very interesting. Are you familiar with the Apple tags?
I'm not. I know that shocks you.
They're the little disc. They're about the size of a quarter, a little bit thicker than that, and you can set it up on your phone and basically track it.
Mm-hmm.
And it tracks through the network of other iPhones, and it does that automatically unless you tell your iPhone not to participate in it. And so there was a lot of people are using them. I have one right here. It's on my keychain.
Okay, all right.
So if I can't find my keychain, I go to my app on the phone.
Yeah.
And it'll guide me to it.
Okay,
I mean, you can even do it like a direction finder when you get real close. You can make it beep, whatever.
Okay.
And I have it on all my keys and things that I lose all the time.
Right. Okay.
So you can stick them in bags too. And a couple had stuck some in their bags that went missing at the airport.
Oh boy.
Well, they were able to contact police and literally track it down to within a few feet. And they found the people who stole their luggage, and the people had been stealing luggage from the airport for quite some time. They had a house full of it, as a matter of fact.
Really?
So, strike one up for technology against the bad guys.
I love when some thief, low life, scum of the earth person who steals from others gets busted.
Yes.
I mean, I mean,
you said they had a house full?
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Good night.
Wow.
Yeah. So you can put them on anything that you want to keep.
Yeah. They make these little tags that they make a little case. They go in. You put them on your keychain. They make wallets that they will actually fit into the skin of. Let me get you a shot there. That they'll fit into the skin of the wallet itself.
Yeah, I've told JC for a while that I'm gonna get him one.
They make waterproof ones that you can put in things that are going to be outside, and sometimes you lose contact with it, but as soon as somebody walks by it with an iPhone, it'll show up again.
Okay.
So they use the network of iPhones out there to do that. And if you don't want to participate in that, you can cut it off. I understand, but I'm like, hey, if it helps somebody find something, why not?
So anybody who's got it turned on can help you find it.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not just your own stuff.
That'll put it back on the map for you. Like I have things. You can track people. You can track people. The Find My app, and you can find people, which shows you where their phones are, or items, which will show you where your the various things. And I put them in, on keys. I put them in golf bags. I put them in actual. Carts, just all kind of stuff.
Well, it's a great idea to put it in luggage.
And if you lose your phone, you can do it online.
Yeah, you can do it on laptop, wherever you can bring up your Apple account and look at that app. Find my. Yep.
When we come back, we find out what's on your mind. We've covered a lot today, and we'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got all 10 lines available, and your phone calls and your comments and your questions and whatever you want to bring to the table, we'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Especially like if you do something out of scripture and you kind of look over and see if he's like looking down, like, I don't know where you got that, or he gives you the affirmative, shakes his head. But we hit it off. I mean, I had to work through the whole soccer thing, which was fine. We were in a country where, anytime if you don't think Jesus will change people, I actually go out and buy soccer balls.
Yeah,
because my responsibility on the mission trip is always rec. I'm sports and rec.
What's your gift, Rick?
Yeah, well, it is. And then I tie into the children's program a little bit because some of the places are so small. The children crew and the sports crew kind of work together. I mean, we'll play sports in areas where sports should. I don't know how we're playing it. I got a little edgy this trip and got called a few times by Bill Brazil. He said that I'm getting a little too comfortable with it. Now I'm starting to kind of live on the edge a little bit. Like the time everybody started coming in with cold drinks, because drinking something cold there doesn't happen a lot. There's not a lot of refrigeration, not a lot of ice. And I'd made the call that there was a little store, and store's a stretch. I mean,
yeah,
it's a little shack,
a getting place
with like a freezer type deal in their refrigerator that was selling cold drinks, but they clearly were told, do not veer off what we serve. And don't go on your own. And suddenly he looks up, and students are everywhere with cold drinks. And they're like, where? He said, where did y'all get these drinks? Well, Mr. Burgess showed us this place that cold drinks. And I was like, and then I got called the office on that one. Did you go over there and start this? And I did, and I didn't want to say it. It really wasn't quite me. Duffy was the first one that had one, in all fairness.
Did you want to run?
I did. I was like, I was so glad to have a cold drink. You know what I mean? That where I went, was it dicey? And did I think it was questionable? It was. But in my mind, I thought if these things are capped,
right,
and when you open them, the seal had not been broken, and they've been sitting in a refrigerated kind of thing. Now, was it in a little tiny shack with 10 on it? Yes, it was. But and where the
so is Dreamland in Tuscaloosa, but I ate there.
Right, and where the kids told the students do not do what I did, yes. Mm-hmm. Should I have done it? No. Do I regret doing it? Not really, because I will tell you, it was very cold and it was very good.
We had a moment, we didn't know if we could drink the water in the Bahamas or not.
Really?
Yeah, after we'd already been drinking it, it was brought up. We're like, oh my.
Yeah, that's
because there are people with bottled water. You think, can I do that?
Right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this would be the first spring break that he's ever been on as a married man. And was a pioneer for some of the things that we do here today, and one of the many people in radio that influenced us, and that's Rhubarb Jones, has passed away.
Yeah, died of a heart attack this weekend, 65 years old. And, yeah, Rick, he was very encouraging. I was a huge fan of his, and we were very, very fortunate to be on his show in Atlanta on one of the book tours we were on.
Yep.
And he helped promote that down at Peachtree City, and was very encouraging. We'd, corresponded a few times over the years, and he was enjoyed what we were doing, and we gave him props for being a pioneer that made us want to do it. And we hate to hear that. He really, really was a good guy.
I meant to start the show today saying Rhubarb Jones is dead, and we don't feel so good ourselves.
Right.
You know,
that's the old country song, isn't it?
Yep, Elvis is dead, and I don't feel too good myself. But he really was always very, very kind and good to us, and
encouraging.
Was a guy who had experienced a lot of success in our business and was always very humble about it, and just a fun guy.
Yeah, really was.
So sad to see him pass.
I saw him. I told you at a June Jam one time.
Oh yeah, you've told me this story.
I patterned my outfit after Rhubarb a little bit.
Let's pay respects.
Yeah,
let's pay respect.
Mm-hmm.
Don't saddle him in his death with being the key to your fashion.
Well, he wore tennis shoes, shorts, and usually a football jersey.
You and Rhubarb, actually look alike a little bit. Back when you had your wings.
If you could see some of the TV commercials early on when we were growing up, Y104 and Y106 simulcast in Atlanta, and they used to have some really funny TV commercials, and we used to see that where we live because the Atlanta stations were on our cable at the time, He's just funny though. I mean, he just looked funny. He made you want to laugh.
He did. He was a funny guy. And like I said, 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's phone troll time. Phone troll time. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. You bring it in. What do you want to talk about? I want you to think about this is a moment right now. There's a show that's been on the air for over 28 years. And then here comes a moment, and we do this from time to time, where we take the entire show and we just hand it to you. You, the audience. We trust you. You make a comment, you ask a question, you bring information to the show. Now, if it doesn't go well, that'll be dealt with as well. But we believe you can do it. So if you're thinking, man, I wonder what they think about this, or I wish I could have said something about that, or why are they not talking about? I mean, here's my response. And I got a question I've always wanted to ask them. So there you go. 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound, and then we'll get to the next caller. If you start moving right now, you will get in because we got 9 lines available right now. We just opened it up, and the first one's gone, but they're working through. So, and then when you get in line, you think, well, what if I'm sitting here in the number 10 slot? Well, that's all right. That's what the buzzer's for. that means that we start moving that line. I've been in a line before, haven't you, Bubba? But if it was moving quickly, I'm fine with it.
Or, as they like to call it in Tuscaloosa, a queue.
Well, they do call it a queue. You're right. Yeah. And I think that we got that from Gene Hallman. How's he doing, by the way?
Haven't talked to him lately. But
anybody had Gene Hallman up?
No news is good news, I think.
Okay, all right. I also want to remind you, as you're coming in here, coming up this weekend, some opportunities with themanchurch.com. We got kickoff services happening in Russellville, Arkansas at Restoration Church. That's Friday night. I'll be there via video. Then on Saturday, Varvudas is in Bolivar, Tennessee, and he'll be there at First Baptist Church. They'll be kicking it off. And then Sunday night, I'll be in LaGrange, Georgia, and I'll be at First Baptist Church there on the square. That's a ticketed event, and tickets are moving briskly. So if you want to grab those, you need to do that. All that can be found at themanchurch.com under upcoming events, and looking forward to seeing the men this weekend. And then we're sending our other guys out to different parts of the country. If you want to find out where there's one near you, go to themanchurch.com and look at events. Nick and Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Nick, go ahead, 30 seconds. How about you?
Hey, dude. Have y'all played the frequency yet?
I'm sorry?
From Skinwalker Ranch.
Have we played the frequency? No, that will be happening on a future show. We think.
Okay, well, I was just wondering why I woke up naked under my car.
Must have been another reason.
And a good delivery, sir, on there.
Rob in Hayden, Alabama. Rob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was looking at the Inflation Act the other day, things, I know what's in it. On the rebates for electrical cars, if you make more than $300,000, you don't get it. You can only get cars made, the rebate on cars made, totally made in the United States, and if they have to be under $55,000 for you to get any of the rebate at all, or tax credit. So it sounds like to me nobody gonna get none of it.
Well, it was kind of a hard. It's kind of a hard target to hit if you're out there pitching, because I saw some groups look into it, and there just were not a lot of cars that qualified for that. And
Bubba,
by
where
the way,
do you find the devil?
In the details.
In the details.
If you probably, to afford that car, are going to have to make more than that to begin with.
Right.
I hate to say it. It's just the whole thing is just a dog and pony show. It's just going to raise taxes and spend it on environmental crap stuff.
Everybody, listen. I'm gonna try this, okay? And I'm a good one. Okay, I'm as big a good one as ever been,
and a dandy,
and ever been in Goodenville. Okay, I'm the mayor of Goodenville.
Pretty good.
Okay, but we're gonna have to stop being so stupid. Okay, they got to stop being able to sell you on this now. This thing of they're going to go out and so, first of all, you have to believe that all wealthy people were evil to begin with. That's not even true. Okay, and good luck trying to do some of the things we want to do for people without wealthy people providing the money for it. But and most of us work for wealthy people. Let's not forget that. But let's just say that, as we've said 1,000 times, that wealthy people are all evil, just like the left wants you to believe. There's not enough of them. Okay? How many more times have you going to be burned by we're only going to tax people but not you, and then you look and everything you need, the prices go up and your taxes go up? How many more times are you going to be a chump about this? Okay? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Let's go to Birdie out of McCalla, listening to ZZK. Birdie, go ahead.
I wish Joe Biden would go in there and smoke on Jill a little bit more since she's got COVID.
Well, the president has had that. Don't forget too, with Jill Biden testing positive. Let's not forget again. Everything, of course, today the CDC said, "Look, we've messed this up so bad. We're going to fire everybody and start over." Jill Biden has done and been provided with every single thing they've told us 1,000 times. If you would do this, you wouldn't get it anymore, and she's got it. I mean,
I think what we need to deduce from this, and this is crazy. There's no way to prevent yourself from getting it. You can limit your exposure, but it's probably going to find you out. When you get sick, treat it. Try not to infect other people. When you feel better, go back to work.
That's it.
I know that's a crazy idea. It's exactly how we've handled the flu.
Correct. It's all about treatments now and keeping yourself healthy and being ready for it not to be a big deal for you.
Right.
Because this deal,
don't overreact to it, but don't underreact.
Wear this, do that, take this, shoot that, turn on your head, do this, stand over here, don't go there. None of that works as far as you contracting it. What you want to is to be able to contract it, as Bubba just said, and not kill you. Or make you or put you in the hospital.
Right.
Let's go to Julian in Moundville. Julia, go ahead.
Hi. So I'm an Auburn fan, and we're going into the year 2 of the Brian Harsin era. And I've got to say, from the beginning, I don't think they should have fired Gus Malzahn in the first place because there was no one out there better to replace him. And now we're going into year 2 of mediocrity, and I'm an Auburn fan, and I know about mediocrity, but I just think it was a dumb idea to fire Gus Malzahn. What do y'all think?
Well, I mean, it really at this point, it's hard for me to put any energy on something that the ship has already sailed. I mean, there's, I don't know, man. It's, as Pat Dye taught us. I mean, hindsight's 50-50, but it's only Auburn fans would have that slogan. But, but anyway, and being one, I've been one, most of my life. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, it's.
Well, here's the thing I think is always wise. Try to have something lined up before you make that move. Gus, who had some really, really big wins, had, some mediocre seasons too. And I think that, probably the situation had grown a little stale for everybody. So, hindsight, as you said, Rick, is 50-50. So, with the change, I think that it's been a rocky change. And from what I know about Coach Harsin, I think he's a good guy, and I think given time, he will do fine. It's just, will he get the time to do that? Because we're in a microwave situation now in college football. Everybody wants you to win and win quickly. And so we'll see how that plays out. The SEC West is a tough place to have the time to grow yourself appropriately.
Well, and I will say this to you, someone who's been around Auburn since I was a little boy and the program, Auburn's problems are so much bigger than whoever the coach is. Auburn's got problems they need to fix that has nothing to do with who the coach is, and they've never been willing to fix them. And that's Auburn's problem. That's why they win some, but never for any long period of time at a high level. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Helped us along the way.
He did. He went out of his way. And from what I can hear, everybody that's writing about him today, he did that for everybody. Always encouraging.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of negative comments about Rhubarb Jones.
No,
so
good guy.
That's the way you want to live. So did he? What did you see him wearing at June Jam that got you fired up? The jersey?
Yeah, he had his jersey on, shorts, tennis shoes. Now he had a lot of gold he wore. I'm not really the gold.
Well, now wait a minute. You started out that way.
Yeah.
No, not like that.
That watch. We first had a little success. Well, went down there to the pawn shop.
No, Betty gave me that watch.
I was with you when you bought it. It was on Noble Street.
No, I don't think.
Yes, it was.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, we started having a little success, and I looked over and boy, it was a goal watch to beat the band.
Yeah.
I mean that thing.
Well, I don't even wear watches much now, but the Apple Watch has brought me back a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things broke out on the trip. By the way, I started talking about how I can't wear watches because they stopped working. There was a lot of questions about that.
Yeah.
I had to give that presentation where I have some superpowers, but they're not really good for anything.
Yeah. Watch stopper doesn't come in too handy, does it?
No, not
Hey,
affected.
this watch is out of control. Give it to Rick.
Not affected by jet lag.
Yeah.
I mean, I just so it was. I know it was tough on you, but don't say you didn't have. In the early days, you had some gold on.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I think you got away from that.
Wear that musk and have that gold on.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with the musk.
Little necklace, big old gold watch.
I don't think I had a necklace.
Oh no, you did.
You had
yes,
one
you
early
did.
on.
Bubba, you can't remember any of this?
No.
Yes,
I'm
you
writing. I'm
did.
writing all this down.
That old typical. What was the
know.
one everybody had?
Where's
That
the
old gold
picture?
necklace. It was just the.
Oh yeah.
What was it?
You don't think I rock that?
What was
one?
those called? They were called something.
I called it a gold
rope.
chain.
Like
It's
little
kinda a
gold chain.
rope.
Yeah.
Rope
Yeah.
necklace.
Yeah.
I had a silver one and a gold one for whichever day I was feeling.
No, they had the
have a number
serpentine
on
one.
it, whatever
Yeah.
sport I was playing.
I didn't have serpentine.
No. Then on the other hand, you had a bracelet, name on it.
Oh yeah.
I did.
Ricky can't remember saying anything.
I'm gonna
Maybe
pull
you-
the pictures.
Maybe you capped your teeth before you got them new ones.
Yeah, I did that.
that little gold.
That gold stud in your left ear.
No,
Remember it?
No, I didn't have all that.
But I
I
don't
will
know.
say this.
I don't know
after-
whatever happened to that other watch, but you probably bought a lake out of it. I mean, that thing had so much gold in it. I mean,
You broke my chain of thought.
they did one of them panning shows on Discovery, and they were all looking for Bubba's watch.
Because I don't know. Can
We
you
got time
Do you
for
see this, Adler? Can you see the video? Okay, here
There it
is the Lion guy talking to you guys.
You are listening to Rick and Bubba's show.
Oh my gosh, that's really him.
That's gold.
That's really him.
You are listening to Rick and Bubba's show.
Who got that?
It's gold right
How
there.
about that? Fired me up.
When they said they were the lions, I got like a lion. Oh, Timmy Wilson. Buddy, he could write a parody song, couldn't he?
Boy, he could. He put you right there.
I mean,
you're
just-
living it.
and he has taken his kids to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes,
Back-
he has.
Back when he was still with us.
And had a notepad while he was there.
I'm
apparently.
gonna tell you. I remember the first time I heard that song because that was when my kids were little. I can remember every scene he presented. Every single scene. All he left out was one of my sons in the plastic tube refusing to come out, and you have to climb up there and get it.
Oh, yeah.
I had that happen a lot.
Oh, Rick.
Those were precious days,
Gosh.
wasn't they?
And then I remember one of mine had a meltdown one time over me over him wanting to play in everything. They said take your shoes off in his cowboy boots. Just complete meltdown.
That's funny.
Just
That is funny.
red cheeks, just blazing red.
Oh boy, man.
Oh, running so hard in there,
And
so,
just to have a stream of those skee ball tickets.
Oh,
I mean,
my gosh.
if you have like 400 of them, you get a pencil.
I know, I know.
I mean,
They had, and then they dupe you and put them good prizes
Yeah.
up there that
Yeah.
you
Oh,
will
gosh.
never get.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
my
14,000 for the
Yeah.
game of life.
Gosh.
Here's a spider ring. Thank you.
Do you remember how it felt to finally get in the car and get all the car seats buckled and your car actually moving away from there?
Oh.
How it felt?
Oh, it was like a cool breeze, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay.
You know, you almost feel like
I hate to
say
admit
it. You almost get home and kiss the ground like it's somebody who's been held prisoner of war. You know, and they finally get back. I'm
Where's
back.
my chair?
But anyway, so we'll get into that. Also, I was, you never know what people send you, and you don't know what's true and not true. And now, look, we know. I mean, your stories get out there. You just don't know. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Bubba, you and I had some really, really happy wives yesterday because the clean pods arrived. And, buddy, I saw Miss Sherry, and you said Miss Betty too. Buddy, they were unpacking those spray bottles. And could anything be simpler? When I was telling Sherry about it, I said, new product that has come to the show, cleanpods.com/Bubba. And you know, hear me now, because some of these things, when you talk about, oh, wait a minute, okay, so I got water, and then they provide the mix, and you start picturing in your mind, well, it's probably some powder thing that I got to mix it and shake it up and all that. No. Let me tell you, when you go to the grocery store, you're paying for that bottle, you're paying for that sprayer, you're paying for the logos, all this stuff, and then you get, you know, you ever think, how in the world that's all the sprays I got in this thing? Well, now with Clean Pods, they send you their sprayers, they send you their pods, every kind of cleaning you can think of. You just take the pod, drop it into the sprayer, put the water in it, shake it up, and let's go.
And even if, as Betty found out, you don't have to squeeze the pod and get the juice out of it.
Do all that.
Put it in there.
Drop
it dissolves on its own.
Drop the pod in there.
And you know, beginner's mistake. We learned that. Mm-hmm. But sure, we got all the different mixes of cleaners for different stains.
Yep.
And look, Betty's a big cleaner, and we joke about it sometimes. And I'm glad she is, but. She'll put this stuff to the test, but I tell you, it's off to a blazing start.
Yeah, Sherry's the same way. It's almost like they get obsessed.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, they just
and
go.
I'm glad.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
But they go to scrubbing. I'm talking about. So
spraying and scrubbing.
Yeah, so you got, as Bubba said, and we got them all yesterday, glass cleaning pod, multi-service cleaning pod, bathroom cleaning, floor cleaning. Did you get the urine spray?
Yes,
yeah, we got that too.
Yep, with pets, you need that.
Yeah,
yep.
And
or just for those times.
Or
those teenagers.
I tell you, as I'm getting older, and I'm wearing a pair of khakis, I need it.
All right.
Well, I've tried everything in the world.
Okay.
Can't
shake it enough.
But anyway, you ever had an old man walk up to you and say a little something about that?
Sure.
Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Get them for yourself. We get you 10% off all the bundles by using our code. Do that today. You are going to love these products. It is just a better way to clean. Bubba, I love when I see Scott, you know, because all of us know a Scott.
Yep.
And then you see from Ohio, not exactly a bastion of Rick and Bubba. And then you see new listener, loves the show.
Oh, good.
So first of all, Scott, I want to know, first of all, how you found the show.
I found it through iTunes. So, and I'd heard about it. I got some family down in Tennessee. They told me about you, and just wanted to give you guys a call.
Well, I hope it's meeting your expectations.
Yeah, tell me what your experience has been like. How long have you been listening, and all that?
About 2 months. I've got a job now where I do a lot of driving, so I listen to you during the day. But I go home and tell my wife about your show every day, and we'll pull up on off the YouTube. We'll pull up and listen to it, and you guys have us in stitches sometimes. So she enjoys it too. I really appreciate the show. I really appreciate your ministry as you help fellow brothers out here just getting into this thing called life. I really do. Thank you for that.
Well, man, how cool! So, did it throw you a little bit? You have family in Tennessee, so were you familiar with Southern culture? You didn't need a translator or anything when you first started listening to the show.
Yeah, I am familiar with. I've got a brother and sister who live in Mississippi. I used to spend my summers down there when I was in high school. So yeah, I'm familiar with the territory and the lingo and the language. To bless your heart, I know what that means.
That's good. So you and your wife now have to be ambassadors to win over the entire state of Ohio.
I will work on that. I will be glad to do that. We'll talk football someday.
It's a lofty goal.
Fan, and well, what's that?
Go ahead. What was you saying? You're a Buckeye fan?
I'm a huge Buckeye fan and look forward to seeing Alabama in the championship. That'd be great.
It seems like that Ohio State and Bama's going to be there just about every year. That's great, Scott.
They're in the running.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick question for you. My question is simply this. You've been doing this for 28 years, and I'd just like to know what your most memorable moment, good, bad, or funny, or what's your most memorable moment over those 28 years?
Oh, Scott, what an unfair – and 28's a lot of shows. You realize that's over somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 shows.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Man, that's it's how when you think about PTSD, it's probably Willie and Wanda. You know that's probably what has me waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Impact. And if you haven't heard that story yet, go find it. It's on iTunes as well. Oh, look, let me tell you, you won't ever forget it. So that's it. You know, the first time that we did something called Fat Fest, and thousands of people came from all these markets after we had been syndicated a little while. and we came out into an amphitheater, with comedy and bands, and we even our band played as a headliner. That's a memory that we have.
Anytime we've thrown food off the top of a building is always one of my favorites.
Those are memorable moments. Yeah, there's just been Vicky Quest.
Yeah, going to the White House.
Yeah. We did a show from the White House. Vicky Quest was when a woman said she was about to go completely blind and wanted to see us before she went blind, but she couldn't drive, so we sent Speedy to get her. If you haven't heard that, that's another one to go try to find. Yeah. So those are some good ones. All those are big. Yeah. Oh, we lost Scott. All right, well, Scott, thanks.
Scott, thank you. Adler know. Adler, this is how good you got it. They sent me to go get Vicky and you to see a rocket launch.
Gosh, that's good.
Times have changed.
Well, you really find your place right there.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Can I tell you this, though? I bet you they won't be any more amazed at what they see.
You're right.
I have never been so shocked in my life when John Deere appeared.
That was so incredible.
What are the odds of that?
Wow.
After that was our abort code.
Yeah, Greg was not part of the show yet, and he said it gripped him. He got to where he wasn't going to lose signal, just stopped.
Yeah, I pulled over and listened to it. I had to hear how it ended.
I mean, they had you, didn't it?
Yeah, when she did a drum solo, I was in.
Oh, yeah. Think about what we're saying. And then when Speedy, she couldn't find some of her clothing.
Yeah. Her shoes.
Yep. Didn't know where they were. Had to check other apartments.
Yeah.
All right. So
somehow worked the drum solo in the middle of all that.
Well, that because I wasn't going to let that pass.
Yeah. How can you?
Yeah.
Really, she had pretty good rhythm.
Wasn't that bad. It really wasn't. I didn't think her fills were great.
But she could keep a beat.
Yeah. So and her cymbal work could have used some help.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So. We'll move on to another story today, Bubba. Now, listen what the Babylon Bee has to say about what we're about to say. The Babylon Bee says, Trump voter excited to see whether he'll be raided by FBI or gunned down by the IRS. All right, so this is Adler, how do you set this video up? This is something that.
Yeah, what is this?
This is it's real. It's newly surfaced, an IRS training video. And it appears to show agents practicing entering runs with guns drawn.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. This went around kind of yesterday afternoon on Twitter, and I'm thinking, is this even real? But it turns out it is real.
Okay, so here we go. So these are IRS agents in bulletproof vests?
IRS training, entering rooms with guns.
Okay. All right.
All right, whenever you guys are ready.
Whenever you guys are ready, they're going to come in here.
What? What in the world?
Please, federal agent.
Freeze.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
That's a homely looking bunch.
Yeah, and you see them.
That's great, said that. Well, look at Tubbs leading the way.
Yeah, but he's dangerous because he won't chase you.
Oh, that guy's got a gun.
Wait, and look at the safety here. Some of them.
Yes. Look at the room, though.
This is who we've hired.
This is who's coming after us.
Sir, do you have a weapons on you? I don't even know who you guys are. I'm not saying anything. Sir, I'm not saying anything. Special agent. Do you have any weapons on you?
Sir, you have a questionable deduction. Come on.
I have a gun. I have a permit. It's legal.
You tried to write off that bar tab.
Yeah, I think this can't be real, is it?
I know. I thought it wasn't real,
too. These are not the ones that, like I say, are going to come and question you about a deduction you took.
You got too much money in Venmo.
Look, you can just call me or show up. We don't have to come in with a gun. I'll cooperate.
Well,
you sound like Trump.
Here's an actual IRS agent trainer talking about the training that they do.
We have regular trainings in firearms, building entry, so it encompasses, it's a mix of, being behind the computer, but also being out in the field, doing interviews, doing search warrants, or making arrests.
Wow. Okay.
So they went to the school is what is it? DCU, I think, is DSU. Which is a school that has a lot of accounting students at it. So they said they're looking for people that have background in accounting and criminal justice. You're perfect for this program. Basically
that is a weird-looking bunch. They don't look very intimidating, except the gun.
I just never really knew the IRS needed all those agents. I thought, like, if the IRS has a problem and they need to confiscate or lock something down, they would get another federal agency to do this part of it, the marshals
US
or
Marshals,
whoever.
yeah.
You know, I didn't know they had to have their own military squad.
Good-looking
too.
bunch. Wow.
Greg,
IRS.
you keep saying that. That's not me saying that.
I know. I mean, if
'Cause
they really
I don't want
Bubba.
you. I don't want to visit.
No, I
okay?
mean it. They really are good-looking bunch.
IRS hands up. IRS hands up is what
Unreal.
we
Yeah.
just saw.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Drop that deduction.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And of all people, Blair and Karen.
How's she doing?
Well, I noticed that on Twitter,
What?
former intern Blair and Karen put out, have y'all seen this? And when I looked, there's a claim out there that in a discussion with the creator of the TV show Blackish, which is hilarious,
Right.
Yeah.
that someone let it slip that Jimmy Walker, Dynamite,
JJ.
is dating Ann Coulter. Now, there's no way that.
Have you seen Jimmy lately?
Yes, I have. Matter of fact, there's a picture of him and Ann Coulter together on the story. So,
Dynamite. That's all I can say.
am I the?
That's
Am I
so
just? Have I just
funny.
been away? Have I missed this? Is there some sort of narrative that Ann Coulter and Jimmy Walker are dating?
Well,
Jimmy
there's really nothing wrong with it, other than
It's
I
just
just
a
don't.
weird
I just
couple.
don't picture them together.
No, I just can't.
And her, slicing up liberals, and him over there screaming Dynamite.
I know. I mean, if somebody,
I love the show Good Times.
That's a good
I never
show.
missed it.
That
Loved
was
it.
a good show.
if somebody said to me,
Y'all remember Jimmy's little sister, right? Who that was?
huh?
Huh?
Oh,
Huh?
I got a little factoid.
Huh?
Yeah, we've
Janet Jackson.
We've talked about that several times, and I think we get that wrong. Wasn't she actually on Different Strokes?
No, she did both.
She did both.
Didn't she? No.
She was on Good Times.
I can't remember.
Good. I thought Good Times.
I know she was Willis's
The little
girlfriend.
smart aleck sister. That wasn't Janet.
No,
Jackson,
that
was
you're
it?
thinking about What's Happening.
Emma. I get them all.
No,
she
she
talking
wa-
about D.
Yeah.
Funny.
If I remember right, Rick, she was Jimmy's little sister, but she was very dry.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And would cut him down a lot.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
I,
remember.
all
The
those
characters may be very similar.
all those shows run together. I mean, her being Todd Bridges' girlfriend, over in Different Strokes, that throws you a curve
Yeah.
too. But at
What
the
you
end of the
talking about,
day,
Willis?
if somebody gave me, picture the big yellow legal pad. Those are still around. We use them here at the office. Big yellow legal pad, like Bubba's got right over there.
Yeah.
Picture somebody just handing that to me.
Yeah.
Rick, I want you to start listing potential people that Ann Coulter could be dating, and I'm going to give you 10 minutes and get as many down there as you can. And say I filled up a whole legal pad.
Right.
You would not find Jimmy Walker on it.
No, Rick. No.
I wouldn't have put him
You would
in
have
it.
never come across
never.
Bootney Farnsworth.
No.
Remember when he played the boxer,
Yes.
Bootney Farnsworth?
Yeah. I would have never thought of that. Now, this could be a completely false story, but I was just.
I'm sitting here, and AOL.com has the same story that you just referred to. So does a number of People Magazine, People.com.
Somehow Norman
all that.
Lear's involved in it.
Yeah. Well, he's the one. Yeah, with the information.
He's the one that designed all those shows. He was
Yes.
the executive producer.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
16 minutes past. It's in passing, but Bubba and I were trying to get to the bottom of it. Anytime you go over into that world that features Kardashians and Jenners, I mean, you don't know what's coming out of there.
No.
I mean, it like we said, that place, I don't know what in the world. It is like watching some sort of accident. But now I think I have it right. We're just now getting to the point, and it's happening now, and it's been happening. We had to deal with the ones who say I'm a Kardashian.
Right.
I'm full-blooded
Right.
Kardashian.
Right.
So we've had to deal with them extensively. But look out, here come the Jenners. Okay, so now we've got the children that Bruce produced, which again makes it extremely difficult for me to accept him as a woman.
I know.
And so now we have the girls that he and Kardashian mom produced. So we're just now really getting into their era because they're old enough to really make trouble now.
Right.
And they're as bizarre as the other ones, apparently. So one of them, which one is it? Kylie?
Kendall.
Kendall.
How many of them are there?
Two.
Kylie
Is
and
one
Kendall.
Kylie?
Yeah.
So I do have that right?
Kylie and Kendall.
There's a Kylie and a Kendall. I don't know which one's which, and I couldn't care less.
Kendall's
Okay?
more the supermodel, right?
Okay.
I believe.
I
I
think
think they
both of them
both
are.
do modeling, but I think she's the one that.
Which one? Well, anyway. All right. So they've done a Pepsi commercial.
Kendall.
The Kendall.
I know their daddy's their mama now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
That's, by the way, you can sum up the current state of our society in that one statement.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
Greg, really, I know that you got your breakfast like you like it, and you're just kind of, look, and you're just kind of swinging.
I'm sitting this one out.
Yeah, but you just that comment right there, really kind of.
I mean, really, yeah.
I mean, wouldn't that make you a little confused?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden your daddy told you he's your mama, wouldn't that be weird?
It would.
Do you?
Yeah, Rick.
No matter what your worldview is, would we agree
Yeah.
that would be a strange
Do
thing?
you get Bruce a Mother's Day card?
I know. Yeah, what do you get him?
Well, he's not Bruce anymore.
Yeah, he is.
Well, but I'm saying to them.
Right,
That's
to
the
them.
way he's.
You're right.
Yeah.
But in
He's
my
Caitlin.
world, he's just Bruce dressed as a woman.
Do you pick the card based on genitalia or what they claim to be? Because if that's the case, you're still getting Father's Day cards.
By the way, will we soon see that on the greeting card rack over there?
Oh, yeah.
Will,
Yeah,
will,
you know it's
will,
coming.
Will we start seeing, because we see mom, stepmom, dad, stepdad. Then we got.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we work our way back, here's some stories that we haven't gotten to that are still out there. Bubba, I'm trying to work on my hearing best I can, but this story will help. Hard of hearing retired journalist, 77 years old, unfortunately, plunges to 70-foot death from a Wisconsin drawbridge after failing to hear bells or see. Now, I don't know. They didn't say he had a seeing problem. Seeing the red warning lights because he was looking at his iPad.
Yeah, I saw this story yesterday, and tragic story. He's walking along and he's reading something on his iPad, and there's a boat coming. They're going to lift the drawbridge. All the alarms are going off, and he does not realize it till that thing has got at an angle that he has to hold on the side to keep from falling. And then that thing, throws you way up in the air. I mean, it was bad.
You saw it? There's actually...
Well, I saw the story they were talking about.
All right.
But he was almost to the middle, which means he would have gone extremely high because of the way it
Your hearing has gotten really bad if you can't hear bells from a drawbridge saying a boat's coming.
That system probably needs to be looked at a little bit.
And we need some brighter lights if we can't pull his eyes up from the iPad.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a bridge operator or if this is totally automatic, or it seems like there would be somebody that would at least look on the bridge and stop oncoming traffic and give it enough time for anything to clear. But anyway, terrible tragedy there.
He's got his wife, and he and his wife have been married 54 years, and they have 6 children. She survived because she was actually walking out ahead of him.
Wow, look at that.
So did he fall on the bottom there, or is he?
Well, here's what Bubba said, and it's right. He grabbed on a side rail as the bridge sections rose to a 90-degree angle.
Okay.
But he lost his grip after a few minutes, as you can imagine.
Tough to hang on.
And fell about 70 feet to the pavement below.
Oh, no.
Yeah, see, he goes from literally walking to realizing the bridge is open up. He grabs the rail.
Got it.
But it's going to carry him 70, 80 foot in the air.
Right, he slides
and he's
there,
hanging on for dear life and just couldn't hang on anymore, I guess.
Lost his grip.
Said the lights and bells were operational.
Does it say, was it automatic or is there a bridge operator?
Says that the bridge is controlled by the city's Department of Public Works. Doesn't say if it's automatic or not.
This video.
Oh, no.
you got video?
No, Adler, no.
It's really grainy, so you can't see.
Yeah, I can't see him.
Yeah. He was barely walking here. Now here's the first bridge opening, and here's the second bridge, the farther away bridge, and he was walking on it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I see those arms in Pascagoula when you're going to.
I just saw him fall.
There was one of these drawbridges, and an arm comes down and stops all the traffic at the base of it.
Yeah.
So
That's him walking right there.
like,
I see him.
oh,
He has
He's
no
about to
idea.
start opening there.
How does he
He's
not
like, hang
know?
on.
How does
Turn
he
and
not
run
know?
right
Just
now.
turn
Turn and
around.
run.
Go. That's awful.
Yep. That is awful.
Well, this hard of hearing thing. Just
got to be careful out there, folks, in the city.
I guess we need to move.
When it starts doing this, though, I mean, I think I turn and run.
There's certain things.
They don't just go.
You ever been clinging to a living location and you feel like there's so many signs that it's probably time to move? Would this be one? California home hit by speeding drivers 23 times.
Yeah.
Over 50 years.
Yeah.
So every other year, somebody runs through your house.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you?
I got another car.
Would you spend a lot of time decorating that room? They keep hitting.
No,
absolutely not.
I think after hit 15, I'm out of there.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a good 15.
Yeah,
13.
They said once Ann Heights ran through their house. That's it. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out. That's it.
That did happen.
Wow.
That did happen. Have you heard the 911 call on that one?
No, I haven't.
The one who saw her car go in through the house said this thing's 10 feet inside. And at first they realized anybody in it. They're like, no, I don't think so. Then all of a sudden the fire.
Gosh.
Then the whole 911 call changes. Bubba, college football's playoff board discusses possibility of potentially restructuring how college football is governed.
Well,
I heard you talking
we hear
about
about this all the time, and certainly, there's been problems with the NCAA, but the presidents and the universities are the one that basically created the NCAA to take care of the sports. So if you turn it over to another organization with letters in their name, doesn't matter who it is, aren't you going to have the same problems unless we can identify what the problems are and how we can fix them?
Yeah.
Shouldn't we just fix what we got on that?
Well,
why not? Directors just do it.
Yeah. Why don't they just say?
Why don't they just leave and do their own thing?
If the NCAA turned into a mess, as you said, the next one will just turn into a mess too.
Yeah, if it's the same people running it,
we got to restructure, like y'all said, who's in charge.
Yeah,
we can't just say more letters, different people.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be like you said, athletic directors or whatever it may be.
Well, here's the question: what are we unhappy with the NCAA? You got to identify that.
A lot of rules,
and then you got to work through that, and you got to figure out, even though the NCAA has their own rules, they can be subject to court cases, which what we saw happen. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you.
What kind of cut
out.
do they get and all this stuff with football? What kind of cut? I mean, all these big national title games and big TV contracts.
Well, see, that's actually some of it's outside of them now. I mean, the college football playoff handles all that anyway.
I just wonder how much of this is about money. Because we can have it all versus having to give that percentage, whatever it may be,
you got to follow
to the NCAA.
Well, for you to have a league of any kind, you have to have rules.
Sure.
And when you have rules, you have people that always are going to object to a rule at a given time.
And every now and then you look at it and go, you know what, we might could tweak that.
Mm-hmm. I think really their biggest problem has been their slowness to react to problems and fix them. I think that's the main thing, at least in my view. When you clearly see there's a problem with something, let's address it. And sometimes you have to say, this is right, this is wrong. That's what they always try to avoid. But they're too slow. And
they're always reactive.
And it makes everybody mad. And then by the time there's action, it's because they've gone and got a court involved. And then it's another mess then. So.
It feels like a bunch of Poindexters trying to rule a bunch of athletes and coaches.
It's a political governing body is all it is.
Bubba, the LeBron James, his struggle with this country continues.
Yes, LeBron James will have to struggle through 2 more years of oppressive ownership from the Lakers at $97.1 million, which will make him by far and away the highest.
So now,
let's don't forget what he's made up to this point.
Right,
he's done very well.
LeBron James, I don't know how he tolerates this country. $97.1 million to stay with the Lakers, and as Bubba said, becoming the highest earner in NBA history. At $532 million, and he still can become a free agent in 2025.
Well, and this should get him to age 40, and that's getting up there. For 37 is up there.
Didn't he say he wanted to hang on so he can play with his son?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Well, the boy's pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
He's pretty good. I mean,
Bronny.
He's pretty in shape for 38, but nobody beats time. You'll always lose that matchup. But he's probably got 2 or 3 more years in.
Yeah,
Babylon B.
That's what I'm saying.
His son
that's why I'm saying this contract could be it. That's why I'm.
How old is his son now?
He's in high school or maybe his first year of college.
I'm not sure.
A touching story from Babylon B. They say touching LeBron spends time with his son in the backyard, teaching him how to flop.
All right.
He's 17, Bubba.
Yeah.
Okay. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.